Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 2 and 35-second life transition. So this is the title Combat Body. Lin Feng raised his hand. His hand had already become a colossus that could easily crush a mountain with a single palm. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a towering giant in the myths, standing tall in the energy factory. Even though the energy factory was huge, it was not that convenient for him to move around with his massive body. A height of 200 meters was simply terrifying. It was about the height of a 50-story building. There's no astral power, nor any strange abnormal power. Only raw power, the power of the combat body. Lin Feng was still sensing the combat body carefully. This combat body was actually just his body. There was nothing illusory about it. It was entirely a part of his body. Moreover, unlike martial artists who had astral power or other powers, it was similar to those dire beasts, which relied purely on their own physical strength. One's own body was the strongest. Petrification technique. Lin Feng tried to use the petrification technique, but there was no reaction. Armor. There was no reaction either. Next, there was no reaction for the sharp horn too. On the other hand, for the undying characteristic, Lin Feng's combat body seemed to have an astonishing restorative ability, similar to the undying characteristic. However, Lin Feng knew that this was not the undying characteristic. After his second life transition, all his previous innate abilities had disappeared. To be precise, they had not disappeared, but were integrated into his combat body. For example, the defense of Lin Feng's current combat body was shockingly strong. Even if he was injured, he could recover immediately. This was very similar to the armor, petrification technique, and the undying characteristic. This was the characteristic of the title combat body, which was very suitable for Lin Feng. Such a massive combat body was already earth-shattering in the eyes of humans, like a prehistoric behemoth. However, in the vast universe, it was simply a drop in the ocean and far too insignificant. In the cosmic cultivation system, the combat body was the only standard of measurement. How could one accommodate annihilating power without a massive combat body? That would be nonsensical and mythical. The so-called deities were as insignificant as dust. How could they destroy a planet, or even a star? That was impossible. No matter how talented a lifeform was, it was impossible for its body to accommodate the energy to destroy a planet. Even cultivators in the cosmic system followed scientific laws in a sense. After all, even something as powerful as a black hole, which could devour everything, including stars, was still several times larger than an ordinary celestial planet. Although size could not determine everything, it could be used as a certain standard of measurement. Lin Feng's mere 200-meter-tall combat body was only a second life transition life form under the cosmic cultivation system. With such a huge body, Lin Feng did not find it inconvenient to move. Instead, he was very agile. Of course, agility was only relative. The title combat body's fortes were defense and strength. For strength, Lin Feng attempted non-upper body tempering, but there was no reaction. Actually, non-upper body tempering was just a martial art created by the invincible fist sage based on the structure of an ordinary human body. What use could it be for Lin Feng's current 200-meter body? However, there were also secret techniques for the combat body. In the combat body guidance technique, every combat body had its own secret technique. However, these secret techniques were all secret techniques for explosive power. For example, if Lin Feng wanted to go all out in a fight at the risk of his life, he could use these secret techniques for explosive power. Using just the title combat body, he could instantly unleash all the power contained in the combat body, and even expend a portion of the energy in the combat body to unleash extraordinary power. Of course, it would cause some damage to the combat body, but it would be extraordinarily powerful. As for techniques, in reality, there were no techniques on combat bodies. The path of the combat body was to be forefront and suppress others by force. What use were techniques? When two combat bodies fought each other, the effects of hitting the head and the body were actually the same. Neither of them had any fatal flaws. It was purely a battle of brute force and energy consumption in the combat body. The endurance of the tidal combat body was obviously stronger, especially since Lin Feng chose the method of cell division for his life transition, which caused his tidal combat body to be far stronger than the tidal combat body of ordinary lifeforms. Lin Feng, congratulations on your second life transition and mastering the tidal combat body. Longbitham's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It was obvious that Longbitham's tone was rather happy, even though it did not think highly of Lin Feng's natural talent. It was a little surprised that Lin Feng could undergo a second life transition and even master the tidal combat body in such a short period of time. For the first time, it seemed to understand the meaning of impermanence in life. In the vast cosmos, there were only too many talented life forms. Those powerful life forms that were born with 4 life transitions and matured with 5 life transitions found it very difficult to produce a planetary life form with 6 life transitions. On the other hand, certain life forms with very poor natural talent and insignificant existences relied on their own hard work, struggles, and various opportunities to strive to advance in the vast universe. In the end, they instead underwent 6 life transitions and became great planetary life forms. Life was impermanent. Every life form, no matter how lacking in natural talent, had infinite possibilities. Although mechanical life forms were considered the life forms least suited for cultivation, from what Longbitham knew, had not some mechanical life forms become planetary life forms too? In fact, it was precisely for that glimmer of hope that Longbitham was willing to go through so much trouble, become the guardian of Bamen's legacy, and pilot the spaceship to find the fated individual. Looking at Lin Feng's slightly confused and even somewhat juvenile face, for the first time, Longbitham felt that Lin Feng might not have relied entirely on luck to reach his current level. Lin Feng, what are you still leaving your combat body out for? Only with Longbitham's reminder did Lin Feng remember that the combat body could be put away. Hence, according to the method in the combat body guidance technique, his massive combat body began to shrink rapidly, eventually shrinking to Lin Feng's original size. At this size, Lin Feng could still display strength far greater than that of a metamorphic realm martial artist. Just his physical strength alone was much stronger than that of ordinary divine realm martial artists. However, that was all. If he wanted to increase his combat strength, he still had to release his combat body. He did not need to release his entire combat body, and could just release part of it. For example, in the next moment, Lin Feng's body expanded to 5 meters in size. His entire body was filled with explosive power, making him feel as if he was omnipotent. This was the second life transition. According to martial classification, he was now a true divine realm martial artist. In reality, even at only 5 meters tall, Lin Feng's power already surpassed demon generals. As for how strong he could become when he used his full combat body, even Lin Feng himself did not know. However, of all the martial artists he had seen, Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat everyone except Sage Kang and Sage Yuanyi, including the renowned Dragon Rider Hao Shi among divine realm martial artists. Perhaps divine realm martial artists were no longer Lin Feng's match. As for meta-divine realm martial artists or even sages, Lin Feng would only know after fighting them. Chapter 236 Not a Demon. Chapter 236 Not a Demon. Ever since Lin Feng had mastered the combat body, he had extraordinary control over his body. When he was restructuring his cells, previously, he had already sensed something external in his body. He extended his hand, and a metal sphere gradually condensed in his hand. It was the genetic fusion device. The genetic fusion device had a certain supportive effect on martial artists who had undergone 4 life transitions or below. But this did not include Lin Feng, who had cultivated the combat body. After Lin Feng had cultivated the combat body, The current genetic fusion device was actually no longer of any aid to him. Just as Longbitham had said, this genetic fusion device was only an auxiliary aid. It was not directly helpful to life transitions, and only provided support. Back when Lin Feng underwent his first life transition, he did not rely on the genetic fusion device either. Instead, he relied on his own comprehension in life-or-death situations to finally break the genetic lock for the first time and complete his first life transition. The greatest use of a genetic fusion device was to fuse with the genes of other dire beasts, allowing a martial artist's body to become stronger. Now that Lin Feng had mastered the combat body, what dire beast would be stronger than his combat body? So, this genetic fusion device could not help Lin Feng in further life transitions, nor could it increase his physical strength. Naturally, it had become useless. To the mechanical civilization, the genetic fusion device was just a small gadget. Longbitham, can someone else use this genetic fusion device of mine? Lin Feng actually had an idea. Although this genetic fusion device was no longer useful to him, it was still very useful for professional martial artists, and even martial artists with their first life transition. He could give them to his parents, or his sister, and so on. With it, they could improve their strength and gain more success in practicing martial arts with less effort. They might even have a chance to break the genetic lock. However, Longbitham shook his head and said, "These genetic fusion devices have all been locked. Before you undergo 4 life transitions and accept the true legacy, no one else can use the genetic fusion devices. Of course, after your death, such restrictions will no longer apply." Lin Feng was a little disappointed. He had wanted to let his parents and sister use it. However, on second thought, it wasn't entirely impossible. He had already undergone 2 life transitions. As long as he worked hard and strove for 4 life transitions to obtain the woman's true inheritance, all the genetic fusion devices would be unlocked. Then, wouldn't it be up to him to decide who could use it? 3 or 4 days have passed. I wonder how Griman and the others are doing. I have to get out quickly. Since Lin Feng had already undergone 2 life transitions and mastered the combat body, his strength had improved greatly. Naturally, he had nothing to fear from those 3 lizards. Thus, he asked Longbitham to open the door to the energy factory. Rumble, as the door opened. However, Lin Feng realized that the lizards had disappeared. Where are the 2 lizards? 3 days ago, Lin Feng had been hunted down by 2 lizards. In fact, after he hid in the energy factory, the 2 lizards would appear outside the door from time to time. Why was there no sign of them now? Could they have left to hunt down Griman and the others? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. If Griman and the others exposed their whereabouts, they would indeed be easily hunted down by the lizards. At this thought, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately rushed out and arrived at the control room. As expected, the control room was also empty. There was no sign of any lizards. Longbitham, how long will it take for you to take over this ruin if I place you in the control room? I cannot say for certain, but it should not be a problem to shut down the defensive weapons outside. About half an hour. All right, turn off the defensive weapons outside first. I'll look for Griman and the other 2. Hence, Lin Feng let Longbitham enter the control center of the control room. With Longbitham's ability, there should be no problem. Right now, Lin Feng had to worry about Griman and the others. He hoped that they would be fine. In 3 days, Griman had recovered his astral power. Thinking about how Lin Feng had lured away 2 lizards alone and created the conditions for him to escape, Griman was very touched. Hence, as soon as his astral power recovered, he immediately headed for the direction Lin Feng had escaped. No matter what, he had to see if Lin Feng was alright. If Lin Feng was fine, he could still help Lin Feng. When Griman came all the way to the control room, he realized that 2 lizards were wandering around the control room. But there was no sign of Lin Feng. His heart sank. Could something have happened to Lin Feng? At this thought, Griman's heart ached deeply. He felt that Lin Feng traded his own life for his. Originally, Griman wanted to continue searching for Lin Feng, but his whereabouts were discovered by the two lizards. Griman had no choice but to run. Fortunately, there were way too many forks in the ruin. Moreover, they extended in all directions. By darting around continuously, Griman was not discovered by the lizards for a time, and 2 days later, he also discovered Fu Lin and Darden. However, both Fu Lin and Darden were in a miserable state. Both were seriously injured. Darden had lost an arm, and Fu Lin was limping. The three of them gathered and hid in a small room. It wasn't until the third day that the lizards found the three of them. No one knew how they were found. Perhaps it was by tracking Fu Lin and Darden's blood traces. But in any case, the lizards had found the three of them leaning against the hard door. The three of them resisted with all their might. However, as the door was gradually broken open with each slam, the three of them reached a life-or-death juncture. It's really the end for us this time. Fu Lin looked a little weary. She had already been running for a few days, only to unexpectedly find that she still could not outrun death in the end. If only Leader were here. Griman, did you discover Leader's body or not? Darden gritted his teeth and asked. I didn't find any corpse. Perhaps it was devoured by them. But he might also still be alive. However, so what if he's alive? Right. Leader can't defeat these three lizards either. But I still hope Leader can survive. It best if he can close the defense mechanism of the ruins and complete the mission while the three lizards are distracted by us. That's right. No matter what, we must complete the mission. Griman and the others were already prepared to die. They were not a match for even one lizard, let alone three. Bang, bang, bang. As the three lizards slammed into the door again and again, the door shook more and more violently. Crunch. Suddenly, the door was smashed open. The three lizards' ferocious eyes immediately landed on Griman and the others. The three of them looked at each other, knowing that they were probably doomed this time. Let's fight with our lives. This time, I'll unleash my innate ability again and restrain them. Run as far as you can, but whether you're fortunate enough to escape this time will depend on your luck. Griman took a deep breath. He unleashed his ability for Fu Lin and Darden to escape. Whether the two of them could escape, Griman's death was certain. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go. In an instant, Griman unleashed his innate ability. An invisible force enveloped the bodies of the three lizards. However, just as Fu Lin and Darden were about to give their all to escape, a loud bang came from behind the three lizards. Boom! It was as if a giant beast was stomping on the ground. The passageway and the room all shook violently. Could it be an even stronger demon? No, it's not a demon. It's its leader. Through the crack in the door, Fu Lin saw the familiar figure behind the three lizards. Her tone was incomparably excited. Chapter 237 Divine Realm. Chapter 237 Divine Realm. What leader? It's really Lin Feng. Run, what are you doing here? Griman's eyes were bloodshot. What was Lin Feng doing here? Wasn't he courting death by coming at a time like this? At this moment, the three lizards had already turned around and were staring at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. It was indeed Lin Feng. However, there seemed to be something wrong with Lin Feng at this moment. When his foot landed on the ground, it emitted a heavy thud, attracting the attention of the three lizards. It was these three lizards that had hunted Lin Feng down until he had nowhere to go. Now, he had finally found them. Lin Feng glanced at the three of them. Fortunately, they were not injured. Hence, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. I finally found you, GRR. As if provoked, the three lizards suddenly pounced towards Lin Feng. Back then, two of the lizards had pursued Lin Feng until he had nowhere to run, let alone the three lizards now. This was the technological crystallization of the seventh civilization. The biome-modified beasts created were comparable to peak demon generals. HMPH. Lin Feng snorted coldly. At the same time, his body actually expanded rapidly. Originally, his body was only covered with the torn clothes from before. Now, As his body grew, his clothes immediately tore apart as well. Lin Feng's body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, he had expanded to more than 5 meters tall. Looking like a small giant, he looked down coldly at the 3 lizards. Although the 3 lizards were a little surprised, their intelligence was not that high. They were only artificially created biomodified beasts, slaughtering machines that were only bent on slaughtering, and only wanted to kill Lin Feng. Get lost. The 3 lizards pounced over. Lin Feng swung his fist and smashed at them directly. There was no technique, only the rawest clash of strength, meeting force with force. Bang! Lin Feng sent one of the lizards flying with a punch. At the same time, the other lizard opened its bloody mouth and bit on Lin Feng's arm. However, Lin Feng's arm grew thicker again, and it seemed to be very tough. The lizard could not bite through it. Die! Lin Feng grabbed the lizard with both hands and twisted its head. The originally muscular and powerful lizard that seemed to have infinite strength seemed like paper in Lin Feng's hands at this moment. He twisted hard with both hands. Thump! Lin Feng had actually twisted off the lizard's head. That was a peak demon general. Lin Feng threw the decapitated lizard down. Even without its head, the lizard's corpse struggled a few times before going motionless. There was still the 3rd lizard. A trace of fear actually appeared in its eyes. Then, countless gray rays suddenly shot out from the dense, spiderweb-like eyes on its head. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He knew about these gray rays. They could destroy all defenses and were extremely bizarre. He hurriedly blocked with his hand, and his palm immediately expanded like a fan, blocking Lin Feng's entire body. Thud! 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 Lin Feng could sense the heat, but it was like a mosquito bite. He retracted his hand and took a closer look, but not even his skin was broken. Only at this moment did Lin Feng truly realize how strong he was now, and how powerful his tidal combat body was. Haha, creatures. Let's see where you can run this time. Lin Feng threw his head back and laughed aloud. His entire body grew a few meters taller. The 2 lizards actually wanted to escape. But, just as they turned around, Lin Feng grabbed their tails with one hand. The 2 lizards frantically tried to snag the ground with their sharp claws, but only left deep scratches on the ground in futility as Lin Feng lifted them upside down. Hiya! Lin Feng grabbed the tails of 2 lizards and smashed them into the ground. Bang 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 bang. He smashed again and again. Lin Feng seemed to be grabbing 2 tiny mice instead of 2 demon generals as he smashed them with all his might. After smashing them for more than 10 or 20 times, the 2 lizards were already badly mangled. Their heads had been smashed in, and there was no longer any sign of life in them. Thump! Lin Feng tossed away the corpses of the 2 lizards and went straight to the door. He grabbed either side of the door and tore hard. There was a ripping noise. The door was ruthlessly ripped open, revealing a huge crack. You can come out now, Lin Feng said to the person inside. Griman, Fu Lin, and Darden looked at each other. They walked out of the house one after another, but when they looked up at Lin Feng, who was like a small giant, they found it somewhat incredulous, even absurd. They had seen with their own eyes just now that the 3 previously ferocious and invincible lizards were actually killed by Lin Feng with ease, as if it's a parlor trick to him. Moreover, his methods were extremely brutal. Furthermore, Lin Feng did not look anything like a martial artist now. Are you really Lin Feng? Darden stammered in disbelief. Darden, you don't recognize me. Lin Feng, did you break the genetic lock again and become a divine realm martial artist? Griman seemed to have thought of something, and asked hurriedly. That's right. I broke the genetic lock and reached the divine realm. Lin Feng immediately shrunk his body. However, he was still naked. Even though Lin Feng was used to extraordinary experiences, he still felt somewhat embarrassed at this moment, especially with a female martial artist like Fu Lin around. Fu Lin hurriedly turned around. Lin Feng said awkwardly, Can anyone give me some clothes? The martial arts I practice are a little special, so wear mine. Griman took off a shirt for Lin Feng to put on for the time being to stop the situation from being too awkward. Looking at the blood on the ground and the corpses of the 3 lizards, Grim and the other 2 sighed. Lin Feng was actually the first to reach the divine realm they had always coveted. It had to be known that Lin Feng had only broken the genetic lock for a year. Even though Griman was also known as a genius, and even though Fu Lin and Darden were both called rare geniuses, they could not even feel jealous when facing Lin Feng. This had already exceeded their understanding. How could anyone break the genetic lock for the 2nd time within a year? Even the 9 sages could not possibly become divine realm martial artists in such a short period of time. But no matter what, Lin Feng had already become a divine realm martial artist. Moreover, he had killed 3 peak demon generals and saved their lives. It appeared that they could complete the mission now. I found the control room. We can go to the control room and try to shut down the defense mechanism of the ruins. Lin Feng explained briefly to the 3 of them, then led them to the control room. Only Griman stared at Lin Feng's back thoughtfully. He could clearly sense that when Lin Feng was fighting the 3 lizards just now, there was no fluctuation of astral power at all. Forget about divine realm martial artists. Even a meta-divine realm martial artist or a sage would mainly utilize astral power in battle. There was no fluctuation of astral power on Lin Feng's body at all. Yet he could easily kill 3 peak demon generals. Was this even possible? Moreover, Lin Feng's body had expanded into a small giant just now. Lin Feng's explanation was that he cultivated a special astral martial art. Grim was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never heard of such a miraculous martial art that could make a person's body expand so rapidly in an instant. However, Lin Feng had saved him in the end. Griman could only bury these doubts in his mind. Chapter 238 Teran Civilization. Chapter 238 Teran Civilization. Lin Feng led Griman, Fu Lin, and Darden to the control room successfully. They did not encounter any danger in the meantime. According to what Longbitham had said, this ruin should be a research institute of the 7th civilization. The strongest defense mechanism inside was probably the 3 lizards. After Lin Feng dealt with the 3 lizards, they could naturally come to the control room without obstruction. This is the control room. This was the first time Fu Lin and the others had come to the control room. They looked at the myriad of buttons. There was no way they could take over such a siffy control room. Hence, they could only immediately open the chip that Sage Kang had given them, hoping to find some solutions from it. Griman tried to contact them through the communicator, but there was no signal from it either. Lin Feng, on the other hand, calmly came to the big screen in the control room. At this moment, Longbitham returned to Lin Feng's communicator and said in Lin Feng's mind, "This ruin is indeed a research institute. In about 10 minutes, I will be able to completely deactivate the defense mechanism." "That's great. You don't have to take over the ruins. When the time comes, you'll contact Sage Kang and ask them to send professionals into the ruins. By the way, make it more realistic when you turn off the defense mechanism. Don't get discovered. You do not have to worry about these things." "Of course I know. However, there are many beneficial things in this ruin. There is also a message hidden within. Would you like to know what message?" "There's some information regarding the Teran civilization." "That is the 7th civilization. They call themselves the Teran civilization. There is some information regarding the reason for the destruction of the Teran civilization. There's such a message, show me." Hence, a message quickly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It had already been automatically translated into words that Lin Feng could recognize. This message was left behind by an ordinary researcher at the Research Institute. Originally, the Teran civilization was at its apex and had even conquered many areas. Some dire beast hordes were also controlled by the Teran civilization, and the Teran civilization even attempted to break out of the canopy. However, one day, a terrifying behemoth appeared. The word behemoth was used in the message. According to the description, the behemoth was so massive that it was unimaginable. As soon as the behemoth appeared, it began to destroy the Teran civilization. Moreover, the behemoth appeared able to command other dire beasts. Hence, under the continuous siege of a great many dire beasts and the behemoth. The Teran civilization came to a critical moment of life and death. The Teran civilization had a central computer that controlled the daily operation of the entire civilization. It was the product of the intelligence of the Teran civilization. However, as the behemoth trampled on the holy city and destroyed the central computer, the Teran civilization collapsed in an instant. Everyone in the Teran civilization was called to battle. Everyone in the research institute also retreated from the institute. Then, they activated the defense mechanism and never returned. This message was very short and simple, but some of the information revealed shocked Lin Feng. The Teran civilization was undoubtedly a highly advanced technological civilization. Just by looking at this research institute and the defense mechanism capable of threatening sages, it was obvious that the Teran civilization was definitely stronger than the current human civilization. However, such a powerful civilization had actually been destroyed. Moreover, those researchers left and never returned. All traces of the Teran civilization seemed to have been erased. The behemoth was mentioned repeatedly in this message. Could this behemoth be what destroyed the Teran civilization? But no matter what, the Teran civilization had been destroyed by an external force. How strong must this force of destruction be, that it could destroy such a powerful civilization? Lin Feng did not dare to think about it. Lombitham, with our current technological ability, can we translate this information? You can definitely translate it. This message is not that complicated. It can be translated in about 3 months. Since it can be translated, leave this message as it is and don't modify it. Lin Feng pondered. Why was the Teran civilization destroyed? Or rather, why were the first 8 civilizations destroyed? It had to be known that any race that could be considered a civilization must be massive. They must have powerful martial strength. For example, despite the many dire beasts in the outland in the present, they could not be considered a dire beast civilization. If the destruction of a civilization only occurred once, it might still be a natural disaster. However, if the destruction of civilizations occurred for a total of 8 times, it would be out of the ordinary. Since the first 8 civilizations could be destroyed, would human civilization be destroyed as well? Lombitham, you've been in this world for so long. You should know the real reason for the destruction of the Teran civilization, right? Or rather, do you know what the real reason for the destruction of the first 8 civilizations is? Lin Feng asked Lombitham. He did not believe that Lombitham would not know. Lombitham was silent for a long time before answering slowly. Your world is a little special. When I landed in your world back then, your world was still at the end of the second civilization. As for the reason for its destruction, I do know. However, this is not something you can deal with now. If you can undergo 4 life transitions one day, I will tell you everything I know. Lin Feng pondered. It was obvious that Lombitham knew the reason behind the destruction of the first 8 civilizations. In fact, Lombitham was either unwilling or afraid to say it. That meant that even with Lin Feng's current second life transition and cultivation of the tidal combat body, he still could not resolve the crisis. Lombitham was unwilling to say it, and Lin Feng did not force it. However, he already had a faint sense of crisis. Perhaps the 9 sages knew something, which was why they were so eager to find technology in ancient civilizations to enhance the overall strength of humanity. The defense mechanism has been switched off. Lin Feng, you just need to press that red button by accident, and the defense mechanism will be completely switched off. At that time, communication will not be a problem. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, Lombitham's voice sounded again. It turned out that the defense mechanism could already be switched off. Lin Feng naturally saw the red button that Lombitham mentioned. The reason why he did not ask Lombitham to turn off the defense mechanism directly was to avoid suspicion. Hence, Lin Feng said to Griman and the others, who were frowning and thinking hard, "Come over quickly." "What is it?" Fu Lin and the others walked over and looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng pointed at the red button and said with a serious expression, "I took a look just now. There are many devices here, but this red button is so eye-catching and is placed in the middle. I suspect that it's the control center. Should we press it and give it a try? Griman and the others were all a little hesitant. What if it was very dangerous? However, when they thought about how Lin Feng had already reached the divine realm, and the strength he had displayed previously, even if there was any danger, Lin Feng could deal with it. In any case, they had no clue. So they might as well give it a try. I agree. Let's give it a try. That's right. I agree too. Griman and the others all agreed to it. Hence, Lin Feng did not wait anymore. He immediately reached out and pressed the red button. Chapter 239 Rewards from Sages. Chapter 239 Rewards from Sages. Beep. As Lin Feng pressed the red button, the screens in the control room seemed to light up. That's the outside. The surveillance cameras are on. There are surveillance cameras in every cabin. Look at those rat dire beasts. They've all retreated. I think my communicator has a signal again. The defense mechanism must have been switched off. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Now that the defense mechanism was switched off and the communicator had a signal, everyone immediately contacted Sage Kang. When Sage Kang received the call from Lin Feng and the others, he was overjoyed. They had originally thought that Lin Feng and the others had failed, and did not expect the mission to actually be successful. Wait inside, Sage Yuan, and I will bring people over immediately. Sage Kang and Sage Yuan gathered a multitude of personnel as quickly as possible and rushed over. As expected, the defensive weapons outside the ruins did not react at all and no longer posed a threat to the sages. When Sage Kang led many scientists and martial artists into the control room and saw Lin Feng, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Sage Kang, Sage Yuan, we were fortunate enough to fulfill our mission and deactivate the defense mechanism. It's just that we haven't taken over the ruins yet. We need the scientists brought by the sages to work on it. Also, 6 of the 10 people who entered this time are dead. They are all heroes. I will award all 6 of them with the Hero of Humanity medal. All of you will be heroes of humanity, Sage Kang said, firmly and decisively. Hero of Humanity medal. Griman and the others were overjoyed. Lin Feng did not think much of it. After all, he had already obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. But Griman and the others had not. Thinking of the various benefits brought by the Hero of Humanity medal, Griman, Fu Lin, and Darden all felt that this trip was really worth it. Not only did they obtain 20 merit value, they also obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. By the way, you can tell us about what you encountered after entering the ruins, and how you switched off the defense mechanism. Lin Feng already expected the 2 sages to inquire about them, so we explained everything that had happened after coming to the ruins. Apart from the matters of the energy factory absorbing energy and him condensing the combat body, he explained everything in detail to the 2 sages. You mean, you underwent a second life transition and became a divine realm martial artist? Sage Kang was a little surprised as he stared intently at Lin Feng. Yes, I've already undergone 2 life transitions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill those 3 demon generals. Lin Feng did not conceal it. Moreover, with Griman, Fu Lin, and Darden around, he could not conceal it either. A 21-year-old divine realm martial artist. Sage Kang and Sage Yuan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, Lin Feng had broken the genetic lock and become an inhuman expert, even shocking the world with a single feat in the global martial arts competition. However, in reality, the sages did not think much of it. After all, there were many geniuses among humans, such as Griman, Lu Chen from back then, and so on. But how many of them could really undergo 4 life transitions? There was probably not a single one. Only Dongfang Sheng still had a trace of hope. However, even Dongfang Sheng had only undergone the second life transition and reached the divine realm at the age of 30. Lin Feng was only 21 years old, but he had already become a divine realm martial artist. He was definitely the youngest divine realm martial artist in history. It had to be known that in ancient times, the divine realm martial artists were deities that possessed all kinds of incredible abilities. Moreover, Sage Yuan and Sage Kang both knew that up until now, Lin Feng had only broken the genetic lock for a year. It's incredible that he could undergo another life transition in a year. However, be it Griman, Fu Lin, or Darden, all of them swore that Lin Feng had indeed become a divine realm martial artist. Lin Feng, you contributed the most to turning off the defense mechanism in the ruins this time. Other than 20 merit value. What else do you want? You and I can make the call. Indeed, the greatest contributor to being able to shut down the defensive mechanism of the ruins was Lin Feng. If not for Lin Feng, Griman and the others would probably have been annihilated this time. Moreover, Lin Feng already had the Hero of Humanity medal. Sage Kang could not just award 2 Hero of Humanity medals to Lin Feng. As for the highest honor of humanity, the meritorious service for humanity, it was still impossible for him to award it to Lin Feng now. After all the recipients of meritorious service for humanity were sages, and needed a contribution comparable to turning the tide and saving almost all of humanity to obtain the meritorious service for humanity medal. Lin Feng's current contributions were still somewhat lacking. Hence, Sage Kang and Sage Yuan also wanted to compensate Lin Feng. They simply asked Lin Feng to make his terms directly. What do I want? Lin Feng thought for a moment. What exactly did he want if he had not undergone a second life transition yet? He would definitely want as much merit value as possible. There was no such thing as too much merit value when all of it would come in useful. At least it could be used to purchase some energy. But now, he already had enough merit value. Moreover, there was still a long time before he could undergo a third transition. Now was not the time to accumulate energy. Then what did he want? After some thought, Lin Feng said hesitantly, Sage Kang, due to the incident in Stone City last time, I was deployed to the south mountain base by the academic faction, and have to guard it for a full year before I can take a leave. It's been a long time since I visited my family, so I'd just like a leave. A leave? Sage Kang and Sage Yuan looked at each other, not sure whether to be dismayed or amused. Was the prestige of 2 sages only worth applying a leave for Lin Feng? Even the thought of it felt undignified. Sage Kang pondered for a moment before saying, It's only right that you're granted leave. He'll make the decision on Invincible's behalf. You are granted 3 months of leave. Is that enough? 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 Thank you, Sage. 3 months of leave was extremely precious for Lin Feng. It was assuredly enough. However, to Sage Kang, it was a small matter, indeed, and insufficient to reward Lin Feng for making such a huge contribution. Hence, Sage Kang continued, since you've already become a divine realm martial artist, it's no longer appropriate for you to guard the South Mountain base. How about this? Since you'd like to reunite with your family, you can be the legate of Central Sea City. The legate of Central Sea City. Lin Feng was stunned. This was simply great news. Although staying at the front line was quite good, how could it compare to being the legate of Central Sea City and being able to accompany his family? Lin Feng, are you willing to be the legate of Central Sea City? Yes. I'm willing. Lin Feng agreed immediately with almost no hesitation at all. This was a great thing. Even many divine realm martial artists could not become legates so easily, let alone be the legate of their hometown. Seeing Lin Feng's excited expression, Sage Kang smiled as well. He continued, You don't have to be so happy so prematurely. Let's make it clear first. You can only serve as legate for 3 years at most. Once the 3 years are up, you must go to the front line. Understood? Lin Feng naturally knew about the new policy for martial artists. Even if he was the legate, he could not hold the position for long. Once the deadline was up, he had to go to the front line. All right, you are all tired. Go back to the base and rest first. Sage Kang waved his hand, allowing Lin Feng and the others to leave the ruins and return to the base. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, Sage Yuan suddenly said, The fluctuations from descending star power are incredibly great for a divine realm martial artist. How come we haven't found anything? With the astuteness of the sages, how could they have not noticed Lin Feng's uniqueness? Lin Feng has secrets. I didn't sense any astral power fluctuations from his body. But his physical body is too strong, even stronger than those demon generals. It's also true that he killed those 3 demon generals. Looks like he obtained an extraordinary legacy. Sage Kang narrowed his eyes slightly and said meaningfully, "You're saying that Lin Feng had obtained the legacy of an ancient civilization before? Perhaps. How can such a genius who rose within such a short period of time not have any fortuitous encounters among the 9 sages? Which of us never had any fortuitous encounters back then? If I hadn't obtained the legacy of an ancient civilization, I wouldn't have been able to undergo 4 life transitions either. Yes, Lin Feng's secret must be kept. I think very highly of him. He even has a better chance than Dongfeng Sheng." "You mean the chance of becoming the 10th sage, Elder Kang? You do have high hopes for this little fellow. We might not have much time left. The more power we have, the more hope humanity has." With that, Sage Kang retracted his gaze. This ruin was the most important thing at the moment. Chapter 240 Changing Forms. Chapter 240 Changing Forms. Lin Feng returned to the base where Sage Kang and the others were. He bade farewell to Griman and the others before returning to his room to rest. Lin Feng had completed this mission satisfactorily. Although many people had died, it was not Lin Feng's responsibility. Moreover, they had obtained the Hero of Humanity medal. Their deaths could be considered worthy. Lin Feng had gained a lot from entering the ruins this time. Not only had he undergone a second life transition, he had also cultivated the tidal combat body. Even Lin Feng himself did not know how strong he was. However, what he was even more excited about was that he could go home and become the legate in Central Sea City even though the order had not been passed down yet. With Sage Kang's guarantee, the order to be the legate in Central Sea City would definitely come in the next few days. Lin Feng had yet to completely familiarize himself with and adapt to the tidal combat body. He extended his hand. With a thought, his arm expanded rapidly. Now, Lin Feng could already control the tidal combat body to erupt in a certain part of his body. Lin Feng felt a little awkward when the tidal combat body was retracted. Actually, after his genes were restructured, his 200-meter-long body could be considered his true form. As for his present state, it came from forcefully compressing his cells to transform back. To maintain this form, Lin Feng had to suppress his combat body at all times. Fortunately, Lin Feng's mental power was very strong, so he was not afraid of being unable to suppress it. The tidal combat body was good in every aspect. But there was one thing that Lin Feng could not let go of. Once he used the tidal combat body, his entire body would be naked, and every part of his body would become larger. At that time, he would be completely naked. Some things were just too eye-catching. Back in the ruins, Fu Lin's face was flushed because Lin Feng was completely naked at that time. It was too embarrassing. Lombitham, is there a way for me to use my combat body without being naked? Lin Feng was human, after all, and had a sense of morality and shame. It felt too awkward to be naked like that in every battle. According to your human sense of morality, it is indeed somewhat inappropriate to be naked. However, this matter is actually very easy to resolve. Every time the Great Master uses the combat body, we do not see Master naked either. You can already restructure cells and control the cells. Is it that difficult to conjure a layer of armor? But my innate ability of armor doesn't seem to be working anymore. Why would this require any innate ability? Your combat body is so strong. Is it that difficult for you to rearrange the cells a little? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. That's right. The combat body was so massive. And with his powerful mental power, rearranging a few cells would not affect the combat body at all. However, it could conceal certain parts of his body very well. I see. Having understood, with a thought, A layer of black cuticle scales immediately appeared on his arm. They were densely packed, like a layer of armor, and quickly covered Lin Feng's entire body. The so-called innate abilities are actually some changes in arrangement on the cellular level. All your dire beast genes have integrated into your combat body. You can also control cells. This minor innate ability is nothing if you can understand the cellular arrangement of certain dire beasts. You can even become a dire beast, changing forms. Lin Feng was stunned. That's right. He could already control the changes on the cellular level now. If he could understand the cellular arrangement of a wild bovine, he could even control the cells and transform into a wild bovine. Moreover, it would be a real wild bovine. It would be completely different from certain illusions, but one that had changed forms from the inside out, and was no different from a real wild bovine. If there was any difference, it would probably be the difference in genes. The ability to transform into anything was an ability of the myths, but could humans really transform into anything at least? Lin Feng could do what Longbitham had said about transforming into those dire beasts. However, how complicated was the cellular arrangement of those dire beasts? It was already extremely difficult to study just one type of dire beast, let alone memorize its cellular arrangement. Moreover, even if Lin Feng transformed into a wild bovine, what use was it? Apart from being a novelty and spectacle, what else could it do? Longbitham, didn't you say that there are natural planetary lifeforms in the cosmos? If I study the cellular arrangement of planetary lifeforms thoroughly, will I be able to transform into a planetary lifeform? Lin Feng quickly thought of a shortcut in cultivation. He could control cells. Transforming into an ordinary dire beast was definitely not worth it. There were no benefits at all. But what about transforming into those planetary lifeforms? Your idea is very good. Looks like you are not stupid either. You can indeed transform into those planetary lifeforms. However, those planetary lifeforms all have unimaginable amounts of cells. Forget about the number of cells you have now. Even if you undergo another life transition, or 4 or 5 life transitions, you will still be far from comparable to a planetary lifeform. If you do not even have enough cells, how can you transform? Only by becoming a planetary lifeform can you transform into those natural planetary lifeforms. But then, what is the use? The combat body you cultivate is already the form most suitable for you. What would be the point of transforming into other planetary lifeforms? Lin Feng fell silent. On careful thought, this made sense. The combat body was already powerful enough, and it was the most suitable form for him. Transforming into another life form would be meaningless. It seemed like some in the universe had long thought of these wondrous ideas of his, but they were all impractical. Actually, it is not completely impractical. Some natural planetary lifeforms have certain highly unique abilities that can be very useful under special conditions. However, studying a planetary lifeform thoroughly is just too difficult, and may be very time-consuming. If you have the time for it, you may as well think about how to further your life transitions. Lin Feng did not know if Longbitham was right. He planned to find some time to study the cellular arrangement of some dire beasts and see how complicated it was. However, with Longbitham's hint, Lin Feng could easily change the arrangement of some cells. His body was quickly covered in a layer of black scales. At least this solved the problem of being naked every time he used his combat body. In fact, the black scales were not too attractive either, and looked similar to dire beasts. Lin Feng continued to study it for a while, before finally changing into a layer of gray armor. It did not look too abrupt. Every time he used his combat body, no matter how massive it was, his body would be covered in such a mighty armor. This armor was actually useless in battle. It was simply an adornment. However, at least when Lin Feng was fighting, he did not have to be as awkward in front of others as before. Chapter 241 Purchasing an Airship. Chapter 241 Purchasing an Airship. Beep. Lin Feng's communicator suddenly beeped with a reminder. The 10 Merit value has been transferred. Lin Feng hurriedly logged into the Marshall Domain Network to check his account. As expected, Lin Feng already had 27,307 merit value in his account. Before, he only had 17,307, as he had completed the mission. The subsequent 10,000 merit value in reward was also distributed. Even many Divine Realm experts might not be able to obtain so much merit value. But what should he buy with it? Lin Feng did not lack cultivation techniques now. As for martial arts, they were actually useless to Lin Feng. He had already embarked on the cosmic cultivation system and cultivated the combat body. Even the martial arts used by sages were useless to Lin Feng. Certain miraculous items might be useful for Lin Feng's mental power. But Lin Feng was not in a hurry to improve his mental power right now. After all, he had just undergone a second life transition. Be it his mental power or his combat body, it was necessary to stabilize, familiarize with and polish both. Advancing too quickly was not necessarily a good thing. At least for now, Lin Feng had not even completely familiarized himself with his title combat body. This all required time. Right. It's too troublesome to take the airship home this time. I still have to wait for the airship. Can I buy an airship then traveling? Anywhere will be very convenient in the future. Lin Feng was moved by the thought. Airships, especially small airships, could only be purchased by those of the wealthy class. And they had to be people with certain privileges. For example, some transportation companies could purchase airships. And some officials and dignitaries could also purchase airships. As for martial artists, ordinary martial artists were not allowed to purchase them. On the other hand, metamorphic realm martial artists benefited from the new policy for martial artists that was introduced not long ago, which raised the status of martial artists. Hence, metamorphic realm martial artists could also be purchase airships. Not to mention that Lin Feng was now a divine realm martial artist. With an airship, Lin Feng could even visit Chen at the Polar Academy frequently in the future. He could travel there and back within a day. It would be really convenient. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more tempted he became. But the amount of money required to purchase an airship was simply astronomical. Lin Feng did not have that much money. However, everything could be found on the Marshall Domain Network. There were only too many goods the 5 major factions had put on sale. Hence, Lin Feng quickly found the airship under the academic faction panel. The Marshall Domain Network was indeed worthy of a platform controlled by the 5 major factions. One could find anything here. Even airships. There was a wide array of dazzling airships. From large transport airships mainly for transporting goods, to small airships that carried about 100 passengers. There were also miniature airships, which could only accommodate about 30 people. There were also armed airships among these airships. The firepower they were equipped with was rather powerful, and could even pose a threat to ordinary demons. However, these armed airships were extremely expensive. After all, as everyone knew, ordinary firearms were useless against dire beasts. It was obvious how precious weapons that could injure demons were. Lin Feng did not choose large airships. The fuselages of those large airships were too huge. They had to be parked in special lots every time, which was very inconvenient. As for armed airships, Lin Feng did not consider them at all. With his strength, what need was there for weapons? It was simply a waste. Moreover, what Lin Feng needed was a personal airship, not something to carry passengers or for business. Hence, he did not consider the small airships either. From the rest, he could only choose a miniature airship. Most of these miniature airships were between 10 and 100 meters long, and could carry ranging from a few to dozens of passengers. What Lin Feng needed was a private airship. It had to be fast. It would be best if the interior decorations were more luxurious and comfortable. This way, long flights would not be too exhausting. Hence, Lin Feng chose a miniature airship. The fuselage was only 15 meters long, so it could be considered a very miniature airship. It could only accommodate a dozen or so passengers. It was extremely fast. and could reach up to 5 times the speed of sound. Moreover, the facilities inside were very luxurious. There was even a bed that could be used for rest. This was specially prepared for the extremely wealthy and some meta-divine realm martial artists. Hence, the price was also exorbitant. Just this airship alone cost 18 merit value. Even the sum of all the wealth of many divine realm martial artists did not add up to 18 merit value, and even meta-divine realm martial artists could not all afford such an airship. However, Lin Feng was very tempted. He currently had more than 20 merit value, and could entirely afford to purchase such an airship, although he was only a divine realm martial artist now, and it seemed a bit of a waste to purchase such an airship. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he specialized in hunting those greater demons. Why would he need to worry about merit value? Moreover, with this extremely fast airship, it would be very convenient for him to travel anywhere in the future. At this thought, Lin Feng was persuaded. He'll buy it. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and immediately bought this airship. Lin Feng had the Hero of Humanity medal and could get a 20 discount. For the 18 merit value, it cost a total of 14,400 merit value. Beep. Thank you for your purchase. Your miniature airship will arrive at your base in 3 days. Please take note and receive it. Lin Feng received a notification. He checked the merit value in his account again. There was only 12,907 merit value left. After purchasing the airship, Lin Feng decided he might as well purchase some things for his family. It had to be known that the items in the Martial Domain Network's online shop were not available for sale in ordinary places. They were all very precious. After all, every bit of merit value was very precious. Lin Feng bought a lot of things, but only spent 7 merit value, compared to the merit value spent on the airship, cultivation, techniques, martial arts, and so on. The pure consumer goods Lin Feng bought for his family were shockingly cheap. Of course, they were only relatively cheap. These things could not be purchased outside, and cost 7 merit value. In reality, they were also very expensive. After all, ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists could only obtain 5 merit value a year at the front line. Lin Feng spent 7 merit value just to buy some pure consumer goods for his family. To ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists, this was far too extravagant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The airship Lin Feng had purchased had arrived at the base. Vroom! Lin Feng heard a rumble outside the door. A beautiful miniature airship landed on the ground. Many martial artists were staring at the airship and discussing excitedly. What a beautiful airship! Of course, this is the latest model manufactured by Deep Blue Corporation. It is one of the most luxurious miniature airships in the world. On the Martial Domain Network, it costs as much as 18 merit value. What? 18 merit value? Oh my god. Even Divine Realm martial artists probably can't afford it. Which meta-divine realm martial artist from our base bought this? There are only a few meta-divine realm martial artists in our base. None of them have private airships. It doesn't seem like they would buy such an expensive private airship. Could Sage Kang and Sage Yuni have bought it? Looking at the beautiful and luxurious airship, envy appeared in the eyes of many martial artists. This was like ordinary people looking at those top-notch supercars. Every martial artist dreamed of owning such an airship. However, such an expensive airship was destined to be affordable to very few martial artists. Looking at it was all they could do. Chapter 242 Seeking Truce. Chapter 242 Seeking Truce. There were a lot of onlookers. After the airship landed, the door opened, and 2 martial artists, a man and a woman, walked out. Judging from their glamorous uniform, they were obviously employees of Deep Blue Corporation. Excuse me? Is Mr. Lin Feng in the base? The man asked the surrounding people. Lin Feng? Could it be Lin Feng from the Global Martial Arts Competition? That's impossible. How can Lin Feng afford such an expensive airship? Heh. He may really be able to afford it. Lin Feng obtained the first place in the Global Martial Arts Competition, and he already received a reward of 10 merit value. This time, Lin Feng and the others followed Sage Kang and Sage Yuan here to that secret ruin. How can there not be a reward? That's right. From the looks of it, it's really possible that Lin Feng bought it. But it's such a waste to spend so much merit value to buy an airship. How many resources can one buy in the Marshall Domain network with so much merit value? It's really too much of a waste. Perhaps all those geniuses don't understand how difficult it is to earn merit value. The martial artists in this secret base did know about that ruin. They also knew that Lin Feng and the others had been brought here by Sage Kang and Sage Yuan. Perhaps they were here to carry out some secret missions. However, Lin Feng's purchase of such a luxurious airship still made them feel that it was too wasteful. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the crowd. It was Lin Feng. He had actually already seen the airship. Its appearance was indeed very satisfactory to him. The 15-meter-long fuselage was not too huge. It could even be landed in a slightly larger courtyard. Moreover, arriving and leaving was very convenient. Dear Mr. Lin Feng, this is the miniature airship you purchased. We are here to manage the handover procedures for you. Please enter the airship for inspection. Lin Feng nodded, then walked into the airship. The facilities in the airship were indeed luxurious. There was a living room, a virtual cabin, a huge screen, and a projector. There was also a lounge and a luxurious bed. It really had everything one needed, just like a luxurious hotel. Although it was said to carry more than 10 passengers, in reality, if there was really an emergency, it could carry dozens of people without any issues. Mr. Lin Feng, this airship is the latest model of our Deep Blue company. It's autonomous. You just need to input the destination, and the airship will arrive autonomously. Moreover, the flight is very stable. Even if you rest on the airship, you wouldn't be affected at all. If you want to operate it manually and enjoy the joy of piloting, it's very simple as well. You just need to activate the semi-automatic operation. Even if there's a mistake in the operation, the system can automatically intervene and adjust the flying posture at any time. The female staff member introduced the various functions and operating methods of the airship to Lin Feng in detail. Very good. I'm very satisfied. Lin Feng was naturally very satisfied, and signed to accept the airship. Dear Mr. Lin, thank you very much for purchasing the product of our Deep Blue Corporation. In view of your distinguished status, we present you a Deep Blue Corporation VIP card for enjoying the various services of Deep Blue Corporation. Lin Feng put away the VIP card. He might not be able to use it now, but his relatives and friends might be able to use it in the future. After the two of them left, Lin Feng asked Longbitham, can you check if there's anything wrong with this airship? Lin Feng would not really just take the two of them at their word. Longbitham must be very familiar with technological products like airships. Longbitham inspected it for a while and said, other than how its positioning will be transmitted to Deep Blue Corporation at all times, there is no problem. Positioning, you mean that the Deep Blue Corporation will know the location of this airship? Doesn't that mean they'll know my location in the future? That is right. This was a troublesome matter. Deep Blue Corporation might be doing this in consideration of the safety of their customers. If the airship encountered any accidents, they could send aid. However, Lin Feng still felt somewhat uncomfortable that his location was monitored by someone else. Can you cancel the positioning? Of course I can cancel it. Longbitham tinkered for a while longer, and finally resolved the issue of positioning. Now, Deep Blue Corporation could no longer monitor the whereabouts of this airship. Not bad. The airship has arrived. It's time for me to head home too. However, I have to say goodbye to Griman, Fu Lin, and Darden first. Hence, Lin Feng walked out of the airship, found Griman and the others, and bade farewell to the three of them. Griman and the others could be considered companions who went through life-or-death situations with Lin Feng. Out of the 10 people, only the 4 of them survived. They had a friendship from shared experiences of life or death. Hence, The four of them exchanged contact information with each other. Then, Lin Feng left. After Lin Feng moved all the gifts he had bought for his family onto the airship, he prepared to set off. However, on second thought, he had not been home for a year. He should contact his family first. Otherwise, his homecoming would be more of a shock than a pleasant surprise. Therefore, he took out his communicator and dialed his father's number. In the Lin family's villa, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, as well as Lin Kian, who was on leave, were in the living room. Today, a special guest came to the Lin family villa. Mr. Lin's expression was a little dark, but he still said grudgingly, "Mr. Zhao, I've already said that we don't know when Lin Feng will return." It turned out that this special guest was Zhao Peng's father, Zhao Beisheng. Zhao Beisheng had already visited the Lin family's villa for 3 consecutive days. He had even stood outside the Lin family's villa for a full 3 hours, and could be considered full of sincerity. The Lin family had no choice but to receive Zhao Beisheng. What was Zhao Beisheng doing in the Lin family? It was very simple. He wanted to seek truce. That's right. The Zhao family was afraid, and Zhao Beisheng was afraid. In fact, if Zhao Beisheng had any other method, why would he embarrass himself by coming to the Lin family just 3 days ago? He had personally visited the Lin family, but the Lin family did not open the door, leaving him to stand outside for a full 3 hours. Zhao Beisheng almost could not resist flying into a rage, but he did not. He was very forbearing. He knew that the Zhao family was in a very difficult situation now. This time, his eldest brother, Zhao Dinsheng, had given the strict order that they must bow down to the Lin family. When Lin Feng was just an ordinary metamorphic realm martial artist in the past, the Zhao family could still resist it. Both parties were inhuman experts. It's not like Lin Feng could actually kill Zhao Dinsheng. As for the Zhao family, they were the family of an inhuman expert. Under the new policy for martial artists, who would dare to make things difficult for them? However, after Lin Feng shocked the world with a single feat in the global martial arts competition and obtained first place, the Zhao family could no longer sit still. Zhao Dinsheng even returned personally, just to completely resolve the feud between the Lin and Zhao families. Of course, if he wanted to resolve the feud between the Lin and Zhao families, he had to discuss it with Lin Feng. Hence, Zhao Beisheng came to the Lin family every day to harass them, only because he wanted to know when Lin Feng would return. Zhao Beisheng stood up and said with a smile, "It's all right. He'll visit the Lin family again tomorrow." Zhao Beisheng had no choice. He had to bow his head this time. Zhao Dinsheng had even paid a huge price to invite a divine realm martial artist to be the mediator. According to Zhao Dinsheng, Lin Feng had yet to reach the divine realm. If the Zhao family invited that divine realm martial artist over, they could still pressure Lin Feng. When the time came, both parties would reconcile. Even if Lin Feng became a divine realm martial artist in the future, he would not really fall out with them and break his promise by attacking the Zhao family. Hence, they had to hope that Lin Feng would arrive home as soon as possible, so that they could reconcile with him as soon as possible. However, Zhao Beisheng never received an affirmative answer after visiting the Lin family 3 times. At this moment, Mr. Lin's communicator rang. "Fenger, you'll be coming home this afternoon. How can I not be happy? Your mother has been looking forward to your return for a long time. It's great that you're coming home now. I'll ask your mother to prepare a nice meal." Haha. Turning off the communicator, Mr. Lin's face was filled with joy. "Dad, third brother is coming back." "That's right. Fenger is coming back, and he'll be home in the afternoon." At this moment, Mr. Lin glanced at Zhao Beisheng. Zhao Beisheng understood and immediately bade farewell. "Since Lin Feng is back, big brother and I will visit him personally another day." With that, Zhao Beisheng turned around and left in a hurry. Chapter 243 The Sage's Reminder. Chapter 243 The Sage's Reminder. Big brother, Lin Feng is returning. He'll be home this afternoon. Xiao Beisheng hurriedly returned to the Zhao family's villa. Zhao Dinsheng had returned some time ago, and as soon as he returned, he decisively took action to express his goodwill to the Lin family. Even though doing this might damage the Zhao family's reputation, what was reputation worth? How could it be more important than the survival of the Zhao family? Xiao Dinsheng's expression lit up. Lin Feng had finally returned. Very good, Beisheng. It's really been hard on you this time, making you bow down to the Lin family. However, there's nothing we can do about it. You don't know how much influence Lin Feng has among martial artists after obtaining the first place in the global martial arts competition. Our Zhao family has stumbled this time, and we have really stumbled hard. We must think of a way to remedy things. Big brother, it's all my fault. Zhao Beisheng also felt very guilty. The Zhao family's rise was actually all thanks to Zhao Dinsheng, the inhuman expert. Otherwise, how could the Zhao family have established itself in Central Sea City? Beisheng, this isn't your fault. Since we've made a mistake previously, we have to think of a way to remedy it. Fortunately, I paid a small price and invited a divine realm martial artist from our freelance cultivators union to come forward. With a divine realm martial artist coming forward, I believe Lin Feng will show a little respect. Then, we can reconcile. Even if we lose a little in the process, it won't be to the extent that Lin Feng's influence will make it impossible for our Zhao family to gain a foothold in Central Sea City in the future. Big brother, are you talking about that Mr. Shang? That's right. Lord Shang Yuntao is one of the famous divine realm martial artists from our freelance cultivators union. With him around, there will definitely be no problem. I'll contact Lord Shang Yuntao and ask him to come to Central Sea City as soon as possible. Zhao Beisheng heaved a long sigh. It was all because of Zhao Ping. If not for Zhao Ping, this unfilial son, how could the Zhao family have become enemies with the Lin family? Dad, uncle, have you settled things with the Lin family? Zhao Ping said listlessly at the moment. It was as if he had just gotten out of bed. There was no knowing where he was fooling around earlier. Unfilial son, if you fool around like this every day in the future, no one can save you. Zhao Beisheng could no longer control Zhao Ping. He also expected better from Zhao Ping, but there was nothing he could do to change Zhao Ping's current state. Moreover, Zhao Ping was the only male descendant in the Zhao family. This was the result of his doting on Zhao Ping. Beisheng, let Zhao Ping get married as soon as possible. It'll best if he can inherit the Zhao family's lineage as soon as possible. Xiao Dinsheng glanced coldly at Zhao Ping. He had completely given up on this nephew. If the Zhao family had any other male descendants, trash like Zhao Ping would have long been kicked out. But now, Zhao Ping was unmarried. Before he had children, Zhao Ping had to live, and the Zhao family had to protect Zhao Ping. How comfortable. It's so stable even at 5 times the speed of sound. Lin Feng sat on the spacious and comfortable sofa and looked at the scenery outside the airship. Actually, it was all white outside, and there was nothing much to look at. Moreover, the speed was so fast. At 5 times the speed of sound, even if there was any beautiful scenery, it would be gone in the blink of an eye. At this speed, he would be able to return to Central Sea in a few hours. At this moment, Lin Feng's communicator rang. It was an unfamiliar number. However, Lin Feng still picked up. Lin Feng, not bad, not bad. You are indeed worthy of my high opinion. Haha. You've really made me and the Myriad Academy proud. Dean, how could Lin Feng not recognize the voice? It was clearly the voice of the Dean of the Myriad Academy, and one of the 9 sages of the world. The invincible fist sage. Sage Kang has told me the basics. You've done a good job this time and made a huge contribution. I've approved the 3-month leave. As for you taking the position of the legate of Central Sea City, there's no problem as well. Your information has already been sent to the law enforcement team of Central Sea City. You can take office at any time. Thank you, Dean. There's no need to thank me. You deserve it. However, you must also seize the time and cultivate. Don't slack off. Try to undergo 3 life transitions as soon as possible. Elder Kang thinks you have a good chance of becoming the 10th sage. Lin Feng was also shocked. He did not expect Sage Kang to think so highly of him. By the way, there's one more thing you have to be careful about. By being in the limelight at the global martial arts competition, and you've actually already attracted the attention of certain people. Moreover, you've undergone a second life transition and become a divine realm martial artist in such a short period of time. Sage Kang and I will protect you. Of course. But sometimes, things are beyond our reach. Therefore, you have to be careful. Where there's darkness, there's light. Every expert has to undergo all kinds of hardships to stand at the peak. I believe you can too. Understood. Thank you for the advice. Dean. After turning off his communicator, Lin Feng's expression gradually turned somber. Apart from the fact that the Invincible Fist Sage had officially appointed Lin Feng as the legate of Central Sea City, the most important thing was to remind Lin Feng that some people and some factions might have certain ideas regarding Lin Feng. Lin Feng had only interacted with Sage Kang and the Invincible Fist Sage a few times, but he trusted them very much. In fact, Sage Kang and Sage Yuani had probably discovered how he did not have any astral power in his body, but they still never asked anything. This was for his protection. However, in this world, where light is, there darkness will be also. The 9 sages were prestigious and powerful, and they tried their best to unite all the forces they could. The 5 major factions had also been propelling the human society into the era of martial artists. However, there would always be certain factions and certain people who would disregard everything for their own interests. This was impossible to eliminate, for this was human nature. In the past, Lin Feng might have been a little intimidated, but now, Lin Feng had already undergone 2 life transitions and successfully cultivated the combat body. Who else would he be afraid of? If those people did not come, he would let matters rest. If they really came, he would not go easy on them. The airship at 5 times the speed of sound quickly reached the human cities, and arrived at Central Sea City in a few hours. A year later, Lin Feng finally returned to Central Sea City. Looking at the familiar city, streets, and scenery, Lin Feng felt rather emotional. Back when he left Central Sea City, he swore that he would definitely break the genetic lock and cure his strange illness. Who would have thought that in just a year, Lin Feng would not only break the genetic lock, but also become a divine realm martial artist? The opportunities in the world were just so incredible. Even Lin Feng felt like he was in a dream when he thought about it now. The airship began to lower its altitude. It slowed down and slowly flew towards the Lin family's villa area. However, airships were rare to begin with. Moreover, this airship was the latest model of Deep Blue Corporation. Its sleek appearance was very eye-catching. Soon, people discovered the flying airship. Even though Central Sea City was a famous economic capital with an extremely developed economy and many wealthy businessmen, large airships were very common, and small private airships like this were extremely rare. In particular, private airships were often not something that could be bought with money alone, and required a certain status. What kind of airship is this? How come I haven't seen it before? The appearance is just too cool. Could it be the new toy of Zia family's heir? Heh. New toy, let me tell you. This airship alone is worth at least 1/10 of the Zia family's wealth. Moreover, it's not something that can be bought with money alone. This is the latest model of Deep Blue Corporation, and also the most luxurious airship. It's never sold publicly, but only to some powerful martial artists or high-ranking politicians. No way. Can't the Zia family's heir afford this airship? Heh. Not only can't he afford it, the Zia family's heir isn't qualified to buy this airship at all. I guess it must have been purchased by a powerful martial artist. Only those powerful martial artists can be extravagant enough to purchase such an advanced private airship. Seeing the airship heading towards the villa area, many people immediately took photos and uploaded them online to ask for specific information about the airship. There were indeed many capable figures on the internet. A veteran in the industry stated how precious this airship was. For a time, everyone's attention was focused on the owner of this airship. Who in Central Sea City could purchase such a precious private airship? Chapter 244 Back. Chapter 244 Back. Afternoon had already arrived. In the Lin family's villa, Mr. and Mrs. Lin had been busy all morning, preparing for Lin Feng's return. Lin Qian even specially dressed up. Out of the 3 brothers in her family, she was the closest to her third brother, Lin Feng. Not to mention that Lin Feng had saved her before. Even her eldest brother, Lin Yang, had postponed the meeting in the company and specially returned home to welcome Lin Feng. It's already afternoon. Why hasn't third brother contacted us yet? The eldest son, Lin Yang, frowned. Lin Qian suddenly said, Dad, Mom, why don't you ask big brother when he'll get off the airship first? We can go and pick him up. That's right. We were so busy being happy that we forgot to ask what time he'll get off the airship. I'll contact him immediately. Mr. Lin patted his head. He was really overjoyed. If Lin Feng was coming back, he must be taking an airship. However, Mr. Lin had asked about neither the time nor the airport. After all, there were a total of 3 airports in Central Sea City. Just as Mr. Lin was about to contact Lin Feng, many people suddenly rushed over from outside. There was even a hint of excitement on their faces. What happened? The Lin family was a little confused. Then, Lin Qian walked out. She raised her head and gradually widened her mouth. She shouted, Dad, Mom, come quickly. What a beautiful airship. An airship? Why is there an airship in our villa area? The Lin family was very surprised. So they all walked out the door. At this moment, they all saw an airship about 10 meters tall flying over not far away. It was actually very rare to see such a small airship. But the Lin family were not ordinary people either. They could tell at a glance that this airship was extraordinary. This must be a private airship. In the entire Central Sea City, the number of people who could own private airships could be counted on one hand. What a beautiful airship. Big brother, when can you buy an airship like this? Let me have fun and see what a private airship is like. Lin Qian said enviously. Lin Yang smiled weakly and shook his head. I don't have that much money to buy a private airship. Moreover, private airships aren't things that can be bought with money alone. They can only be bought by powerful martial artists. However, those are basically all divine realm martial artists. For example, I've seen the legate of Central Sea City's private airship before. Lin Yang was considered experienced and knowledgeable. He naturally knew what it meant to own a private airship. It was not something that could be bought with money alone. Ordinary tycoons in Central Sea City could only compete about their supercars. But no matter how fast a sports car was, it was nothing compared to a private airship. The two were not comparable at all. Why did the airship land in front of our villa? Lin Qian saw the airship slowly descend and stop in front of the Lin family's villa. Such an airship naturally attracted the attention of the security guards in the district. Under normal circumstances, even cars outside had to register to enter the district. After all, this was a high-end villa district. The people who lived here were either wealthy or of high status. They did not dare to be careless in terms of security. However, after those security guards had already chased such a private airship here, they did not dare to approach it. Buzz! Suddenly, the airship shook slightly, and the hatch opened. A figure walked out of the airship. This, a martial artist, and an inhuman expert at that. That's right. Only inhuman experts can walk in the air. However, why is this person so young? Moreover, he seems very familiar. Haha, he's more than familiar. He's the pride of our Central Sea City. Did you forget the global martial arts competition? Global martial arts competition, I remember now. It's Lin Feng. The first place in the global martial arts competition. I think he's from the Lin family in Central Sea. It's really Lin Feng. He's back. He actually owns such a private airship. That's no easy feat. Many people immediately recognized the figure that walked out of the airship. It was Lin Feng. Pride of Central Sea City being the first place in the global martial arts competition came with more fame than any celebrity. There was not a single person in Central Sea City who did not know Lin Feng. Seeing that it was Lin Feng who walked out of the airship, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, as well as Lin Yong and Lin Qian, were all stunned. It was Lin Qian who suddenly shouted in surprise, "Third brother, is it really you?" Lin Yong also came back to his senses and stared intently at the figure in the air. Lin Feng. That's right, that was his third brother. Lin Feng. Compared to before, although Lin Feng's face was still youthful, his gaze was very profound. His body emitted a certain aura of confidence, strength, and fearlessness. He had changed. He looked completely different from before, when he appeared thin and refined. Fenger, is it really you? Mrs. Lin could not help but weep. Back then, she had disagreed with Lin Feng going to the Myriad Academy. Lin Feng's body was so frail, and he was afflicted with a strange illness. He had to rely on himself for everything in the Myriad Academy. How difficult would that be? As a mother, Mrs. Lin could not bear to see Lin Feng lead such a difficult life. However, Lin Feng did not let her down in the end. He did not let the Lin family down. Not only did he break the genetic lock and cure his strange illness, he even became famous worldwide. He defeated many geniuses in the world and obtained first place in the global martial arts competition. Mrs. Lin did not even dare to dream about such an achievement and honor. Lin Feng walked down step by step. He looked at the familiar faces in front of him. His parents, big brother, and the little sister were all his closest family. Dad, Mom, back in the living room. Lin Feng, his parents, his eldest brother Lin Yong, and his youngest sister Lin Qian were gathered. Lin Feng carried many gifts down from the airship. They were all for his family. Ordinary people could not buy these things even if they wanted to. There were things that extended one's lifespan, and even things that slowed aging, specially prepared for parents. There were also some beauty herbs, all of which were rare and precious species obtained in the depths of the outland. Lin Qian liked them so much, she could not put them down. Lin Yong also picked a string of beads. Wearing them could refresh one's mind and make one feel energetic. These things were priced but not available on the market. Many wealthy people could not buy them, no matter how much money they had. They were not even qualified to enter the martial domain network, let alone buy these things. As for whether there were martial artists who specialized in selling them, that was almost impossible. Every merit value was very important to martial artists. Who would waste merit value for some money? Fenger, it's been hard on you this year. Mrs. Lin studied Lin Feng carefully. She had a feeling that Lin Feng had suffered a lot. Mr. Lin said in relief. Fenger, you're really hardworking. Although you didn't return, you broke the genetic lock and obtained first place in the global martial arts competition. The Lin Corporation also has a much better time. This was the effect of fame. Only Lin Yong opened his mouth, but did not say anything. Big brother, what are you trying to say? Lin Feng also realized that his big brother was acting unnaturally. So he asked directly, Lin Feng, I know you're an inhuman expert now, but that airship outside is too ostentatious. Although I don't know what the martial world thinks. There are many inhuman experts in Central Sea City, but the number of people who own airships can be counted on one hand. In the entire law enforcement team of Central Sea City, only the legate has an airship, and it's apparently bought only after many years of accumulation. Lin Yong was saying this in concern for Lin Feng. Being too ostentatious was not a good thing. Lin Feng was only an ordinary, metamorphic realm martial artist. If the airship he owned was better than the legate's, how could the legate's reputation not take a blow? Although Lin Feng's reputation was indeed widespread, it could not change the fact that Lin Feng was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. Mr. Lin nodded as well. He had been in the business world for decades. Although he did not know how martial artists were still humans. This was the rule when humans interacted with each other. They could not be too ostentatious. Otherwise, It would be easy for them to make enemies. Lin Feng was not riled. He smiled and said, Dad, Mom, Big Brother, your worries are reasonable. But I'm already qualified to own a private airship now. I'm the new legate of Central Sea City. Chapter 245 True Dragon. Chapter 245 True Dragon. I'm the new legate of Central Sea City. Lin Feng's words still echoed in their ears. Be it Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yang, or even Lin Qian, all of them were stunned. With the implementation of the new policy for martial artists were no longer mysterious and obscure beings. Now, even ordinary people knew that after martial artists broke the genetic lock, they were only metamorphic realm martial artists. Above the metamorphic realm was the high and mighty divine realm. In ancient times, those of the divine realm were deities that overlooked all living beings. Third brother, you've become a deity. Lin Qian seemed to be in disbelief, but also a little pleasantly surprised. What deity? It's the divine realm. It's just a coincidence. I've already undergone a second life transition and become a divine realm martial artist, Lin Feng said calmly, but everyone in the Lin family could not calm down at all. Divine realm. He was really in the divine realm. Even if the Lin family were not from the martial arts circle, they knew how rare the divine realm was. In the huge Central Sea City, there were no little amount of members in the law enforcement team. But as for divine realm martial artists, only the legate was in the divine realm. Lin Feng was only 21 years old, but he was already a divine realm martial artist. This was incredible. A true dragon has been born in our Lin family. Mr. Lin's voice was trembling. He was genuinely excited. In the past, although the Lin family had considerable wealth, and the Lin Corporation had strong financial resources, they did not have any inhuman experts presiding over it, so they were greatly restrained. Only after Lin Feng became an inhuman expert did this situation improve. As for the divine realm, the Lin family had never thought about it, nor had they ever hoped for it. In ancient times, those of the divine realm were akin to deities. Even in the modern era, when technology erupted and martial arts flourished, divine realm martial artists were very rare. The legate of Central Sea City had a very high status. He could almost be ranked in the top 5 with the most authority in Central Sea City. In matters of managing martial artists, he was undoubtedly the highest authority. Standing at the top of Central Sea City all of a sudden was a huge leap. If this wasn't a true dragon, what was? Lin Yang was also very excited. He was now the CEO of the Lin Corporation, and Lin Yang was in charge of the specific affairs of the corporation. With his vision, he naturally knew what the divine realm meant. He knew very well that as long as Lin Feng did not fall, the Lin family would be the top family in Central Sea from then on. They would no longer have to look up to anyone or any faction. Lin Feng, you are really the new legate of Central Sea City. Of course, Mr. Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Once Lin Feng became the legate of Central Sea City, the Lin family status in Central Sea City would be different. Lin Feng, there's something I haven't told you in detail about the Zhao family. The Zhao family, they are still targeting the Lin Corporation. A cold glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had not forgotten what Zhao Ping had done to his sister, Lin Qian, back then, nor had he forgotten how the Zhao family had used their power to suppress others, forcing the Lin family to suffer in silence. Apart from reuniting with his family, he intended to deal with the matter with Zhao family during this return. That's not it. Ever since you broke the genetic lock and became an inhuman expert, the Zhao family stopped targeting the Lin Corporation. A few days ago, Zhao Bisheng from the Zhao family personally came to our house to seek truce. But we turned him away, on the grounds that you haven't returned home. Seek truce. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The Zhao family had given in just like that. Dad, how is the Zhao family seeking truce? It's clearly because they saw third brother's phenomenal performance in the global martial arts competition and got scared. So they want to make peace now. Moreover, Zhao Beisheng keeps visiting us every day. Although his attitude is very humble, he's pestering us. How can they be sincere about seeking truce? Lin Yong was very discontent with the Zhao family, not only because of his sister, Lin Qian, but also because he had to hold up the Lin Corporation alone back then. The Zhao family gave the Lin Corporation so much pressure that he almost couldn't hold it up. Does the Zhao family think he'll let them off so easily just because they've humbled themselves? Lin Feng sneered. He had no intention of letting the Zhao family off so easily. Lin Feng, although you're the legate of Central Sea City, you have great prospects ahead. Don't act recklessly. After the new policy for martial artists was introduced, there are restrictions on martial artists, but there are more protective measures. Even if you're the legate, you can't attack an inhuman expert lightly. Mr. Lin could see the situation clearly. Although Lin Feng had reached the divine realm, he could not just kill people however he pleased. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I won't risk myself over something as insignificant as Zhao family. Moreover, to deal with the Zhao family, we should let them experience what it means to suppress others with power. A cold smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Back then, it was exactly what the Zhao family had done. They had used their power to suppress others, causing the Lin family to suffer in silence. In the end, they had no choice but to compromise with the Zhao family. By the way, Zhao Beisheng said that they will visit another day. Yes, they will definitely come. Lin Feng smiled. The mere Zhao family was no longer important to him. It was just a minor matter, and not even as important as chatting with his family. Lin Feng's father, his eldest brother, Lin Yang, and his younger sister, Lin Qian, were all very curious about Lin Feng's road to rise in the past year or so. They tugged at Lin Feng to ask questions. Lin Feng explained briefly. He had too many experiences. Even though he concealed many sensitive matters, it was still thrilling. After hearing Lin Feng's experiences, the Lin family sighed with the realization that it was not a coincidence Lin Feng could reach the divine realm, and it was not as easy as they had imagined. Lin Feng's experience in over a year might exceed that of other martial artists in decades. Late at night, the family was already asleep. Lin Feng was alone in his room. He looked at the dark sky outside the window, his gaze as deep and calm as the starry sky. The reunion with his family had put Lin Feng's heart at ease. No matter how glamorous he was outside, his heart was at its calmest when he returned home. He did not want anyone to disturb this peace, nor would he let anyone ruin it. It's time to end the matter with the Zhao family. Lin Feng never forgot what Zhao Ping had done to Lin Qian, nor how the Zhao family had treated the Lin family. If his second brother had not invited General Long, the Lin family would probably be in deep trouble. Even after the Lin family made a compromise, the Zhao family was still aggressive. They used Zhao Densheng's influence to suppress the Lin Corporation commercially. Lin Feng had not forgotten all of this. However, just as Mr. Lin had said, it was impossible for him to really kill everyone in the Zhao family. However, at his level, was there still a need to kill directly? Lombitham, help me investigate everything about Zhao Ping since he was young. Also, investigate everything about Zhao Beisheng, Zhao Densheng, and the East Sea Corporation. Considering Lin Feng's current status, he might be able to get countless people to investigate the Zhao family with just a word. However, who could investigate more thoroughly than Longbitham? Lin Feng also trusted Longbitham to handle these matters. Zhao Ping had been notorious since he was young, and the East Sea Corporation's wealth was definitely not that guiltless. Results would definitely turn up with investigation. Then, with Lin Feng's current status, there's no question to whether he'd be able to deal with the Zhao family. Chapter 246. Your account is not enough. Chapter 246. Your account is not enough. In the morning, a fiery red sunrise glowed on the horizon. Although it was only April, the air was already slightly warm. I found it. Longbitham's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng immediately opened his eyes. After investigating for the entire night, Longbitham had investigated everything there was about the entire Zhao family. What did you find out? Very interesting. There is a lot of information. I will send it to your communicator. Take your time to read it. With that, Lin Feng's communicator rang. It was a mailbox notification. He immediately logged into his mailbox. As expected, Lombitham had already delivered a heap of information. First was information about Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping had been notorious since he was young. It turned out that before Lin Qian, Zhao Ping had forcefully abducted 9 female students. He had used all kinds of methods to force himself upon those girls. In the end, some of the girls endured the humiliation. Some gave up on themselves and became Zhao Ping's playthings. And some immediately transferred schools and left Central Sea. In the past, the parents of those girls had tried to make Zhao Ping pay, but the Zhao family stopped all of them through channels. At that time, Zhao Ping was still young, although he was reckless. He did not cause too much trouble. Ever since the Lin Qian incident, the Zhao family had restrained Zhao Ping for a while, and Zhao Ping had also become obedient during that period. However, good times did not last long. 3 months after Lin Feng left Central Sea, Zhao Ping went to a nightclub to play and forcefully abducted 3 young girls. 2 of the girls resisted, but Zhao Ping actually killed them in a fit of anger. In the end, the Zhao family used various methods to settle it again. The remaining girl also went insane. The Zhao family used money to bribe the girl's family into silence. From then on, she disappeared and left Central Sea. After this incident, Zhao Ping became even more unbridled. Learning from the lesson with Lin Qian, he never dared to provoke girls with even a little background. He would have fun at nightclubs, bars, and other places every night. Among them, he used forceful methods on many. His misdeeds were innumerable. Someone like this deserved to die 10 times over for his crimes. Bang! Lin Feng slammed his hand on the table. His expression was very dark, and his eyes emitted an intense killing intent. It was simply the most ironic thing that such a person was still alive in this world. And there's Zhao Beisheng. Lin Feng also looked at everything on Zhao Beisheng. This Zhao Beisheng was not as unbridled as Zhao Ping, but he was more dangerous. Under Zhao Beisheng's control, the East Sea Corporation used various methods to take advantage of others, and use unorthodox methods to attack competitors. It even caused many companies to go bankrupt. While the company had committed suicide by jumping off a building, Zhao Beisheng had caused the deaths of even more people than Zhao Ping. As expected, the wicked colluded with each other. The father and son were alike in their immorality. As for Zhao Dingsheng, he was actually a martial arts fanatic. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young before going to the front line. He kept working hard until he finally became inhuman. Even until now, he had not married. Zhao Ping and his father were his only family. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Dingsheng was so indulgent towards Zhao Ping. Zhao Dingsheng naturally knew about the Zhao family's matters, but he pretended not to know. He only focused on practicing martial arts, and was too indulgent towards his family. This led to the Zhao family's overbearing and unbridled actions. Lin Feng stood up, his eyes flickering with a cold light. With this information in his hands, Zhao Ping and his father were done for. Fenger, someone from the Zhao family is here. Suddenly, his eldest brother Lin Yong's voice sounded outside Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng opened the door and saw that Lin Yong had a solemn expression on his face. He said in a low voice, "Lin Feng, someone from the Zhao family has arrived. Apart from Zhao Ping, his father and Zhao Dingsheng, there seems to be a stranger who's putting on airs." "All right, I see. Let's go down and take a look." Lin Feng sneered inwardly. He'd like to see what else the Zhao family had come up with. In the living room of the villa, Mr. and Mrs. Lin sat upright and still, their expressions a little dark. Zhao Dingsheng, Zhao Beisheng, and Zhao Ping were all here. There was also a middle-aged man in a casual outfit with an extraordinary air. He was sitting casually on the sofa with his eyes closed, as if he was resting. Lin Feng came downstairs and glanced at the Zhao family, especially at Zhao Ping. How imposing was Lin Feng's aura now. Even a glance from him was filled with authority. Zhao Ping shrunk in fear and lowered his head. Not daring to speak, he no longer looked anything like the high and mighty young Master Zhao. What a rare guest, Lin Feng said coldly. He did not have a good impression of the Zhao family. Lin Feng. Zhao Beisheng was the first to speak. I haven't congratulated you on your extraordinary performance in the global martial arts competition yet. You've done people of Central Sea like us very proud. You're really the pride of our Central Sea city. Mr. Zhao, I can't accept such praise from you. Zhao Beisheng's expression froze slightly. But he continued, Lin Feng, we came here sincerely to reconcile. Reconcile? Didn't we already reconcile the last time General Long came? Director Zhao. You're being too kind. Zhao Beisheng's expression was a little awkward. Could the last time be considered a reconciliation? Both parties knew very well that the Lin family had suffered greatly last time and could only swallow their anger. From the looks of it, Lin Feng was clearly still angry. How could they reconcile so easily? At this moment, Xiao Dingsheng suddenly said, Lin Feng, you and I are both metamorphic realm martial artists now. Don't beat around the bush. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Our Xiao family sincerely wants to reconcile this time. Sincerely looks like your Xiao family wasn't sincere in reconciling last time. Your Xiao family should know what I want. Why ask me? Lin Feng retorted bluntly. Lin Feng, Zhao Ping is the only heir to the Zhao family. Moreover, his crime is not punishable by death. What do you want? East Sea Corporation. We are willing to give up 51 of the shares of East Sea Corporation to your Lin Corporation to hold. Is this sincerity? Enough. Xiao Dinsheng was indeed decisive. He gave up the East Sea Corporation just like that. Zhao Dinsheng, you and I are both martial artists. Do you think I would care about a mere East Sea Corporation? You. Xiao Dinsheng was at his wit's end. He felt that he had already made the greatest concession. But Lin Feng was still relentless. Dao. Dinsheng's expression gradually darkened as he looked at the middle-aged man who had been resting with his eyes closed. Swoosh. Suddenly, the middle-aged man who had been resting with his eyes closed opened his eyes. Young man, don't be so aggressive sometimes. Forgive others when possible. How about you let the Zhao family off the hook on my count? The middle-aged man exuded an intimidating aura. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the entire living room became incomparably heavy. It was as if the middle-aged man in front of him was a huge mountain, invoking reverence in one. Under this aura, it was difficult for others to even speak, let alone argue. Looking at Mr. and Mrs. Lin's flushed faces, they were clearly suppressed by the aura. At this moment, Xiao Dingsheng heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his tone hardened. This is Lord Sheng Yuntao, a divine realm martial artist of the Freelance Cultivators Union. I specially invited Lord Sheng Yuntao to be a witness. Our Zhao family is indeed sincere about reconciling. Dao Dinsheng had highlighted Sheng Yuntao's identity to pressurize Lin Feng. How was this seeking truce? He was clearly using authority to force Lin Feng to make peace. After all, in the eyes of the Zhao family, no matter how strong and talented Lin Feng was, he was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. At the moment, how could they dare to not show respect to a divine realm martial artist? So it's Mr. Shang, a divine realm martial artist. Excuse my disrespect. However, your account is not enough. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but as soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly tensed, as if even the air had solidified. Chapter 247 Sent Flying with a Punch. Chapter 247 Sent Flying with a Punch. Sheng Yuntao's eyes narrowed slightly. His body suddenly emitted a dangerous aura. Good. Very good. Sheng Yuntao laughed instead in extreme anger. He was a dignified divine realm martial artist, and had a respected status even in the Freelance Cultivators Union. Although he was not like Zheng Zifeng, who felt that he was a high and mighty deity who could look down on all living beings, he never thought that a mere metamorphic realm martial artist would dare to disrespect him. At this moment, Lin Feng was not giving him any face at all. At this moment, Sheng Yuntao even developed a killing intent. As a martial artist who stayed at the front line all year round to fight dire beasts, Shang Yuntao was far from someone charitable. At this moment, Xiao Densheng's expression darkened. He said coldly, Lin Feng, no matter what, Lord Shang is our senior. Lord Shang came all the way here to be a witness out of goodwill. Yet you're so rude. HMPH. Don't think that just because you're a genius of the academic faction, no one can do anything to you. Your home is still in Central Sea City, and your family is also in Central Sea City. Are you threatening me? A trace of coldness flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. I'm not threatening you. But as a martial artist, I have the right to restrain you. You probably don't know yet, but I'm already a law enforcement officer of the law enforcement team in Central Sea City. It doesn't matter if you're a martial artist from an academic faction or another faction. As long as you're in Central Sea City, I have the right to manage you. You're a law enforcement officer of Central Sea City. Lin Feng's tone suddenly became a little surprised. Even the way he looked at Xiao Densheng was a little peculiar. He was still thinking about how to deal with Xiao Densheng. Xiao Densheng was in the Freelance Cultivators Union. Forget about him being a Divine Realm martial artist. Even if he was a Meta-Divine Realm martial artist, as long as Xiao Densheng did not make any mistakes, there was nothing he could do. But now, Xiao Densheng was actually a law enforcement officer of Central Sea City. Didn't this mean that he was now subjected to Lin Feng's control of his own accord? Lin Feng, I know you have some ties with Dragon Rider Hao Shi, but do you think you have nothing to fear just because of Hao Shi? Just for your disrespect for me today, I can teach you a lesson. You dare to fight in the Central Sea City. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He did not reveal his identity, but he was the new legate of Central Sea City. As long as a martial artist broke the genetic lock, fighting in the city was strictly prohibited. Only the law enforcement team had the right to attack. HMPH. Can teaching a metamorphic realm martial artist like you a lesson be considered a fight moreover? So what if I fight at most? Ill. Just be deployed to the front line for a few more years. Shang Yuntao said coldly. He had no intention of killing Lin Feng. Even if he was in the divine realm, he did not dare to kill him. However, he had no qualms about teaching Lin Feng a lesson. At most, he would receive a light punishment. He could still afford it. But Lin Feng had disrespected him. A divine realm martial artist. Today, he had to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Swoosh! Shang Yuntao made his move. He opened his hand, and a massive amount of astral power enveloped Lin Feng like an invisible net. How massive was the astral power of a divine realm martial artist? It was simply unimaginable. For the astral power in the body of a divine realm martial artist was almost infinite. It was 10 times, 100 times, or even more than that in a metamorphic realm martial artist. Shang Yuntao had mobilized at least 50. He has strands of astral power just like that. It seemed like he had some estimation of Lin Feng's strength, and did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng. Fenger. Xiao Densheng. What are you doing? Third brother. Seeing that Lin Feng was restrained, Mr. Lin and the others all became anxious. They did not know who was stronger between Lin Feng and Shang Yuntao when both were in the divine realm. However, Shang Yuntao was an experienced divine realm expert after all. If they really fought, Lin Feng would probably be the one at a disadvantage. Hence, they were somewhat anxious. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was unhurried and did not look anxious at all. He looked at Xiao Densheng and asked coldly, Xiao Densheng, since you're a member of the law enforcement team in Central Sea City, you should know that inhuman experts fighting in the city is a violation of the rules. Moreover, it's a divine realm martial artist. Is your law enforcement team going to step in? Lin Feng, you were disrespectful to a senior in martial arts. It's only right for Lord Shang to teach you a lesson. Don't worry though. I'll report this matter to the law enforcement team. However, that has to wait until Lord Shang is done teaching you a lesson, so that Yao know your place and agree to reconciling with the Zhao family. Very well. Xiao Densheng, you seek to reconcile with such an attitude. Lin Feng closed his eyes, but he could not help but sneer inwardly. This was just as well. He had always wanted to get something on Zhao Dinsheng, but had never been able to. Today, Zhao Dinsheng had delivered the leverage to his doorstep. Did he think a Divine Realm martial artist could control Lin Feng? Divine Realm, I've killed demon generals before, but I've never actually fought with a Divine Realm martial artist before. With strength so meager, you're not qualified to teach me a lesson. Crunch. Lin Feng suddenly stood up. At the same time, his entire body was covered in a dense layer of armor, looking sinister and terrifying. For astral power. The astral power that covered Lin Feng's body was instantly absorbed by Lin Feng. That's right. It was all absorbed by Lin Feng's combat. Adia's energy. Astral power was a type of energy, and it was high purity energy at that. Lin Feng's combat body required energy. When Lin Feng absorbed the star power in the sky, he did not need to convert it into astral power at all. He could directly convert it into energy and nutrients for his combat body. As for converting star power into astral power separately, that was purely superfluous and too wasteful. Seeing Lin Feng break free from his restraints at once, Shang Yuntao was a little taken aback. He had not underestimated Lin Feng at all. Just now, mobilizing tens of thousands of strands of astral power was enough to restrain any metamorphic realm martial artist. He did not expect that not only was it useless against Lin Feng, even his tens of thousands of strands of astral power were lost. Get lost. Shang Yuntao still wanted to restrain Lin Feng again, but he did not expect Lin Feng's arm to grow longer all of a sudden and actually land a punch on his body. Bang! Shang Yuntao was caught off guard and sent flying, smashing the door of the villa into pieces. What impossible! Zhao Dinsheng's face was filled with disbelief when he saw Lin Feng send Shang Yuntao flying with a punch. What were Divine Realm martial artists? They were high and mighty deities that overlooked all living beings and invincible existences. Forget about one metamorphic realm martial artist. Even if 8 or 10 of them attacked together, they could not cause any damage to Divine Realm martial artists. That was an existence on a separate level above metamorphic realm martial artists. But what did he see now? He actually saw Lin Feng send Shang Yuntao flying with a simple punch. He did not even sense any astral power fluctuations from Lin Feng's body. Even if Lin Feng's physical strength was very strong, even if Shang Yuntao had let his guard down, how could Lin Feng possibly send a Divine Realm expert flying with just his physical strength? Lin Feng. Outside the villa, Shang Yuntao almost roared. His voice shook the entire villa area like an earthquake. Chapter 248 Battling a Divine Realm Expert. Chapter 248 Battling a Divine Realm Expert. Lin Feng stood up and walked out the door step by step. The Lin family, Zhao Dinsheng, and the others hurriedly followed. Zhao Dinsheng, in particular, had a vague premonition, coupled with Lin Feng's behavior just now and Lin Feng's calm expression now. Was Lin Feng really a metamorphic realm martial artist? Outside the villa, Shang Yuntao was already standing in the air. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of violet flames. The violet flames looked a little sinister and strange, as if there were countless voices surrounding his ears. Just the sight of them was terrifying. This was a true Divine Realm martial artist. Apart from astral power, their innate abilities had already been developed to an extremely powerful level. They could even bewitch the hearts of ordinary people by relying on certain special innate abilities. This was also why in ancient times, many people worshipped deities and treated those Divine Realm martial artists as deities. Apart from their own lack of knowledge and ignorance, the innate abilities of certain Divine Realm martial artists were indeed very strange. Shang Yuntao clearly had such a strange innate ability. His violet flames did not even feel hot at all, but cold as ice. It was as if Shang Yuntao's violet flames also emitted a chilling killing intent. Lin Feng walked out of the villa. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a layer of gray armor. Apart from looking especially ferocious, nothing else was apparent from it. Lin Feng, I'll teach you a lesson even if I have to suffer heavy punishment for it. A huge giant made of violet flames vaguely appeared behind Shang Yuntao. He was a dignified Divine Realm expert. In ancient times, he would be a high and mighty deity. All living beings trembled before the rage of a deity. Boom! Shang Yuntao extended his hand and pointed. Endless violet flames actually formed a huge palm that blotted out the sky and earth. Then, it suddenly slammed down from midair. Those who had originally seen the commotion here felt flustered and breathless just from getting slightly too close. They felt fear and palpitated for no cause. This was the rage of a divine realm expert. Just his aura was enough to make ordinary people lose their resistance. At this moment, be it Mr. and Mrs. Lin, or Zhao Dinsheng, a metamorphic realm martial artist, as they looked at the huge palm made of violet flames in the void, the thought that it was impossible to resist came up in their minds. They even felt that they were so insignificant under this huge palm that they did not even dare to have the slightest thought of resisting. Ordinary people did not think much of it. But Zhao Dinsheng was shocked. He was already a metamorphic realm martial artist. Moreover, after fighting with dire beasts at the front line for so many years, his will was extremely firm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was stern as steel. But now, facing Shang Yuntao's eruption at full power, Zhao Dinsheng could not even think of resisting. How horrifying was this even? Though Zhao Dinsheng already had a high opinion of Shang Yuntao, from the looks of it, he had still far underestimated the strength of this veteran divine realm martial artist. In reality, Shang Yuntao was indeed very strong. He was one of the few divine realm martial artists in the Freelance Cultivators Union, and was not inferior to Dragon Rider Hao Shi in terms of reputation. Now that Shang Yuntao was unleashing his power and malice, the commotion was incredibly huge. As the giant palm slammed down, Lin Feng felt as if the surrounding air had frozen. This was different from Griman's spatial restraint. That was a true spatial innate ability, utilizing spatial power that was very rare even in the universe. On the other hand, Shang Yuntao's violet flames could almost freeze the air. He wanted to freeze Lin Feng completely. The huge palm of violet flames was very fast. It slammed down almost in the blink of an eye. The ground was shaking, and violet flames wreaked havoc everywhere. The entire villa area seemed to have gone through a storm. Fortunately, Shang Yuntao had not lost his mind, and had the awareness to control the range of the flames. Otherwise, just the aftershock alone would have killed countless ordinary people. Even a divine realm martial artist like Shang Yuntao did not dare to easily violate the new policy for martial artists. Seeing the huge palm of violet flame slam down on Lin Feng's head, Mr. and Mrs. Lin's bodies trembled. No matter how much the aura suppressed them, it could not suppress their feelings for Lin Feng. Fenger. The faces of the Lin family were pale, but as the dust gradually dissipated, they took a closer look. Lin Feng was not dead yet. He was only frozen by the violet flames, like an ice sculpture. However, this ice sculpture was just too strange. It was actually still burning fiercely. How could flames be cold? This was actually a rare innate ability that Shang Yuntao had awakened. The polar ice flame was a very rare innate ability, and also very powerful. Even demon generals would be frozen by the polar ice flame. Looking at Lin Feng, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, Shang Yuntao did not show any trace of joy, because he felt pressure. Yes, a very great pressure. His polar ice flame was actually being consumed rapidly, as if a terrifying power was awakening within. Crunch. Suddenly, the ice sculpture shattered, and cracks appeared. Immediately after, the cracks grew larger and larger, until Lin Feng could no longer be frozen. Boom! Lin Feng broke through the polar ice flame. He looked up at Shang Yuntao. Not bad. This Shang Yuntao was clearly much stronger than the 3 lizards in the ruins back then. No matter how strong those 3 lizards were, they were still biomodified beasts with low intelligence. They had only strength and were without skill. Shang Yuntao, on the other hand, was a genuine peak divine realm martial artist. Lin Feng felt that Shang Yuntao's strength was definitely not inferior to Dragon Rider Hao Shi. Coincidentally, Lin Feng also wanted to see how his current strength was compared to a divine realm expert. What a strange innate ability. But that's all it is. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stopped suppressing his combat body. Lin Feng's body expanded rapidly. Like a balloon. He suddenly expanded from about 1.8 meters tall to a height of 10 meters. Like a small giant. Moreover, the 10-meter combat body expanded in all dimensions. And not just in height. Lin Feng's entire body was still covered in gray armor. He looked like a deity who had descended to the mortal world, dignified and extraordinary. Even while standing, he was at the same height as Shang Yuntao, who was flying in the air. Is this your innate ability? For the first time, Shang Yuntao's expression turned solemn. He did not sense any astral power fluctuations from Lin Feng. Hence, this was definitely not an astral martial art. It could only be a special innate ability. However, he could not imagine any innate ability that could turn a person into a 10-meter tall small giant at once. Moreover, as Lin Feng transformed into a small giant, he could clearly feel the strong sense of threat emanating from Lin Feng. It was as if he was facing the most terrifying demon general, filled with a dangerous aura. He could not help but doubt if Lin Feng was really just a metamorphic realm martial artist. Chapter 249 Wrath of the Deity. Chapter 249 Wrath of the Deity. Down you get. Lin Feng growled, and his huge arm grabbed towards Shang Yuntao in the sky. His speed was so fast that Shang Yuntao did not even have time to dodge. Shang Yuntao was shocked. The violet flames around his body surged again. Polar ice flames. The endless flames also transformed into a huge fist that collided with Lin Feng's fist. Bang! The violet flames exploded. The armor on Lin Feng's body was enveloped by the polar ice flame, but it was extinguished in the blink of an eye. Shang Yuntao was shocked. His long hair moved without wind, and the violet flames on his body were faintly tainted with a layer of astral power. Violent astral power fluctuations gradually emitted from Shang Yuntao's body. Do you know why divine realm martial artists are called divine realm? It's because of astral power. The astral power we have is unimaginable for ordinary martial artists. Stellar blade. Slash. At some point, Shang Yuntao had already condensed a large saber. This saber, which was completely formed of astral power, was burning with a violet polar ice flame. It was several meters long and stretched across the void, emitting a terrifying pressure above Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng was a little surprised. There was indeed a lot of astral power contained in this sword. It had already far exceeded 50 strands, and reached even 100 or 200 strands. Although Lin Feng was no longer a pure martial artist, and had already embarked on the path of cosmic cultivation, he still had some understanding of martial arts. After a divine realm martial artist underwent a life transition, the astral power in their body would also condense into an astral sphere, composed completely of astral power. At that time, the astral power would compress like insane. A tiny astral sphere might even contain 1,000,000 strands of astral power. Compared to a metamorphic realm martial artist, that was an earth-shattering change. In the past, Lin Feng had only comprehended it. Although he had also possessed 80 strands of astral power, he could not understand what it felt like to have hundreds of thousands, or even millions of strands of astral power, let alone how powerful it was. Now, Lin Feng could sense that the astral saber above his head was indeed extraordinarily powerful, especially when combined with the polar ice flame. Its power was even stronger. Swish! The saber slashed down instantly, its sharp edge swinging down overwhelmingly. Even a demon general would probably feel threatened. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The power unleashed by the 10-meter combat body was enough to deal with ordinary divine realm martial artists, but it was somewhat difficult to deal with a peak divine realm martial artist like Shang Yuntao. In that case, Lin Feng would not hold back. Buzz! Lin Feng's body expanded again, like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded to a height of 30 meters. 30 meters was equivalent to 7 or 8 stories. Imagine a 7 or 8-story building suddenly turning into a giant in gray armor. How shocking would that be? Destroy. Lin Feng did not use any fancy moves. He just slapped down with his palm, completely breaking all techniques with force. No matter what techniques they had, and no matter how much astral power they had, it was useless. Bang! With a palm strike, the astral saber that was several meters in size was instantly shattered, and the astral power quickly dissipated into the void. You didn't use astral power. How can you be so strong? Shang Yuntao was somewhat incredulous, and even felt that this had exceeded his understanding. Be it Divine Realm martial artists or Meta-Divine Realm martial artists, they all cultivated astral power. Martial arts were already firmly combined with astral power. Powerful martial artists could already unleash the power of astral power to the limit, even for sages. Putting aside the terrifying bodies brought about by their 4 life transitions, their strength actually also came from astral power. However, only Lin Feng's slap just now was clearly not inferior to the strength of any peak Divine Realm expert, and even exceeded it. However, there was no fluctuation of astral power at all. It was purely strength. It was simple and crude, but very effective. This differed from martial artists. On the contrary, it was somewhat similar to those demons with powerful bodies. However, those demons also relied on various powerful innate abilities, and not entirely on their bodies. Lin Feng appeared out of the blue like a freak of nature. How could Shang Yuntao know that Lin Feng cultivated the combat body? It was simple and crude, but it was the most effective truth in the universe. Astral power or other powers were actually just a form of energy. No matter how powerful one's astral power cultivation was, what was the use? In terms of astral power, there was actually more astral power contained in Lin Feng's body than anyone else. Probably even more than the 9 sages combined. How many energy modules had Lin Feng absorbed when he cultivated the tidal combat body? In the energy factory of the 7th civilization, almost all the energy modules in the 5 warehouses had been absorbed by Lin Feng. Those energy modules were also condensed from star power. What massive amount of astral power was that equivalent to? If Lin Feng wanted to, he could actually condense astral power as well. But that would just be a waste. His tidal combat body could directly absorb star power, and there was no need to convert it into astral power. It was completely unnecessary. Moreover, with Lin Feng's current strength, who did he have to fear? The 30-meter-tall tidal combat body simply crushed everything. Lin Feng shattered Shang Yuntao's stellar blade with a slap, then smacked Shang Yuntao from the void to the ground. Boom! Shang Yuntao smashed into the ground, forming a huge pit. Even though he was a Divine Realm martial artist and had used astral power to protect himself just now, he was in a very sorry state now. Even his astral power had become unstable from Lin Feng's smack. A huge pit with a radius of dozens of meters appeared on the ground. It was as if it had been created by the fiercest artillery fire. There were pits everywhere. Any movement from Lin Feng's massive body would shake the earth like an earthquake. How could anyone fight something like this? They were confused. Everyone was confused. They had never seen such a strange battle. The strange martial artist whose entire body emitted violet flames was almost like a deity. He was extremely powerful, and no one could think of resisting him. However, the giant that Lin Feng had transformed into was even more terrifying and invincible. He swatted Shang Yuntao down with the ease of swatting a fly. It was a complete suppression. Shang Yuntao did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate. Zhao Peng's mouth fell open. Looking at Lin Feng's mountain-like body, his face turned very pale, and his entire body trembled. Xiao Dinsheng could not help but have a ridiculous thought. Could Lin Feng be a Divine Realm martial artist? This thought was too insane and bold. Lin Feng had only broken the genetic lock for a year, and he was only 21 years old today. How could he be a Divine Realm martial artist? However, if he was not a Divine Realm martial artist, how could he be so powerful? Even Shang Yuntao did not seem to be his match. Lin Feng die. Bang! The huge pit in the ground exploded. and a figure suddenly rushed out. It was the very disheveled Shang Yuntao. However, at this moment, Shang Yuntao was not just in a sorry state. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had just about lost his mind. Ultimate stellar blade. Shang Yuntao roared at the sky. He had already lost his mind. He only wanted to kill Lin Feng and avenge his previous humiliation. Boom! The sky seemed to have darkened all of a sudden. Everyone looked up at the sky. What did they see? The sky within a radius of several kilometers actually darkened all of a sudden. Waves of star power were directly channeled down, and, with the infinite astral power and violet flames as the core, a terrifying saber hundreds of meters long was condensed, flickering with starlight and violet flames. As soon as this saber appeared, the entire villa district, and even the surrounding residential buildings, sensed the aura of death. It was as if once the saber in the sky descended, it would annihilate everything. He's insane. He's definitely gone insane. Xiao Dinsheng wanted to yell. At this moment, Shang Yuntao was simply insane. Once this saber descended, everyone in the entire district would be dead. Even if Lin Feng was killed, Shang Yuntao would definitely die. However, on some occasions, even divine realm martial artists failed to maintain their rationality at all times. At this moment, Xiao Dinsheng regretted it. He even felt that he shouldn't have invited Shang Yuntao. He never expected things to get to this point. Once Shang Yuntao's saber landed, even a metamorphic realm martial artist like him would not be able to withstand it. The entire villa district would be reduced to ashes. All living beings trembled before the rage of divine realm. Xiao Dinsheng wanted to stop him, but under the pressure of that terrifying saber, he could not even speak, let alone stop Shang Yuntao. Chapter 250 grabbed. Chapter 250 grabbed. Central Sea City. In the office building of the law enforcement team, ever since the new policy for martial artists was established, the status of martial artists in society had improved steadily. Moreover, they no longer had to be secretive and keep a low profile like before. In fact, martial artists nowadays should be high profile. It would be best if they could attract the envy of everyone in society and entice them to practice martial arts. Hence, the law enforcement team also moved into the new government building in a high-profile manner. Moreover, 3 floors were specially designated as the law enforcement team's workplace. The legate of Central Sea City, Shen Jiangxin, was a veteran divine realm expert. He had been transferred to Central Sea City 3 years ago. Now, it was about time for him to be transferred to the front line. He was genuinely reluctant to part with Central Sea. After all, life in Central Sea City was so comfortable that he almost lost his fighting spirit. If not for the new policy for martial artists, he could still continue being the legate. But now, beep beep, suddenly, Shen Jiangxin received an appointment on the virtual network. He knew that this was the new legate of Central Sea City, who was here to take over his position. Which divine realm expert was it? Lin Feng, from Central Sea City, joined the academic faction a year ago, a divine realm martial artist who made great contributions at the front line. Seeing this, Shen Jiangxin's eyes suddenly focused. Lin Feng. This name was all too familiar. Forget about Shen Jiangxin. Even ordinary people in Central Sea City probably knew this name. In the global martial arts competition, Lin Feng had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. However, wasn't Lin Feng a metamorphic realm martial artist? Shen Jiangxin even suspected that it was a martial artist with the same name. However, as he checked the information carefully, his eyes widened. It wasn't someone with the same name, but indeed Lin Feng from the global martial arts competition. He was only 21 years old today. Moreover, it was clearly stated at the back divine realm martial artist. A 21-year-old divine realm martial artist. How was this possible? Moreover, he had made a great contribution that even the higher-ups kept confidential. It had to be known that it was actually very difficult to become a legate without making great contributions. After all, everyone knew that being a legate at the home front was a very easy task, and could even be considered enjoyable. Many Divine Realm martial artists fought fiercely to become legates. In the past, the government faction monopolized the positions of legate. Now, all the Divine Realm martial artists on the front line could take on the position, but they had to make great contributions to be appointed as legate. It was equivalent to giving those Divine Realm martial artists who had made great contributions a break. It could also be considered a reward for those Divine Realm martial artists who had made great contributions. Lin Feng was so young. Not only had he undergone a second life transition and become a Divine Realm martial artist, he had actually made a great contribution, such that he could become a legate. Lin Feng. That's right. Someone reported that a private airship entered Central Sea City. Later, they found out that Lin Feng has returned. I should have visited him personally. Such a young Divine Realm martial artist had boundless prospects, even though Shen Jiangxin belonged to the government faction. He was naturally very willing to befriend a young Divine Realm martial artist with a promising future. That's right. Someone reported that Zhao Dunsheng invited Shang Yuntao, a Divine Realm martial artist from the Freelance Cultivators Union, to mediate the feud between the Zhao family and the Lin family. Nothing will come up. Right. Shen Jiangxin's eyelids twitched slightly. He had not paid much attention to this matter before. He knew about Shang Yuntao. He was one of the best among Divine Realm martial artists and was famous in the Freelance Cultivators Union. With his mediation, the Zhao and Lin families should be able to coexist peacefully. Actually, Shen Jiangxin also knew that the Zhao family was capitalizing on Shang Yuntao's authority. However, as long as Shang Yuntao did not go overboard, Shen Jiangxin would not interfere in this matter. After all, the Lin family only had Lin Feng. No matter how talented he was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. How could he compare to Shang Yuntao, a dignified Divine Realm martial artist? But now, Lin Feng's status had increased by leaps and bounds. He was an incredible figure, who was a Divine Realm martial artist just like Shang Yuntao, and had already returned to the Lin family now. It was hard to guarantee that nothing would go amiss. Boom! At this moment, Shen Jiangxin felt as if wind and clouds had gathered in the sky all of a sudden. In the distant sky, infinite astral power and violet flames actually formed a terrifying saber over hundreds of meters long. He naturally recognized it. It was Shang Yuntao's ultimate stellar blade. What was Shang Yuntao doing? Who was he dealing with? That he must use such a terrifying martial art at full power. Shang Yuntao is insane. Shen Jiangxin took a step forward and broke out of the window, flying towards the stellar blade, causing a huge commotion in the distance. In the void, the huge stellar blade hung above their heads, emitting an awe-inspiring heavenly might. This was like divine retribution. In a fit of rage, ancient gods would deliver divine retribution to destroy the people in the world. Such a huge commotion had alarmed almost the entire Central Sea City. The police, law enforcement team, government, army, and so on were all speculating about what was going on. Hence, they all rushed to the scene of the incident. Something big was clearly about to happen. The people around the villa did not dare to stay where they were and fled far away. Some were even injured from being trampled while fleeing. Shang Yuntao's actions had already caused an extremely adverse impact. Lin Feng looked up at the huge stellar blade above his head. Even he felt a trace of threat. The combat power of a peak Divine Realm expert was indeed terrifying. This strike had even reached the critical point. If he was a little stronger, he might be able to reach the meta-Divine Realm. But Shang Yuntao had been stuck at this realm for up to 20 years. Lin Feng, die. Shang Yuntao pointed down hard with anger. Rumble. The huge stellar blade slashed down. Countless streams of air fluctuated, and the air was directly slashed open. The entire villa area seemed to be under heavy pressure. Some ordinary people with weak wills could not even withstand this mental pressure. It caused them to lose their minds. Lin Feng turned around and saw that his parents, sister, and big brother were all trembling. It was obvious that they could not hold out any longer. If he allowed this saber to slash down, he would be fine, but it was hard to say for the Lin family. Hence, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. His body expanded again. This time, he simply expanded to 60 meters tall at once. A 60-meter tall body was equivalent to a tall building with more than 10 floors. Moreover, Lin Feng's tidal combat body was not only huge, but also contained terrifying power. For every meter of increase, the combat body would greatly improve in strength, defense, and so on, let alone reaching 60 meters at once. Break. Lin Feng did not make any fancy moves. Facing the terrifying saber that was hundreds of meters long, he merely threw a punch towards the sky. Boom! This punch was earth-shattering. An invisible force from the fist surged into the sky. It was as if even space was compressed to the extreme at once, and vaguely distorted. This was just an illusion. The space was very solid. Forget about a mere 60-meter combat body. Even Lin Feng's 200-meter combat body could not shatter space. This was just an illusion caused by the overwhelming power that compressed the surrounding air. However, as Lin Feng unleashed the full power of his 60-meter combat body, the saber in the void was shattered by Lin Feng's punch before it could land. At the same time, Lin Feng transformed his fist into a palm and descended from the sky, grabbing towards Shang Yuntao. No! Shang Yuntao's expression changed drastically. He looked at the huge palm above his head. It was like a black cloud pressing down, and the entire sky darkened. It was as if even now, he still could not believe that his strongest strike, a strike akin to divine retribution, had been resolved by Lin Feng with ease. Moreover, Lin Feng had grabbed him like he was an insect. The terrifying power contained in Lin Feng's hand easily restrained him. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Chapter 251 He's the new legate. Chapter 251 He's the new legate. In the villa area, when Lin Feng gently grabbed Shang Yuntao like he was grabbing an insect, everyone was dumbfounded. The entire villa area fell silent. Even the most ignorant person knew that Shang Yuntao's strength was extraordinary. That terrifying saber could almost affect an area of several kilometers. It was definitely not something an ordinary martial artist could do. It could only be someone in the divine realm. But now, a dignified divine realm martial artist had actually been captured by Lin Feng just like that, without any ability to resist. How strong must Lin Feng be? Even martial artists knew that the divine realm was far stronger than ordinary metamorphic realm martial artists. Not long ago, Lin Feng's performance in the global martial arts competition was astonishing, but he was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. Yet now, he could easily defeat a divine realm martial artist. Since when did martial arts cultivation become so easy? Shang Yuntao, have you gone insane? Stop. Suddenly, a figure flew over from afar. Before he could see the situation clearly, he was already shouting. Swoosh! Shen Jiangxin rushed over. He had not even seen the situation clearly, but he felt that something was amiss. Where had that imposing stellar blade gone? Even the astral power seemed to have dissipated. Countless eyes were focused on him. Shang Yuntao. Only then did Shen Jiangxin realize that Shang Yuntao, who he had rushed over to stop in exasperation, had been captured by a terrifying giant. As for the giant, he looked a little familiar, and there was no sign of astral power erupting from his body. Lin Feng. Suddenly, Shen Jiangxin remembered. Wasn't this Lin Feng? But when did Lin Feng become a giant? You're the legate of Central Sea City, Shen Jiangxin. Lin Feng's voice was thunderous. The moment he saw the aura emitted by Shen Jiangxin, he knew that Shen Jiangxin was a divine realm martial artist. The legate was the only divine realm martial artist in Central Sea City. Lin Feng could naturally guess his identity. Shen Jiangxin. Although the scene was a little chaotic, no one was injured, and no one had died. Hence, Shen Jiangxin heaved a sigh of relief. If someone died and caused widespread damage, as the legate, he would be accountable. However, Shen Jiangxin had seen the terrifying stellar blade condensed by Shang Yuntao with his own eyes just now. Shang Yuntao's strength was above his, which showed just how terrifying Shang Yuntao was. This was why Shen Jiangxin was so anxious. But now, Shang Yuntao kept struggling in Lin Feng's hands, yet could not break free from Lin Feng's restraint at all. Just how strong was Lin Feng now? Even if Lin Feng had reached the divine realm, it was impossible for him to become so powerful. Right. Shen Jiangxin drew a deep breath. He had to make a stand. At this moment, many more metamorphic realm martial artists arrived. They were all members of the law enforcement team. When they saw the scene before them, they were also dumbfounded. Just Lin Feng's terrifying size alone was extremely oppressive, let alone the fact that Lin Feng was holding the dignified peak divine realm martial artist. Shang Yuntao. What was going on? Even the law enforcement team was confused. All of you, go around and maintain order. Do not allow any chaos. Shen Jiangxin swept his gaze across the crowd below and naturally saw Zhao Dinsheng in the crowd. Zhao Dinsheng. Hearing Shen Jiangxin call his name, Zhao Dinsheng's heart skipped a beat. However, he could not just pretend he didn't notice at this moment. He could only brace himself and walk out. Zhao Dinsheng. What's going on? Shen Jiangxin said in a low voice. This matter had blown up so much that someone had to take responsibility. Zhao Dinsheng glanced at Lin Feng and Shang Yuntao in Lin Feng's hand. His expression was a little complicated, but he still said, Lord Legate, this matter all happened because of me. There are some misunderstandings between Lord Shang Yuntao and Lin Feng. Misunderstanding? Lin Feng sneered. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, how could Shen Jiangxin not know that Zhao Dinsheng was avoiding the main point? Hence, he shouted, Zhao Dinsheng, report everything in detail. Yes, Lord Legate. Zhao Dinsheng was caught between a rock and a hard place. It was impossible for him to distort the truth with so many people here. He could only give a brief account of what happened from the beginning. However, he was also avoiding the important parts and focusing on the trivial parts. He only explained that this was a misunderstanding between Shang Yuntao and Lin Feng, and did not mention his own responsibility at all. Is that so? Lin Feng laughed coldly. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he stared intently at Zhao Dinsheng, before sighing, Zhao Dinsheng, you invited Shang Yuntao to threaten the Lin family with his authority. You turned a blind eye when Shang Yuntao attacked me. Do you know what you are guilty of as a member of the law enforcement team? And Shang Yuntao, you violated the ban and attacked with all your might in the city, causing chaos. According to the regulations, the law enforcement team has the right to arrest you. Zhao Dinsheng wanted to defend himself, but under Shen Jiangxin's cold gaze, he did not dare to say anything. As for Shang Yuntao, his face was also dark. He naturally knew that his actions just now were a huge mistake, but fortunately, he did not cause much damage. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make up for it. Lin Feng, you're not a member of the law enforcement team. What right do you have to arrest me going by the regulations? You fought just now too, Shen Jiangxin. As the legate of Central Sea City, you should do your duty. You can arrest me, but shouldn't Lin Feng be arrested too? Shang Yuntao sneered. Legate, am I qualified to enforce the law? Lin Feng's faint smile confused everyone. Everyone knew that only the law enforcement team could enforce the law in the city. Lin Feng was not a member of the law enforcement team, so how could he enforce the law? This would put Shen Jiangxin in a difficult position. According to the regulations, no matter what the reason was, if the two parties fought in the city, both of them were captured. As for right and wrong, that was the business of the martial artist court, not the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team only had the right to enforce the law, and did not have the right to judge. Zhao Dinsheng's eyes lit up as well. Originally, he was very shocked that Lin Feng could defeat Shang Yuntao. Once Lin Feng dealt with Shang Yuntao, how would he be able to maintain his foothold in Central Sea City? Hence, he could take this opportunity to get Shen Jiangxin to capture Lin Feng as well. Hence, Zhao Dinsheng hurriedly said, Lord Legate, Lin Feng and Shang Yuntao fought in the city. No matter who was right or wrong, according to the regulations, they must be arrested first. and then handed over to the martial artist court for trial. Shen Jiangxin glanced coldly at Zhao Dinsheng, but with the look one would give an idiot. If Zhao Dinsheng knew Lin Feng's identity, would he still be so excited? Then, Shen Jiangxin took a deep breath and said loudly, "Of course Brother Lin has the right to enforce the law. Why aren't you paying your respects to the new legate Brother Lin Feng?" Shen Jiangxin berated the law enforcement team members behind him, but everyone was stunned. Lin Feng was the new legate of Central Sea City. How is this possible? He's the new legate. In an instant, Zhao Dinsheng's face turned pale. He staggered back a step, feeling as if all the strength in his body had been drained. There was a hint of despair in his eyes. Chapter 252 The Zhao family is done for. Chapter 252 The Zhao family is done for. The new legate. Even Shang Yuntao's expression changed. If Lin Feng was the legate of Central Sea City, he would really be in big trouble, considering what he had just done. Although he would not be sentenced to death, he would at least have to guard the front line for more than 20 years. 20 years was a long time even for a Divine Realm martial artist. That's right. Lin Feng is the new legate of Central Sea City. I've already received the order from above. Hearing Shen Jiangxin confirm it again, everyone's expressions changed. The term of legate was at least 3 years. In other words, Lin Feng could stay in Central Sea City for at least 3 years. As long as Lin Feng was alive, the Lin family would be the top family in Central Sea City, and enter the top tier from then on. All of this was because Lin Feng alone had changed the fate of the entire Lin family. This was the influence of martial artists, especially under the new policy for martial artists, which made the influence of martial artists even greater. The surrounding ordinary people stared at Lin Feng enviously. They knew the Lin family and even Lin Feng very well. After all, they had been neighbors for so many years. Lin Feng had made such accomplishments in only a year. It was almost like a dream. However, perhaps the path of martial arts was just that incredible. Hence, some people even secretly made up their minds to make all the young people in the family practice martial arts. What if someone with talent comparable to Lin Feng appeared? That would be the fortune of the family. Lin Feng did not know that his appearance had affected the thoughts of so many ordinary people. Where are the law enforcement team members? Lord Legate, what are your orders? Arrest Zhao Dinsheng. Zhao Dinsheng's face turned pale. There was no need for Lin Feng to make a move himself. Those law enforcement team members immediately captured Zhao Dinsheng. Zhao Dinsheng knew the law and broke it. If he was sent to the martial artist court, his outcome would probably not be much better than Shang Yuntao's. Although he could not possibly be executed, if he was sent to the front line for 10 or 20 years without even leave, how could the Zhao family maintain itself? Moreover, Lin Feng was prepared to take down the Zhao family in one fell swoop this time. Arresting Zhao Dinsheng was just the beginning. Brother Shen, I'll leave Shang Yuntao to you for now. You should escort him to the martial artist court. Brother Lin, when are you going to handle the handover? In a few days. There's no rush. Lin Feng shrunk his body and handed Shang Yuntao over to Shen Jiangxin. Now that the astral power in Shang Yuntao's body had been depleted from the eruption, it was a piece of cake for Shen Jiangxin to control him. As for whether Shen Jiangxin and Zhao Dinsheng could escape, Lin Feng really did not mind them escaping. If they were stupid, they could run all they liked. Then, Lin Feng would have a legitimate reason to kill the two of them. Shen Jiangxin nodded and waved his hand. Take him away. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Feng and did not bother Lin Feng anymore. He ordered men to take Shang Yuntao and Zhao Dinsheng away directly. Brother, you were so impressive just now. After Shen Jiangxin and the others left, Lin Qian immediately came to Lin Feng's side. She was just an ordinary person. Although she also practiced martial arts, she was only a hobbyist who did it to strengthen her body, and could not be considered a professional martial artist at all. Hence, it was hard for her to imagine how Lin Feng had transformed into a giant dozens of meters tall, or how he had shrunk to his normal size. Little sister, if you practice martial arts in the future, you might even be able to break the genetic lock. Lin Feng was not joking. He really planned to let his little sister, Lin Qian, practice martial arts when he returned this time. With Lin Feng's various resources, even if he just accumulated resources, he could still push his little sister above a grade 9 professional. However, whether Lin Qian could break the genetic lock depended on herself. Lin Feng could not help either. Brother, Xiao Peng and the others have left. At this moment, Lin Qian said through gritted teeth. She hated Xiao Peng to the bone. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course he saw Xiao Peng and Zhao Beisheng leave, but he did not stop them. In his eyes, these two people were already dead. Don't worry, sister. They won't lie for long. A vicious glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. In the Zhao family, Xiao Peng and Zhao Beisheng were like cats on hot bricks. They were panicking, but there was nothing they could do. Zhao Dingsheng was the foundation of the Zhao family. Once Zhao Dingsheng went down, the Zhao family would fall apart. Dad, how's uncle? Zhao Peng's lips were trembling slightly. He was really afraid. His uncle, Zhao Dingsheng, had been captured by the law enforcement team and had to go to the martial artist court. In his eyes, it was almost like the sky was collapsing. He knew very well what he had done over the years. Without his uncle's influence, how could he have lived so indulgently? Zhao Beisheng's face was dark as he said coldly, "Your uncle got someone to send a message to us. Retreat. Our Zhao family will give up everything and leave Central Sea immediately. We lost this time. We lost everything." Xiao Beisheng felt a little pained. The East Sea Corporation was everything he had. He had put a lot of effort into it. He was really unwilling to give up just like that. Zhao Peng was also stunned. He did not expect the matter to be so serious. Dad, without the East Sea Corporation, what are we supposed to survive on in the future, Dad? We didn't do anything. Even if Lin Feng is the legate, he wouldn't dare to kill us directly. Right. Xiao Peng was not willing to leave just like that either. If he did, he would not be able to live the comfortable life of a playboy. Idiot, don't you know what you've done over all these years? Lin Feng is now the legate, and your uncle has been captured. Our Zhao family is finished. Your uncle is right. Leave. Leave immediately. As long as there's life, there's hope. Lin Feng is indeed showing his edge now and has a strong momentum. HMPH. But who knows what will happen in the future? Perhaps one day he will die at the hands of those dire beasts at the front line. Then, it will be time for us to return to Central Sea. Xiao Beisheng was also an ambitious businessman. No matter how unwilling and reluctant he was, he knew that they must leave now. Dad, is there any other way? I don't want to leave. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sound at the Zhao family's door. Xiao Beisheng opened the door and realized that they were fully armed police officers. These police officers surged in, immediately surrounding the two of them. What are you doing? Xiao Beisheng berated sternly. The leading police officer immediately took out an arrest warrant and said, Xiao Beisheng, Zhao Peng, this is the arrest warrant. Your crimes have been uncovered. Come with us. Looking at the fully armed police officers, Zhao Beisheng and Zhao Peng's faces went pale at once. Dad, save me. Zhao Peng wailed at the top of his lungs. But Zhao Beisheng was motionless, as if he did not hear it. He did not argue and was slowly escorted out of the house by the police, only stopping at the door to look back once more at the Zhao family's villa behind him. He understood that he would probably never return this time. The Zhao family was completely done for. Chapter 253 Spying. Chapter 253 Spying. Dad, the Zhao family is finished. Lin Yang strode in, his face filled with excitement. It had been 6 days since Lin Feng fought Shang Yuntao. During these 6 days, the entire upper class of Central Sea City learned about the incident. From then on, the Lin family truly entered the upper class of Central Sea City. Mr. Lin glanced at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, and only nodded slightly. In reality, he had long known that this would be the outcome. Lin Feng had already become the legate. Even Zhao Dinsheng had been captured and sent to the martial artist court. With a word from Lin Feng, the Zhao family would be finished. After all, the Zhao family did not have a clean background either. Lin Yang, on the other hand, seemed to be holding back his emotions. In the past, when he was in charge of the Lin Corporation, he had suffered a lot due to the Zhao family. Now that he saw the Zhao family's outcome, he was naturally very excited. Dad, the Zhao family is really finished this time. Zhao Peng was sentenced to death, and Zhao Beisheng was sentenced to life imprisonment. The East Sea Corporation is already in chaos, but the other factions haven't rushed forward to divide it. It's a little strange. Lin Yang did find it very strange. According to his experience in the business world, shouldn't everyone kick someone when they're down? The other factions had seen how profitable the East Sea Corporation was. It should be impossible for them to not take action. But now, everything was calm. Could the Zhao family still have some trump card? Mr. Lin shook his head. He was very satisfied with Lin Yang. Lin Yang was the most suitable person to take over the Lin Corporation. However, Lin Yang had always been a businessman, and his perception could not break out of that of a businessman. Lin Yang, do you think they don't want to go up? That's because they don't dare to. It's because the East Sea Corporation are the spoils. They left for our Lin family. Mr. Lin's words enlightened Lin Yang. That's right. With Lin Feng around, who caused the collapse of the Zhao family? The father and son of the Zhao family would both be jailed. If the Zhao family was finished, how long could the East Sea Corporation hold out? The reason why it had not collapsed was that they wanted to leave it for the Lin family. I see. Lin Feng, it's all thanks to you this time. He'll immediately organize the legal department to begin negotiations on the acquisition of the East Sea Corporation. Okay. Go ahead and do your work. Lin Yang left in a hurry. He was in charge of the Lin Corporation, and did not have any free time every day. Dad, Big Brother doesn't actually have to work so hard. Lin Feng frowned and said. However, Mr. Lin shook his head and said, everyone has their own value. A person works hard in order to realize their own value. If you don't allow your big brother to work so hard, what hope is there if he just stays at home all day? Everyone needs their own vision and hope in life. To you, martial arts is your vision. To your big brother, the corporation is his vision. It has nothing to do with status or identity. Lin Feng was deep in thought. He looked up and said with a smile, Dad, I understand. Actually, Mr. Lin was giving Lin Feng some pointers. Perhaps in terms of martial arts, Lin Feng was already a genius among geniuses and could not do better. However, Mr. Lin felt that he could still give Lin Feng some advice on life experiences. Everyone had their own way of life. Lin Feng was a powerful martial artist, and this was enough for the Lin family as for their eldest brother, second brother, little sister Lin Qian, and even their parents. They each had things they pursued. There was no need to force things. This was also why the second son, Lin Hai, had always been in the army and might carry out dangerous missions. But Mr. Lin still did not ask Lin Hai to return. Lin Hai was already a soldier. That was not only Lin Hai's identity, but also his vision. By the way, Dad, second brother can at least visit home sometime. Right. Yes. I didn't manage to reach him yesterday. He's probably on some secret mission again. He'll contact me when he's free. When the time comes, he'll ask him to return for a family reunion. Beep beep. At this moment, Mr. Lin's communicator rang. Brother Shen. All right. Today it is. He'll come to your law enforcement team to settle the handover later. Lin Feng hung up the communicator and shook his head helplessly. Dad, Shen Jiangxin can't wait anymore. He's already urged me a few times. That's just as well. In any case, I'm the legate of Central Sea City and want leave for 3 years. He'll go settle the handover procedures today. All right. Go ahead. Lin Feng stood up and left the villa. When he boarded the airship outside the villa, he felt as if someone was spying on him. However, he scanned his surroundings with his mental power and did not find anyone. Did I imagine it? Lin Feng frowned slightly and walked into the airship. Soon, the airship took off and flew towards the law enforcement team's building. Not long after Lin Feng's spaceship left, in a building in the distance, a man in a black robe stared at the screen. The screen was displaying the scene outside the Lin family's villa. The target has left the Lin family and is heading for the law enforcement building in Central Sea City. One by one, information was continuously collated before being delivered. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because among these there was actually information about him since he was young, including the strange illness he was afflicted with, and his matters when attending Central Sea University. After that, there was information on Lin Feng going to the Myriad Academy, the Dragon Mountain Base, the South Mountain Base, the Global Martial Arts Competition, and so on. All the information was gathered in detail. Even the secret base he went to with Sage Kang, and the others went to was recorded. It had to be known that the base that Sage Kang and Sage Yuanyi brought Lin Feng to was top secret. Judging from the battle between Lin Feng and Shang Yuntao, the probability of Lin Feng obtaining an ancient civilization's legacy is more than 90. This legacy does not seem to cultivate astral power and specializes on cultivating the physical body. Moreover, it's especially powerful. It can easily defeat Divine Realm martial artists with 2 life transitions. It appears to be in the meta-divine tier of strength. It is advisable for at least 3 meta-divine realm experts to join forces before launching an attack. To be safe, at least 5 meta-divine realm experts are required. After the message was sent, the man in the black robe waited quietly. Continue to observe. Do not launch an attack in the city. If he shows any signs of leaving the city, report immediately. After receiving the message, a strange smile appeared on the black-robed man's lips. The airship landed in front of the law enforcement team's building. Shen Jiangxin had long brought many law enforcement team members to welcome them. Brother Lin, you're finally here. Shen Jiangxin laughed loudly. Brother Shen, why are you in such a hurry to leave as the legate? Lin Feng found it strange. Logically speaking, the legate was a wonderful job. It's desirable to stay as long as possible. Shen Jiangxin, on the other hand, kept urging Lin Feng to come and complete the handover procedures. It was as if he wished he could leave immediately. Brother Lin, you might not know this, but I've been transferred to the Mora Mountain Base this time. A war will break out there soon. Haha. There are a few meta-divine realm experts commanding there. The sooner I arrive at the Mora Mountain Base, the sooner I can make preparations and earn more merit value. Perhaps I can also obtain the Hero of Humanity medal like Brother Lin. Lin Feng came to a realization. No wonder Shen Jiangxin was so eager to hand over the position. It turned out that he was in a hurry to earn merit. Alright, then, I wish Brother Shen success. Haha, thank you for your kind words. Brother Lin, I've already prepared the handover procedures. You just need to go up and confirm it. Hence, Shen Jiangxin led Lin Feng into the building. Chapter 254 Posthumous Portrait. Chapter 254 Posthumous Portrait. Beep. After the procedures were completed, the higher-ups also confirmed it. From today onwards, Lin Feng officially became the legate of Central Sea City for a 3-year term. Shen Jiangxin looked at everything in the office and sighed. Brother Lin, having been here for 3 years, I'm a little reluctant to actually leave. Lin Feng nodded. 3 years was actually quite a long time, especially since he had only used a year to undergo a tremendous change in his body. He was practically a living legend. Then Brother Shen can stay for a few days before leaving. Haha, there's no need for that. Since the procedures have been completed, I'll set off immediately. I'll leave the Central Sea City in your hands in the future. With that, Shen Jiangxin turned around and left resolutely. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to leave. Lin Feng sat in his office and gathered all the law enforcement team members. Originally, there were 23 metamorphic realm martial artists in the law enforcement team of Central Sea City. However, without Zhao Dengsheng, there were only 22 left. Among them, There were 13 third-level metamorphic realm martial artists, which made up the majority. The remaining were all first-level and second-level metamorphic realm martial artists. After all, the law enforcement team had to deal with martial artists who had broken the genetic lock and needed to capture them. Hence, all of the team were quite strong. These 22 people were divided into 4 squads, with an average of 6 people per squad. However, there used to be 24 people before. There was one less. Dansheng was gone as well. Only 22 people were left. Hence, 2 of the squads only had 5 people now. The 4 third-level metamorphic realm martial artists standing before Lin Feng were the leaders of the 4 squads. Lin Feng saw that these law enforcement team members were a little nervous. After all, he was a distinguished divine realm expert. And he had defeated Shang Yuntao so brutally previously. It was impossible for these people not to be nervous. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. We can keep up how it was like when Brother Shen was here. I'm just meeting everyone today. To get acquainted, everyone. You can leave first. The 4 captains will stay behind. Lin Feng left the 4 captains behind. They could be considered as direct subordinates. You are usually in charge of the law enforcement team's work. I won't interfere unnecessarily. This put the 4 of them at ease. Besides, Lin Feng did not come to be the legate to make a grand undertaking. Hence, there was no need to cling to authority at all. Moreover, how much authority could a mere law enforcement team have? Tell me, how are Shang Yuntao and Zhao Densheng among the 4 captains? Captain Wei took a step forward and said, Lord Legate, Shang Yuntao and Zhao Densheng were both taken away by the people from the martial artist court. Shang Yuntao was sentenced to guard the front line for 20 years, and Zhao Densheng was sentenced to guard the front line for 15 years. I understand. All of you can leave. Soon, Lin Feng was the only one left in the office. Back then, Zhao Densheng alone had suppressed the Lin family to the point of suffocation. If not for his second brother, Lin Hai, inviting General Long over, there was no knowing how the Zhao family would continue to deal with the Lin family. And now, only a year had passed, but there had already been a sea change. With a word from Lin Feng, the Zhao family was completely finished. Zhao Densheng was sentenced to guard the front line and could not leave for 15 years. Lin Feng actually no longer saw Zhao Densheng as a threat. Never mind whether Zhao Densheng lucky enough to survive these 15 years. So what if he did? 15 years later, how powerful would Lin Feng become? 3 life transitions. Or 4 life transitions. When the gap reached a certain level, Zhao Densheng would despair even if he wanted to take revenge. Hence, the matter with the Zhao family was over. Lin Feng would no longer pay attention to Zhao Densheng. On the other hand, Shang Yuntao was a divine realm martial artist. It was actually not difficult for him to survive for 20 years. If he was lucky enough to undergo the 3rd life transition at the front line and become a meta-divine realm martial artist, he would be a threat. But that was all. If Lin Feng were still in the divine realm or the meta-divine realm, Shang Yuntao might still harbor resentment. However, what if Lin Feng underwent 4 life transitions and became a sage or even stronger than a sage? At that time, Shang Yuntao probably wouldn't even hold a trace of resentment, when the difference was unimaginable. Even if one held resentment, they would conceal it deep down and not dare to reveal it. There was an endless stream of people coming and going outside the window. Lin Feng stood in front of the window and looked down. Unknowingly, Lin Feng had already become the upper echelons of humanity. High and mighty, people or things that seemed unreachable in the past were now easily reachable to him. Lin Feng even vaguely lost the motivation to strive. He looked up at the void. There was a canopy there, and beyond the canopy was the cosmos. According to Longbitham, the cosmos was cold and cruel, but it was also an incomparably wonderful place. Beep beep beep. Just as Lin Feng was lamenting, his communicator suddenly rang urgently. He picked up the communicator and connected immediately. Dad, what is it? Lin Feng. Quick, come back. Your second brother. Thud. Lin Feng hung up and immediately went downstairs to rush home on the airship. In the Lin family's living room, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, Lin Yan, and Lin Qian were all gathered. Apart from the Lin family, there were 5 soldiers. They held a posthumous portrait in their hands with solemn expressions. Mr. Lin reached out with shaking hands to take the portrait. His lips were trembling, and he could not say anything. Tears were already streaming down his face. Mrs. Lin's voice was hoarse from crying. Lin Yan's eyes were also bloodshot, and the veins on his arms bulged violently, as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. Even Lin Qian's face was pale. She looked at the portrait in heavy grief. Uncle, Auntie, please restrain your grief. There were 5 soldiers, judging from their ranks. There were 4 majors and 1 general. Among them, the general was even General Long, whom the Lin family knew. However, at this moment, General Long's eyes were also dim and filled with regret. This was his second time coming to the Lin family. The first time, he was here to help the Lin family resolve their troubles. But he did not expect to come to the Lin family in such a manner the second time. General Long, how did this happen to Lin Hai? Mr. Lin's voice shook. No matter how strong a person was, they could not control themselves when faced with such a situation. Bang! Before General Long could answer, the door was suddenly pushed open at this moment. Swoosh! Lin Feng stood at the door. He saw 5 unfamiliar soldiers at a glance. In particular, there was a posthumous portrait on the table. Lin Feng. General Long naturally knew Lin Feng. He had not investigated before, so he did not know that Lin Feng had returned. The last time General Long visited Lin Feng was still sickly and suffering from a strange illness. Later on, Lin Feng rose to power and even obtained first place in the global martial arts competition. However, one would not feel it just looking at reports and videos. But now, seeing Lin Feng in person, General Long suddenly felt a sense of oppression. That's right. Oppression. Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura that made even he feel as if he was about to suffocate. Was this still a metamorphic realm martial artist? Even a divine realm martial artist probably did not have such a terrifying aura. Chapter 255 Dormant Volcano. Chapter 255 Dormant Volcano. Step by step, Lin Feng entered the room slowly, his gaze fixed on the portrait on the table. His second brother, Lin Hai. Lin Feng almost could not believe this grievous news. How could his second brother die just like that? Lin Feng's family had always been the Achilles heel that no one was allowed to touch, plagued by a strange illness since he was young. His family cared deeply for him. Even his second brother Lin Hai, whom he rarely saw, would bring some things back for him from the army. But now, his second brother was dead. How did second brother die? Lin Feng showed no sadness at all. In fact, his expression was very cold. However, it was this coldness that seemed to chill the room immensely. Even General Long could not help but feel intimidated. However, under Lin Feng's cold gaze, he nonetheless gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Lin Hai was killed in action when carrying out a special mission. What mission? I'm sorry, but Lin Hai was carrying out a highly confidential mission. Please forgive me for not being able to disclose it. Even though General Long also felt immense pressure, he still resisted it. Such a confidential mission could never be revealed to anyone. Bang! Lin Feng threw a lightning-quick punch. Before anyone could react, General Long was sent flying. This was the result of Lin Feng showing restraint. Otherwise, even if Lin Feng had not used his combat body, with his current physique, he was far from what a mere metamorphic realm martial artist could resist. Swoosh! The 4 soldiers brought by General Long immediately stood in front of Lin Feng and berated loudly. Lin Feng, what are you trying to do? Get lost. The mental power sphere in Lin Feng's mind erupted violently, and terrifying mental power swept out like a storm. The 4 soldiers trembled as if they were facing a horrifying dire beast. This was a mental storm. Lin Feng's mental power was not strong yet, so it could only affect ordinary people who had not broken the genetic lock. However, if it were stronger, It would even be able to affect those metamorphic realm martial artists. The 4 soldiers' bodies stiffened, and they even forgot to stop him. Lin Feng walked straight to General Long and grabbed him. He asked coldly, "What mission was my second brother on?" Lin Feng, calm down. Lin Hai was carrying out a secret mission. I'm also very pained by his death. But there's nothing I can do. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng threw General Long to the ground. General Long could not resist Lin Feng at all. What mission was second brother on? Lin Feng asked again and again. His tone was as cold as ice, and even vaguely revealed killing intent. General Long had a feeling that if he did not answer today, Lin Feng would really dare to kill him. When had Lin Feng become so terrifying? However, General Long was a soldier. He would never speak under threat. Lin Feng. Lin Hai was carrying out a confidential mission. Moreover, he volunteered for the mission. Therefore, I cannot tell you the truth. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Fury and even killing intent were indeed brewing in his heart. At this moment, his killing intent was boiling, as if nothing could stop him. Lin Feng, what are you doing, mister? Lin finally reacted and immediately shouted. Lin Feng took a long look at General Long on the ground, then closed his eyes slightly. General Long, I'm sorry, but even if second brother is dead, we can't just brush it over like this. I'll find his corpse and bring him back for burial. With that, Lin Feng turned around. Lin Feng, how are you going to bring back Lin Hai's corpse when you don't know anything? Moreover, that place is very dangerous. Forget about you. Even divine realm martial artists have little chance of survival there. General Long shouted from behind Lin Feng. He actually did not blame Lin Feng. Back when the Lin family handed Lin Hai over to him, he had devoted himself to nurturing Lin Hai. But now Lin Hai was dead. Yet he was still alive. Sometimes, thinking about it, perhaps this was the greatest injustice. However, Lin Feng did not stop. Instead, he walked straight into the airship. The airship quickly took off and disappeared into the horizon. Cough. General Long coughed lightly. Lin Feng's attacks just now were really ruthless. Moreover, the astral power in his body was actually completely useless. General Long, what mission exactly was Lin Hai on, mister? Lin was also in tears. I'm sorry. I can't say. Hurry up and ask Lin Feng to come back. That place is really too dangerous. We won't be able to make him come back. No one can stop Lin Feng once he set his mind on something. Mister. Lin shook his head. I wonder where he's going. Lin Hai was on a confidential mission. He won't be able to find it. General Long. That's not necessarily the case. You probably don't know this. Right, Lin Feng has already reached the divine realm and is now the legate of Central Sea City. Perhaps he really has some way to investigate the mission carried out by Lin Hai. What, he became a divine realm martial artist, and a legate at that. General Long's expression changed abruptly. He had rushed over to Central Sea this time, and really had not investigated the Lin family's situation. He had thought that Lin Feng was still a genius martial artist from the global martial arts competition. Unexpectedly, the genius martial artist from back then had already become a true expert, a legate who presided over a region. Perhaps with Lin Feng's network, he might really be able to investigate Lin Hai's situation. However, anyone who went to that place now would die. No, Lin Hai is already dead. Lin Feng must stay safe no matter what. Otherwise, he'll be letting Lin Hai down. General Long immediately bade farewell to the Lin family and left in a hurry. In the airship, Lin Feng's expression was ice-cold. At this moment, all the contentment, leisure, and beauty had disappeared. His heart was churning incessantly like a volcanic eruption. Even Lin Feng himself could not control his killing intent. His family was his Achilles heel. Now, his second brother was dead, and he had died without a whole body. His corpse had not even been found. Lin Feng could not tolerate this. No matter what, he had to bring his second brother home, even if only his corpse was left. Although General Long refused to tell what mission second brother Lin Hai was carrying out, and where he had encountered danger. Lin Feng had his own ways. Lombitham, help me to locate second brother's communicator, Lin Feng said coldly. No matter what mission it was, he must have brought his communicator with him. Even if he did not bring his communicator, Lin Feng would definitely be able to find his second brother Lin Hai's camp with it. Then, he would not be far from finding his second brother. Lin Feng, your second brother's communicator signal disappeared a long time ago, but I found the last coordinates before your second brother's signal disappeared. Lombitham sent the coordinates to Lin Feng, who input them directly into the control room of the airship. Second brother, I'll bring you home, Lin Feng muttered softly. His expression did not relax, and his gaze became even colder, like a dormant volcano that could erupt at any moment. Beep. In the dark room, the black-robed man, who was paying close attention to Lin Feng's movements, sent a message. Target has left Central Sea City in an airship. After the message was sent, the room fell silent again. Chapter 2:6 I really want to kill someone. Chapter 2:6 I really want to kill someone. Tall mountain ranges filled the outland, and there was no trace of human activity. Suddenly, 5 airships approached from afar and gradually arrived above Ox Head Mountain. The Ox Head Mountain was shaped like an ox head, hence its name. In the past, martial artists had once fought a brutal war here and defeated a type of dire beast predator. That war back then was extremely ruthless. Apart from the sages, who were not involved, some of the other meta-divine realm and divine realm martial artists died in battle before those predators were finally defeated. From then on, although Ox Head Mountain was also deep in the outland, there were not many dire beasts left. The human territory advanced by more than 1,000 kilometers. Although the Ox Head Mountain had a special significance, this place had yet to be developed by humans. It was uninhabited, and there were still large open areas below, giving it a slightly desolate appearance. The 5 airships flew above Ox Head Mountain and landed. The cabin door of the airship opened, and 5 mysterious people in black robes and masks walked out. Number 131. One of the mysterious men in black robes said. His voice was obviously disguised and a little hoarse. It sounded very old, but no one could be certain of his age. Number 145. Number 294. Number 483. Number 516. The 5 mysterious people in black robes all reported their enigmatic numbers. Their voices were all disguised, and even their gender was difficult to distinguish. The 5 of them gathered together gave off a bizarre air. Numbers correct. I believe that everyone has received the mission. The mission target is Lin Feng, who rose to fame some time ago. How could a mere metamorphic realm martial artist like him ascend to the divine realm so quickly? Therefore, this is the goal of the mission. As usual, we are not allowed to casually inquire about each other's true identities. We must listen to the leader's orders. After the mission is successful, we are not allowed to snatch the spoils of war privately. Is everyone clear? The one who spoke was the mysterious person who was number 131. He was the temporary leader of this mission. Heh. Of course we know. We are all martial artists with status and authority, who oversee a region. We all know the severity of the consequences if our identities are exposed. The others nodded in agreement as well. They were all meta-divine martial artists in real life, who had high statuses and usually presided over a region. They were admired by countless martial artists, and viewed as heroes of humanity by countless people. However, this was only what was on the surface. In private, they had all joined the dark organization called Night Devil. The Night Devil organization was very secretive. No one knew where its headquarters were or how many members it had, let alone who its founder was. It was like a cancer that thrived within the 5 major factions. Many of the upper echelons of the 5 major factions knew about the existence of the Night Devil, but they were powerless to do anything, and had no way to eliminate it. The 9 sages had even launched a large-scale investigation over this, but it was useless. The Night Devil was still hidden in broad daylight among all martial artists, be it meta-divine martial artists, divine realm martial artists, metamorphic realm martial artists, or even professional martial artists. There were people among them who had joined the Night Devil. These martial artists were usually normal martial artists who fought fiercely with dire beasts to guard the front line for humanity. However, once the Night Devil issued missions, things would be different. Every once in a while, the Night Devil would issue some missions. These missions were either targeted at individuals or certain organizations. Once the missions were issued, those Night Devil members who met the mission requirements could accept the missions and complete the missions together. Hence, every time the Night Devil organized a mission, every Night Devil member would try their best to hide their true identities. None of them knew each other, and they would only gather together for the sake of a mission. No one dared to expose their identities lately. Once their true identities were exposed, it would almost spell death. The 5 major factions would never let any of the Night Devils off. After completing the mission, Night Devil would send certain rewards for the mission to every Night Devil member who participated in the mission through special channels. For instance, this time, Night Devil had issued a mission to capture Lin Feng, and the mission reward was Lin Feng's secret. When these 5 Night Devil members received the mission, the condition was that they were at least meta-divine realm martial artists. Then, they would receive comprehensive information on Lin Feng, detailed from childhood to adulthood. Hence, these 5 Night Devil members knew Lin Feng very well. As for what benefits there were for the founder of Night Devil, it was obvious that the founder would be able to obtain the benefits of all the missions. After all, even the mission rewards were distributed by Night Devil. It was not that there were no Night Devil members who tried to spy on the founder of Night Devil, but none of them succeeded. Instead, all of them had their identities as members of Night Devil exposed, and met miserable ends. As the temporary leader of this mission, the Night Devil member who was number 131 was actually just giving simple orders. These people did not necessarily obey him. They were just making do with each other temporarily to complete the mission. I believe everyone has seen Lin Feng's information. He must have obtained some ancient legacy. It doesn't cultivate astral power, but after the second life transition, one would be comparable to a peak divine realm martial artist. None of us know what his trump card is. Don't be careless. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. We all know that. The temporary leader number 131 nodded. Then, he looked at the time and said, according to Night Devil's intelligence, Lin Feng will be passing through Ox Head Mountain soon. Everyone, get ready. Heh. Don't worry. We'll give Lin Feng a huge surprise this time. The 5 Night Devils quickly hid, as if they had never appeared. Ox Head Mountain. In the airship, Lin Feng saw Ox Head Mountain. Normally, he might have stopped to admire the view, but he was not in the mood now. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, just as the airship was about to fly over Ox Head Mountain, an alarm sounded. Warning! Warning! The airship is locked on by laser weapons. Swish! Lin Feng lifted his head abruptly. 5 dazzling lights shot over from the ground at once. They were terrifying laser weapons. Lin Feng's airship could not defend against 5 laser weapons at all. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. The cabin door of the airship suddenly opened, and he stepped out. Boom! Lin Feng's arms suddenly extended like an octopus as he grabbed forcefully at the 5 lasers. The terrifying lasers instantly exploded on Lin Feng's arm. But Lin Feng did not move in the slightest. His body expanded to 30 meters tall, and was covered in a layer of gray armor as he stood in the void. Only 5 laser weapons could destroy the airship, but they were like tickles to Lin Feng. They were completely useless. Lin Feng was also doing this to protect the airship. He did not want the airship he had purchased at a huge cost to be destroyed just like that. You can come out now. Lin Feng swept his gaze below, and stood with his hands behind his back. As expected, as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, 5 mysterious men in black robes flew up from below. All of them were wearing masks, and their black robes covered their entire bodies, making it impossible to see their appearances clearly. Who are you? People who are here to kill you. Of course, however, If you are willing to hand over the ancient civilization legacy you obtained, we can consider sparing you, the temporary leader number 131 said in a hoarse voice. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept his gaze across the 5 of them. He understood now. These 5 people belonged to the dark factions that the Invincible Fist sage had warned him about. In this world, where light is, there darkness will be also. Even though the 5 major factions controlled the world and the 9 sages suppressed everything, there were still martial artists who walked in the dark to commit immoral acts for their own selfish reasons. But they wanted to intercept him at a time like this. Lin Feng smiled. Killing intent boiled under his calm gaze, erupting like a volcano. Want to know something? Lin Feng laughed, his tone abnormally calm. I have to thank you guys. Because I really want to kill someone. Lin Feng's voice grew louder and louder. But in the end, it exploded like thunder. Endless killing intent erupted wildly like a volcano. He needed to vent. The death of his second brother, Lin Hai, had already put Lin Feng on the verge of erupting. Now, he saw that these 5 mysterious martial artists in the dark were actually intercepting him to kill him. His killing intent simply could not be suppressed any longer. Boom! Lin Feng's body suddenly expanded, and a terrible aura surged in all directions. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the forest like blood. In the blood-red hue of the setting sun, killing intent soared. Chapter 257 King of Deities. Chapter 257 King of Deities. Attack. Almost immediately, the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists unleashed a shocking strike. Boom boom boom. After all, they were meta-divine realm martial artists. All of them dominated an area. They were the strongest experts apart from the 9 sages, and were only 1 life transition away from becoming sages. Hence, even though they were just a temporary motley crew, with their rich experience, they could still cooperate and unleash terrifying power. This was the case now. Lin Feng was dealt a fatal blow by 5 meta-divine realm martial artists in an instant. Devastating astral power wreaked havoc. The astral martial arts utilized by 5 meta-divine realm martial artists were incredibly formidable. Lin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, felt as if the surrounding space had distorted all of a sudden. The terrifying force struck Lin Feng and exploded violently like a miniature sun. The 5 meta-divine realm martial artists all had apathetic gazes. All of them were very prideful. Asking them to deal with a martial artist at the same time was already making a mountain out of a molehill, let alone deal with a divine realm martial artist with 2 life transitions. There was a huge gap between the divine realm and the meta-divine realm. In ancient times, although those of the divine realm were rare, not only did divine realm martial artists exist in every era, there were a certain number of them in every era. In an era where martial arts had flourished, it was rumored that there were hundreds of divine realm martial artists who attacked each other. Called the era of chaos, it was also known as the 100 deities vying. However, be it the era of chaos or the era of 100 deities, it was a true and recorded era. In that era, the capable and the powerful had emerged in droves. Yet in the end, only 1 transcendent realm martial artist had appeared. In the end, the era of 100 deities was ended by the meta-divine realm martial artist. Hence, while ancient divine realm martial artists were high and mighty deities, meta-divine realm martial artists were the kings among deities, and considered legendary great beings. In fact, it might take centuries for a king of deities to be born. With the eruption of modern technology, not only were there many more meta-divine realm martial artists, even sages had unprecedentedly appeared. The all-powerful sages suppressed everything and re-established the modern order. However, this still could not overshadow the glory of a meta-divine realm martial artist. Every meta-divine realm martial artist was definitely someone at the top of the hierarchy of human society. But now, Lin Feng was attacked by 5 meta-divine realm experts, who were equivalent to 5 kings of deities. In ancient times, such power would have been enough to dominate the entire world and create an era. Lin Feng roared at the sky. At this moment, he could not hold back at all. The violent astral martial arts transformed into a terrifying force, threatening to annihilate him from all directions. That was true annihilation. Even his cells would disappear directly. It was not that the so-called undying characteristic would not take effect, but that it wouldn't take effect in time before annihilation. If Lin Feng was still the same as he used to be, even if he had undergone a second life transition, without cultivating the combat body, he would still be doomed. But now, he had cultivated the combat body, and his body quickly expanded to a huge body of 100 meters. The defensive advantage of the title combat body was vividly displayed. The attacks of the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists only caused the title combat body to shake slightly, and innumerable cells to be annihilated. However, to Lin Feng's almost infinite cells, this small amount of damage was almost nothing. It could not harm Lin Feng at all. As the dust settled, Lin Feng's extremely fearsome combat body showed clearly in the eyes of the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists. He was somehow unscathed from the terrifying strike by the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists. Such defense was formidable. However, that was all. None of the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists retreated. Instead, they all stared at Lin Feng with burning gazes. Why did they accept Night Devil's mission at such a great risk? Naturally, it was for the secrets on Lin Feng. What secrets did Lin Feng have? Lin Feng had many secrets. He had gone from the first life transition to the second life transition in a year. Now, with just 2 life transitions, he could withstand the attacks of 5 meta-divine realm martial artists with 3 life transitions, and challenge people of a higher tier. Such a situation was almost unprecedented. In the past, even the most incredible genius would find it very difficult to challenge someone above their tier. But Lin Feng had accomplished it today. This was like discovering a new continent to the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists, who were stuck in a bottleneck. Originally, they had thought it was impossible for them to undergo the 4th life transition in this lifetime. However, Lin Feng's appearance now seemed to have opened a new window before their eyes. So, such strength was possible without cultivating astral power. Perhaps by obtaining the secrets on Lin Feng, they could fully understand the mysteries of 4 life transitions, and become the 10th sage. Even if the hope was very slim, they were willing to do whatever it took. Lin Feng attacked as well. He suddenly struck out with one arm, completely suppressing his opponent with force. A mighty force tore through the air, emitting a sonic boom. It was as if even the air was compressed to the extreme. Bang! Lin Feng shattered the body of a meta-divine realm martial artist with a single strike, but his entire body turned to ashes and dissipated into the void. Lin Feng frowned. He glanced around. There were still 5 meta-divine realm martial artists around him. Then, who was the martial artist he had just killed? Lin Feng. Do you know why meta-divine realm martial artists can crush divine realm martial artists who only have brute force, and can never understand the true methods of a meta-divine realm martial artist? The temporary leader, the mysterious martial artist number 131, said in a low voice. A disquieting smile appeared on his lips. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, translucent and terrifying dire beasts, or some prehistoric and terrifying monsters, gradually appeared in front of the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists. This was not an illusion. Lin Feng scanned with his mental power and immediately understood. These were the so-called divine warriors, condensed from astral power. Go! Kill him! The temporary leader, the mysterious martial artist number 131, pointed at Lin Feng casually. Then, a terrifying monster about 10 meters in height in front of him immediately roared and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He could sense that this monster did not have any life force. It was only condensed from astral power. Bang! Lin Feng shattered this monster condensed entirely from astral power with a punch. He felt that these monsters were just too weak. Too weak. Is that so? Then how about my divine kingdom? Divine kingdom? Boom! In an instant, the sky seemed to have dimmed. Numerous prehistoric monsters, as if they had come alive from the myths, stared menacingly at Lin Feng. Chapter 258 Divine Kingdom. Chapter 258 Divine Kingdom. Too weak, Lin Feng still said coldly. Monsters condensed from mere astral power did not even have intelligence. What threat could they pose to him with numbers alone? On the other hand, there was something special about the surrounding astral force field. Even Lin Feng was forcefully pulled into the astral force field. In this astral force field, the astral power of meta-divine martial artists seemed infinite. They could even directly absorb the star power in the void and convert it rapidly. As Lin Feng shattered the prehistoric monsters condensed from astral power again and again, the other party did not care at all. Hundreds of monsters continued pouncing towards Lin Feng like moths to a flame. Keep killing. How many can you kill? Almost no astral power is significantly exhausted in my divine kingdom. How many can you kill? The meta-divine realm martial artist opposite him laughed loudly. Lin Feng also gradually understood that the so-called divine kingdom was actually this special astral force field. Within this special astral force field, meta-divine martial artists could constantly condense astral beasts, which were called divine warriors. These divine warriors were infinite. Even if Lin Feng defeated all of them, it was useless. This was because the defeated monsters were condensed from astral power and dissipated into astral power again. They were confined within the astral force field and reused by the meta-divine martial artists. This could form a positive loop, even if there was some depletion of astral power. A meta-divine realm martial artist could just absorb star power and convert it into astral power to make up for this portion of consumed astral power. Once trapped in the divine kingdom, there was no way to escape without breaking the astral force field. This was the true reason why meta-divine martial artists were known as the kings of deities. Once meta-divine martial artists deployed the divine kingdom, even dozens of divine realm martial artists would face certain death if trapped. Previously, Lin Feng was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. His achievements in martial arts were nothing great. It was already very impressive that he knew about divine realm methods. As for the meta-divine realm, he had never even seen it before. How could he understand the various methods of meta-divine realm martial artists? Now, Lin Feng finally understood how powerful meta-divine martial artists were. With just the divine kingdom alone, meta-divine martial artists were already above divine realm martial artists. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. Boom! At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to be in the depths of the dark cosmos. Meteors fell one after another from the vast cosmos, like a meteor shower. However, the whistling might that came with them probably meant certain death once one failed to withstand it. After all, those meteors were also constructed of astral power. Lin Feng knew that the second meta-divine martial artist had attacked. He deployed his divine kingdom and pulled Lin Feng into another astral force field, kingdom of wilderness, stellar world. These were only two divine kingdoms and two astral force fields. Yet they actually made Lin Feng feel a hint of pressure. They were, indeed, worthy of meta-divine realm martial artists. Powerful life forms with 3 life transitions. Although martial arts were not worth mentioning at all in Longbotham's eyes, and were even a cultivation system that had gone astray, there was naturally a reason why martial arts could exist for so long and create the foundation for the 9th civilization of the long-standing humanity. This divine kingdom was not bad. Using massive astral power, it weaved astral force fields. This method was simply miraculous. It amazed even Lin Feng, who had cultivated the combat body and entered the cosmic cultivation system. The kingdom of wilderness and the stellar world, 2 divine kingdoms which descended as 2 force fields, could already ensnare Lin Feng, although they could not injure Lin Feng for the time being. The outcome as time went on already appeared predictable, especially when there were still 3 meta-divine realm martial artists who had not attacked. Blizzard World, Eternal Purgatory, Void World. The remaining 3 meta-divine realm martial artists did not disappoint Lin Feng. 5 types of divine kingdom in the form of 5 astral force fields were superimposed on Lin Feng's body at the same time. For a moment, the pressure on Lin Feng increased severalfold. These were what true meta-divine realm martial artists were like. They had already broken away from the mode of relying on the eruption of astral power, and studied astral power to another level. The force field of the Kingdom of Wilderness allowed Lin Feng to see all kinds of prehistoric monsters. They were all fearsome monsters that had already become extinct. Although they were condensed from astral power, they made one feel as if they were in a true, prehistoric wilderness. The stellar world was even more terrifying. It pulled Lin Feng into a starry cosmos. The starry cosmos was the universe. Then, cosmic disasters were created one after another in the terrible astral force field. In this divine kingdom, the most terrifying cosmic disaster was undoubtedly the meteor shower. Meteors fell one after another, making Lin Feng feel as if he was in the midst of an apocalypse. There was also the blizzard world. There was a vast expanse of white snow everywhere. Terrifying snow monsters appeared, and even snow mountains collapsed, creating terrifying avalanches. The eternal purgatory was a strange and distorted force field. All kinds of mythical evil spirits could affect people's emotions. Even Lin Feng, who had condensed a mental power sphere, would still be affected to a certain extent. What was even more bizarre was the void world. It was an expanse of nothingness. Within this strange force field, Lin Feng was alone. No matter where he went, there was nothing. The mental torment was almost more terrifying than any torture. 5 divine kingdoms and 5 force fields. Lin Feng had seen how daunting meta-divine realm martial artists were, and that martial arts were not as weak as he had imagined. Let alone the trash that Long Bithan claimed it was. Martial arts was a path of cultivation and evolution that humans had explored for countless years based on themselves. Before finally formulating a system, the 5 meta-divine martial artists felt that victory was already in their grasp. They were 5 distinguished meta-divine martial artists, and their divine kingdoms were not ordinary divine kingdoms either. They were all outstanding in their respective fields. Although there was a possibility of their identities being exposed once they utilized the divine kingdom, they would do anything for the secret of Lin Feng. 5 divine kingdoms. Do you think you can still keep your identity? Lin Feng was not stupid. When he saw the 5 meta-divine martial artists use their respective divine kingdoms, he knew that they were planning to stake everything on this. After all, meta-divine martial artists were rather rare, and divine kingdoms were unique. Basically, every meta-divine martial artist's divine kingdom was different. As long as Lin Feng did not die, he would be able to find out the identities of these 5 meta-divine realm martial artists based on the 5 divine kingdoms in the future. Once their identities were exposed, even 5 meta-divine realm martial artists would face certain death. Lin Feng, do you think you can still get out of this alive? You must die after seeing our divine kingdoms. We originally wanted to spare your life, but from the looks of it, you can't be allowed to live anymore. We'll kill you and search your body. Your secret can't stay hidden. The voices of the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists came from all directions. With the superimposition of the 5 force fields, even Lin Feng's thoughts were affected to a certain extent. However, that was all. How could these force fields injure Lin Feng? Even if Lin Feng stood here and deployed the tidal combat body without moving, these 5 meta-divine realm martial artists could not kill Lin Feng. The tidal combat body was a combat body that excelled in defense in the cosmic cultivation system. How formidable was it? Only 5 force fields and 5 divine kingdoms. Do you think I can't break them? Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his 100-meter-tall body actually expanded again. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's combat body had expanded to 200 meters. This was the first time Lin Feng had unleashed his full strength and appeared in front of people with this massive combat body. Absorb! Lin Feng opened his mouth wide. His mouth seemed to have turned into a black hole all of a sudden. The 5 force fields, 5 divine kingdoms, and all kinds of monsters, meteors, ice, spirits, and so on were all swallowed by Lin Feng. To him, be it spirits or monsters, as long as they were condensed from astral power, they were the most delectable delicacies in the world. He could swallow them in one gulp. Chapter 259 The Power of the Combat Body. Chapter 259 The Power of the Combat Body. Boom! Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into a black hole that devoured everything. Energy. All this astral power was energy. Everything in the divine kingdom was made of astral power. Be it the divine warriors or the astral force field. Without astral power, they were nothing. To other martial artists, perhaps this was the most terrifying thing. Being in the middle of 5 astral fields meant certain death. Even a meta-divine realm martial artist would not be able to escape their doom. However, for Lin Feng, no matter how strong the astral force field was, as long as it could not destroy his combat body in an instant, he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, these astral fields were even the energy he wanted to devour the most. As Lin Feng opened his mouth, his body emitted an endless suction force, constantly pulling in all the surrounding astral power. Those monsters, meteors, ice, evil spirits, and so on were all transformed into energy and devoured by Lin Feng in one gulp. As for the astral force field, without astral power, how could it still be called a force field? Lin Feng's combat body was originally just 200 meters tall, but the combat body could still be cultivated, although it might not improve by much in the end. As long as there was enough energy, it could be improved by some degree. For instance, as he devoured such a massive amount of energy, Lin Feng's original 200-meter-tall combat body began to expand in an instant. 201 meters, 202 meters, 203 meters. Seeing that Lin Feng was constantly devouring astral power, and that his daunting body was actually still expanding and emitting a terrifying aura, the laughter of the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists came to an abrupt halt. Even the expressions on their unseen faces were probably frozen now. That was 5 divine kingdoms and 5 astral force fields. Apart from sages, they could not think of anyone else who could contend against the 5 divine kingdoms. However, was Lin Feng a sage? They shook their heads immediately. Even they themselves did not believe that Lin Feng was a sage. The difference between a second life transition and a 4th life transition was too great. It was impossible for them not to see that Lin Feng had indeed only experienced his 2nd life transition. However, the cultivation technique that Lin Feng practiced was just too bizarre. He had actually devoured all the astral power they had used to set up their divine kingdom in one gulp. To them, such a situation was practically unheard of. Even divine kingdoms could be devoured, even though they were experienced and knowledgeable meta-divine martial artists, kings of deities, and great beings who could create eras. They were still dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. This is bad. He can devour astral power. Not only are our divine kingdoms no threat to him, they are helping him to increase his strength massively. The temporary leader and mysterious martial artist number 131 said in a low voice. Even his voice was no longer so calm, but carried a trace of panic. Lin Feng's body had expanded to 200 meters in an instant. Then, he transformed into a black hole and devoured their astral power in a frenzy, almost devouring all 5 astral force fields and 5 divine kingdoms. Moreover, his body kept expanding. Even a fool would know that Lin Feng's strength was improving. Finally, Lin Feng's body expanded to 204 meters before slowly stopping. His 204-meter body had only increased by 4 meters. It was actually not of much help to Lin Feng's strength. The divine kingdoms of the 5 meta-divine martial artists only contributed 4 meters worth of energy for Lin Feng's title combat body. According to this ratio, Lin Feng's 200-meter title combat body was almost equivalent to 250 meta-divine martial artists. There were barely 100 of meta-divine realm martial artists in this world. Never mind 250. In other words, even if Lin Feng devoured all the divine kingdoms of all the meta-divine martial artists in the world, he still would not be able to cultivate the 200-meter title combat body. For the first time, Lin Feng had a direct understanding of just how much energy was needed for the title combat body. After all, from devouring the energy modules in the energy factory, Lin Feng could only tell that there was a lot of energy, but he did not have a direct understanding of how much exactly. Now, Lin Feng had a very clear and intuitive understanding. If cultivating the combat body after the second life transition required devouring so much energy, what about the third life transitions or even the fourth? Lin Feng finally understood why Longbetham placed so much emphasis on energy. Retreat, retreat now. The 5 meta-divine realm martial artists made a prompt decision and immediately fled in 5 different directions. They knew very well that their divine kingdoms were already their strongest resort. However, now, not only were their divine kingdoms useless, they appeared to be delivering supplements to Lin Feng. How could they still fight like this? No matter how big Lin Feng's secret was, they could only retreat for the time being now. There was only hope in the future if they saved themselves now. Trying to run, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The 5 meta-divine realm martial artists had already flown hundreds of meters away. There were still 5 airships waiting for them. Once they entered the airships, they could use the speed of the airships to escape. However, Lin Feng's killing intent was torrential now. He only glanced coldly at the 5 of them. Did they think that he could do nothing? Just because they scattered and fled. Transform. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng's entire combat body shook slightly. Then, 3 more arms appeared on his body at once. 3 arms quickly grew out of his back. Although Lin Feng did not ponder over the cells of certain dire beasts, he could change the arrangement of his cells and grow a few more arms with ease. He could be considered a being with innumerable forms. With just a thought to change the arrangement of cells, forget about 3 more arms. Even having 30 more arms would be nothing. Swoosh! Lin Feng was also extremely fast. Almost immediately, the 5 arms grabbed towards the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists. His 5 arms instantly extended by hundreds of meters, and his palms became incomparably huge. He slammed them down from behind with a terrifying force. Even the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that they had really made the wrong choice in this endeavor. Why did they risk their lives for that minuscule hope and the secret of Lin Feng? Bang! One of Lin Feng's arms instantly grabbed 2 meta-divine martial artists. These 2 meta-divine martial artists were slightly slower. When they were grabbed by Lin Feng, they did not even have the strength to resist. They were swatted to death by Lin Feng like flies. 2 meta-divine realm martial artists died just like that. Seeing Lin Feng kill 2 meta-divine realm martial artists so casually, the remaining 3 meta-divine realm martial artists were all somewhat frightened. Since when were meta-divine martial artists so fragile? Hence, the 3 martial artists tried even harder to escape. They were luckier and rushed into the airships immediately. The airships began to transform into a stream of light and charged towards the horizon. HMPH. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. His 3 arms instantly extended again, growing to more than 1,000 meters. Moreover, his palms expanded rapidly with a shadowy mass like a dark cloud, even larger than the airship. Lin Feng's 3 huge palms slammed down towards the 3 airships. In the airships, the eyes of the 3 meta-divine realm martial artists were filled with despair and shock. Boom! The 3 airships were instantly shattered by Lin Feng's huge palm. Amidst the fumes and blazes that filled the sky, the 3 meta-divine realm martial artists charged out like a stream of light. However, Lin Feng's huge palm closed gently, and they were easily caught in his hand like mosquitoes. Chapter 260 Sunfall King. Chapter 260 Sunfall King. Lin Feng's gaze was sharp as a blade as he stared coldly at the 3 meta-divine realm martial artists in his hands. No matter what power they unleashed, it was useless. His tidal combat body excelled most at defense. Once he caught them, it would be almost impossible for them to escape. Lin Feng grabbed with his giant hand, and the masks on the heads of the 3 meta-divine realm martial artists fell off, revealing their true faces. 2 of the martial artists were strangers to Lin Feng. However, the moment Lin Feng removed the mask of the 3rd one, the mysterious martial artist number 131, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. Sunfall King. That's right. It was the Sunfall King. Even Lin Feng knew this face. Among meta-divine martial artists, there was a category of special martial artists. Not only were they powerful, they frequently made great contributions to humanity. Eventually, they were bestowed a title. For example, this meta-divine martial artist in front of him was a martial artist with a title, and his title was the Sunfall King. This Sunfall King had become famous very early on, but what really made his fame was the War of Sunfall Mountain 30 years ago. At that time, humanity was facing the surge of a terrifying type of dire beast predators. Once they broke through the defense line of Sunfall Mountain, they might cause a devastating blow to the human cities at the home front. The situation back then was much worse than the crisis in Dragonlit City. The 9 sages were all tied down and could not spare any time to offer aid. Even the other meta-divine realm martial artists could not provide reinforcements in time. Once those predators charged through the defense line of the Sunfall Mountain, they would meet with no obstructions. There were human cities everywhere. That kind of loss would be far too heavy. However, the Sunfall King was the one overseeing the defense line at Sunfall Mountain back then. The Sunfall King personally led the troops and fought on for 3 days, fighting 7 demon kings alone. These demon kings were all comparable to meta-divine martial artists who had undergone 3 life transitions. Normally, in a one-on-one battle, even ordinary meta-divine martial artists might not be able to gain the upper hand, let alone against 7 of them. However, relying on the divine kingdom of wilderness, the Sunfall King condensed all kinds of savage monsters with astral power. A terrifying astral force field enveloped the 7 demon kings. In the end, the Sunfall King slew the 7 demon kings, and led the martial artists of Sunfall Mountains to defeat the dire beast predators. That was the battle for which the Sunfall King was conferred his title. The Sunfall King saved hundreds of millions of humans and countless cities. Having made the greatest contribution, he was conferred the title of Sunfall King. He was also awarded the Hero of Humanity medal. There were very few meta-divine martial artists who could be conferred the title of king. The legendary deeds of the Sunfall King were lauded by many martial artists. Even the 9 sages had high praises for the Sunfall King. Yet the Sunfall King had actually become corrupted in the present. For his selfish purposes, he had come to intercept and kill Lin Feng. How could he be worthy of the title of Sunfall King with such actions? Sunfall King, who sent you? Lin Feng asked coldly. They could even dispatch the Sunfall King. This faction was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Who could command the Sunfall King but a sage? Could it be a sage? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The Sunfall King's face was pale. Although his identity had already been exposed when he used the Divine Kingdom, he was still deeply shamed to be exposed and questioned in person. In normal circumstances, he was the prestigious and revered Sunfall King, in charge of the defense line of Sunfall Mountain. He was in a position of great authority and dominated over a region. Even the 9 sages were respectful towards him, be it money, power, status, or even reputation. The Sunfall King had it all. The only thing he pursued now was martial arts. However, martial arts was exactly what that drove the Sunfall King almost insane. He could not find the way to undergo 4 life transitions. He tried many methods, but none of them worked. In his despair, he came into contact with the Night Devil organization. This kind of dark organization that walked entirely in the shadows and even had little restraint seemed to have invigorated the Sunfall King's heart once more. From then on, with his mask on, the Sunfall King was a ruthless member of the Night Devil organization. With his mask off, he was the legendary hero Sunfall King that everyone looked up to. The mere presence of a mask caused a dignified meta-divine realm martial artist to fall the state. Perhaps it was not just the mask, but the other side of the Sunfall King's heart. The Sunfall King glanced at Lin Feng. He just could not figure it out. There were 5 meta-divine martial artists, and he was even a martial artist with the title of king. He had once fought 7 demon kings alone. How could he be completely crushed by Lin Feng without any power to resist? It had to be known that Lin Feng had only undergone a second life transition, which was only equivalent to a divine realm martial artist. Lin Feng, you've won since you already know my identity. Do you think anyone can order me around? What a joke. How can I, a dignified expert with the title of king, be ordered around? There's no harm in telling you. I joined the Night Devil organization. At this point, the Sunfall King could no longer be bothered to hide it. Hearing the Sunfall King's simple explanation of the Night Devil organization, Lin Feng's gaze became colder and colder. A storm brewed in his heart. Although where light is, there darkness will be also. A terrible organization like the Night Devil was something he had never even imagined before. This was what the Sunfall King had become behind a mask. The other 4 meta-divine realm martial artists were also famed. Normally, they guarded a region and contributed greatly to humanity. Yet, after joining the Night Devil and putting on a mask, why had they become so ghastly and fiendish? Night Devil, Lin Feng muttered in a low voice. His killing intent was already soaring. Now that he had heard about an organization like the Night Devil, they were simply a cancer of human society. Even the 9 sages could not do anything about it. This was enough to show how terrible this Night Devil organization was. Lin Feng, no matter what, I'm the Sunfall King, a meta-divine realm martial artist. Moreover, I have made great contributions to humanity. Even though I'm a member of the Night Devil organization, my contributions offset my mistakes. You should let me go. The Sunfall King appeared very calm now. He also wanted to live. With his status, even if he was discovered to be a member of the Night Devil, at most, his Hero of Humanity medal would be revoked and he would be sent to the martial artist court. However, he definitely would not die. He had made great contributions. He was once a hero of humanity. That was enough. Is that so? You were once a hero of humanity. You once made great contributions to humanity. But what does that have to do with me? I just want to kill someone now. Lin Feng's cold gaze made the Sunfall King feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His former great contributions, his past as the hero of humanity, and prestigious status was none of it working now. He really saw death in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me. Hand me over to the 5 major factions and send me to the martial artist court. The Sunfall King finally felt afraid. It was as if his former glory could no longer offer him any sense of security at this moment. Bang! Lin Feng squeezed hard, and the 3 meta-divine realm martial artists were instantly crushed, turning into a bloody mist. So what if he was a meta-divine martial artist? So what if he was once a hero of humanity? So what if he had once made great contributions to humanity? Lin Feng's killing intent soared. The Sunfall King had crossed him. How could he let it go? Moreover, Lin Feng only wanted to kill now. Chapter 261 Arrival of the Airship. Chapter 261 Arrival of the Airship. Night Devil. Lin Feng muttered softly, and his gaze became even colder. He did not even inquire the names and identities of the other 2 meta-divine realm martial artists. However, no matter their identities, they were all the same in Lin Feng's eyes. They all deserved to be killed. Even the Sunfall King probably did not know who the founder of the Night Devil, a mysterious organization that wandered between darkness and light, was. Even if Lin Feng captured him and asked about it, it would be meaningless. The 5 major factions and the 9 sages had captured many members of the Night Devil organization. But what was the point of capturing so many Night Devil organization members? They had only joined the Night Devil through the virtual network. When there was a mission, they would post a message. If they were willing to accept it, they would be given some mission information. If it was a group mission, Night Devil would number every member of the organization who accepted the mission. These numbers were completely meaningless and entirely established at the last minute. They were only used for verification with other members and form a temporary team to complete the mission together. Hence, tracking the core figures of the Night Devil organization was far too difficult. At least the 5 major factions and the 9 sages could do nothing about it. Perhaps Longbetham could track the Night Devil organization, but certainly not now. Lin Feng remembered the Night Devil in his heart, since the Night Devil had issued a mission to kill him and had even mobilized 5 Meta-Divine Realm martial artists for it. Lin Feng naturally would not let it go. Just because the 5 major factions and the 9 sages could not do it did not mean that he could not do it either. However, Lin Feng was still in a hurry to bring his second brother's corpse home, so he was in no mood to investigate the Night Devil. Lin Feng returned to the airship and said coldly, "Continue flying according to the coordinates." Hence, the airship quickly flew into the clouds and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. As soon as Lin Feng flew off, white light flickered on a small fragment among the debris of those airships. There was a faint figure in a dark room, but there was no light around, so the figure could not be seen clearly. Has mission Class 7 failed? A hoarse, mechanical voice sounded in the room. 5 Meta-Divine Realm martial artists, including the Sunful King, actually all failed. I'm really looking forward to this. The stronger your performance, the more valuable your secrets are. There seemed to be a trace of excitement in the hoarse mechanical voice. Mission reissued. Mission level SSS. A triple S mission. This was the first time Night Devil had issued a triple S mission level in history. At this moment, countless members, who had secretly joined the Night Devil organization, went wild. The Brimstone base was the third line of defense. However, in reality, the few lines of defense that had been set up in the past few days had all collapsed. The military faction had almost done everything they could and sent out 10 Meta-Divine Realm martial artists, 2 of whom were titled experts, but even so, the military's defense line was in imminent danger. There were simply too many robots on the other side. All of them were the most terrifying weapons of war and killing machines. With 9 sages tied down, the Meta-Divine Realm martial artists were the only hope for everyone in the base. I heard that the Horfrost King will bring reinforcements to us. The Horfrost King, that's a great expert stationed at the Horfrost defense line, who made his name in a battle. Even he was deployed here by the military. Actually, even with the Horfrost King, how long can we hold out? We're not facing dire beasts, but the weapons of war left behind by those ancient civilizations. I heard that this happened because the ruin was accidentally triggered by someone sent by the military. The military can't absolve themselves from the blame. The military also wanted to control this ancient civilization ruin, and they had been studying it for a few years. However, no one expected the dispatch team to be completely annihilated after entering the ruins. Moreover, they triggered the defense mechanism of the ruin, activating these terrifying weapons of war. Martial artists in the Brimstone base belonged to the metamorphic realm as well as the divine realm. The outside world did not know about this calamity yet, but that was because after the military faction had reported it, the 9 sages discussed the matter and felt that the military faction could stop this calamity. Hence, they did not spread the news. However, they had clearly underestimated the crisis this time. There might not be any robots that were particularly powerful from the endless stream of robots in that ancient civilization ruin. At most, there were robots comparable to the divine realm, but there were very few of those, and they actually did not pose much of a threat. What really gave him a headache was the endless amount of robots. In the beginning, only tens of thousands of war robots had awakened in the ruins, but now, they must have long exceeded 100 in number. Moreover, the war robots in the ruins were still appearing continuously. Some people even suspected that there was a robot production line in the ruins, and that there was a large amount of materials and energy stored in the ruins that could automatically manufacture these terrifying robots continuously. Some Meta-Divine martial artists wanted to charge in, but once they approached the ruins, the terrifying giant cannon in the ruins could make even Meta-Divine martial artists palpitate. 3 Meta-Divine martial artists had been severely injured by it. They could not charge inside, and those robots kept appearing. As a result, the military faction suffered heavy losses and their defense line was broken through several times. The current defense line was also rebuilt, but it was hard to say if it could hold out for 3 days. Right now, The military faction was already requesting reinforcements from the other 4 major factions. They had even applied for a sage to come. Currently, only Sage Kang and Sage Yuani were still available. However, they were closely monitoring the demon emperors in the Black Wind Canyon. If they left and these demon emperors stir up trouble, and there would be serious havoc. Sages could not appear lightly, so they could only rely on meta-divine martial artists now. As a case in point, the Brimstone base was currently anticipating the arrival of the Hoarfrost King. Otherwise, this defense line would collapse completely in less than a day. Suddenly, a miniature airship with a sleek appearance appeared distantly in the sky. All the martial artists in the base perked up. Those who could own private airships were basically all meta-divine realm martial artists. Very few divine realm martial artists actually owned private airships. Apart from the Hoarfrost King, who would fly an airship here at this time? The Hoarfrost King has finally arrived. We're saved now. If the Hoarfrost King doesn't arrive soon, we'll be in danger. We won't be able to hold the base either. That's right. Once the Hoarfrost King arrives, we'll finally be able to hold the base. Everyone in the Brimstone base was full of confidence in the Hoarfrost King, a top meta-divine martial artist. This was because the Hoarfrost King himself was a martial artist who created miracles. Swoosh! The spaceship quickly landed in the base. Then, the cabin door opened and a young martial artist walked out of the airship. Chapter 262 Do You Want to Live? Chapter 262 Do You Want to Live? At the Brimstone base, upon knowing that the Hoarfrost King was arriving, the 9 Divine Realm martial artists all came to welcome him, personally. However, after the cabin door of the airship opened, a Tuyan martial artist walked out. They continued anticipating, but after waiting for a long time, they still did not see a second person walk out of the airship. Could this young martial artist before them be the Hoarfrost King? Wasn't he a little too young? Although the Hoarfrost King was an expert who was titled king and was famous in the martial arts circle, he kept a very low profile. Few people had seen his true face, and even his images were rarely circulated. The 9 Divine Realm experts in the Brimstone base all looked at each other. They had never seen the Hoarfrost King before, and naturally did not know if the person in front of them was the Hoarfrost King. However, apart from the Hoarfrost King, who else would come to the Brimstone base at a time like this? Hence, even though this martial artist in front of them looked a little too young, these Divine Realm martial artists still braced themselves and stepped forward to bow respectfully. Hoarfrost King, you are finally here. If you take any longer, our Brimstone base wouldn't be able to hold out. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere chilled. The Hoarfrost King before him seemed unsmiling. His expression was also a little cold, and he appeared like a glacier. I'm not the Hoarfrost King. After a long while, the young martial artist spoke coldly, and denied the identity of the Hoarfrost King immediately. Not the Hoarfrost King, how is that possible? The expressions of the 9 Divine Realm martial artists changed drastically. Why wasn't it the Hoarfrost King who would pilot a private airship to the Brimstone base at this time? If not the Hoarfrost King, this was not a tourist attraction. Even meta-divine realm martial artists would not want to come to the Brimstone base now, because once they did, they would very likely be courting death. Then who are you? Did the higher-ups send you in lieu of the Hoarfrost King? The 9 Divine Realm martial artists were somewhat anxious now. If the Hoarfrost King wasn't coming, a meta-divine realm martial artist had to come. If not, how could their Brimstone base hold the line of defense? Beep beep beep. At this moment, the communicator of the Divine Realm martial artist in the lead rang. He hurriedly picked it up. What? The Hoarfrost King encountered trouble along the way. The other line of defense has been breached. What should we do? There are no other meta-divine realm martial artists. They want us to hold out on our own. How are we supposed to hold out? Hold out for 10 hours? We won't even be able to hold out for an hour. The Divine Realm martial artist at the base immediately hung up. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked a little sinister and terrifying. How is it, Liu? The higher-ups aren't sending meta-divine realm martial artists. faced with the questions of many martial artists. The person in charge of the base shook his head. His face was a little ashen as he took a long look at Lin Feng and said, "The Hoarfrost King was ambushed by the robots along the way. Another base has been breached, and we are very likely to become a lone army even if the Hoarfrost King can escape. It will take 10 hours. The higher-ups don't have any extra Meta-Divine Realm martial artists to reinforce us. Therefore, we can only rely on ourselves now." As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, everyone erupted. Without reinforcements, how long could they hold out for an hour or half an hour? For a moment, everyone's faces were ashen, and they lost much of their fighting spirit. If the other base was really breached, it would be difficult for them to even escape. The person in charge looked at the apathetic young martial artist before him and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Why did you come to the Brimstone base?" Thinking about how he had mistaken such a young martial artist for the Hoarfrost King, he felt a little angry. How could someone so young be the Hoarfrost King? Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The name was very familiar. Suddenly, someone recognized him. Lin Feng from the Global Martial Arts Competition. I think it's really him. What is he doing here? Lin Feng's current reputation was even greater than that of a king. After all, the Global Martial Arts Competition was a global competition. More than 80 of the people had watched the competition. How could they not recognize Lin Feng? Previously, they had not thought from this perspective and mistook Lin Feng for the Hoarfrost King. So they failed to recognize Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're not from the military faction. What are you doing here? Lin Feng looked at the situation outside the base. There were densely packed robots everywhere, almost like an apocalypse. However, he had not heard any news outside. This meant that there was a news blackout. The military faction alone definitely would not dare to block the news like this. Then, the news blackout must be the joint decision of the 5 factions. He had found out that the last coordinates of his second brother Lin Hai's communicator were at the Brimstone base. Do you know Lin Hai? Lin Hai, so what if we know him? So what if we don't? You'd better leave now. You're not a martial artist from the military faction. It's not too late to leave now. The person in charge of the Brimstone base shook his head and smiled. They could barely protect themselves now. Why would they care about Lin Hai? Lin Feng glanced at the martial artists behind. He did not believe that no one knew Lin Hai. After all, this was where Lin Hai's communicator signal disappeared in the end. Do you want to live? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Live? Who wouldn't want to live? But what's the use now? The Hoarfrost King isn't here. And there are no Meta-Divine Realm martial artists. Who can let us live? Many martial artists shook their heads. Tell me where Lin Hai is, and I'll make sure you live. You want to use your airship to transport us away, right? But how many people can you transport? Moreover, we are soldiers and have to obey orders. The order from above is to defend the base. No one will leave, and no one dares to leave. That's right. If they could leave, they would have done so long ago. However, the higher-ups had not given the order to retreat. They were soldiers and could only hold out, even though they knew that the price of holding out was death. Tell me about Lin Hai, and I'll take care of the trouble at your base. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed robots outside. These robots would probably be able to breach the Brimstone base in less than half an hour. At that time, everyone in the Brimstone base would die. Take care of our trouble, you. Clearly, no one believed it. Lin Feng was only a metamorphic realm martial artist. At most, he could be considered a genius. Forget about metamorphic realm martial artists. Even Divine Realm and Meta-Divine Realm martial artists might not be able to resolve their current troubles, let alone Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I know about Lin Hai. I also know that you're his younger brother. But you'd better leave quickly. I think Lin Hai's spirit would want you to stay safe, too. Suddenly, a metamorphic realm martial artist walked out of the crowd and looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. How you know about my second brother? Tell me. Tell me everything. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he was before this metamorphic realm martial artist in almost a blink of an eye. He emanated a tremendous pressure, instantly making the 9 Divine Realm martial artists feel oppressed. Chapter 263 The Strongest Person Below Sages. Chapter 263 The Strongest Person Below Sages. That martial artist was only an ordinary metamorphic realm martial artist, suddenly bearing the terrifying pressure erupting from Lin Feng's body. For a moment, never mind speaking, even his face was flushed red. Lin Feng frowned slightly and also noticed the other party's abnormality. He also felt a little emotional. He did not expect that just releasing some of his aura in the present was too much for a metamorphic realm martial artist to withstand. Hence, Lin Feng restrained his emotions and said in a low voice, "Tell me everything you know in detail." This martial artist looked a little hesitant, but at this point, he couldn't care less about hiding anything. "I know that Lin Hai volunteered to participate in a secret operation to explore an ancient civilization ruin. However, Lin Hai never returned, and even caused serious trouble. These robots emerged from that ruin. If you really want to find Lin Hai, go to that ruin. But I'd advise you not to go. It's very dangerous even for meta-divine realm martial artists. Let alone you. Lin Hai once mentioned you to me. He said that you're the pride of the entire Lin family with you around. The Lin family will be fine, and it doesn't matter if he's around." Lin Feng clenched his fists. He understood what his second brother meant. His second brother was a dutiful person. In the past, he was in the army for the sake of the Lin family, for the purpose of giving the Lin family an inhuman expert. However, ever since Lin Feng's talents emerged, his second brother felt that his mission was complete. He was no longer that important to the Lin family. Hence, even after his second brother became a metamorphic realm martial artist, he had never informed the family. Even when he made such a dangerous decision, he had never discussed it with his family, either. To the Lin family, Lin Hai's actions might be a little selfish, but as a soldier, he was outstanding. Second brother. No one is extra in the Lin family. We can't lose anyone. Lin Feng suddenly lifted his head and looked at the densely packed robots outside the brimstone base. "Where are the ruins?" "Lin Feng. You'll be courting death if you go. Lin Hai won't rest in peace either. Tell me, where are the ruins?" Lin Feng's expression was very determined. If he wants to die, let him tell you. "The ruins of the ancient civilization are not far from our brimstone base. About 20 kilometers. If you fly along the path those robots took, you will naturally see the ruins of the ancient civilization. The source of these robots is the ancient ruins. However, let me remind you first that these robots can easily shoot down your airship." Before the person in charge of the brimstone base could finish speaking, Lin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Why have you changed your mind?" In his opinion, Lin Feng would be courting death if he went forward. "You're very lucky. You can live." "Huh." Under everyone's surprised gazes, Lin Feng stomped his feet. Boom! It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. In their eyes, Lin Feng might not be very tall, but with a stump of his feet, his entire body was rapidly expanding. At the same time, Lin Feng shot out of the brimstone base like a cannonball and flew towards the robots outside the base. He was like a gigantic bird. In the air, Lin Feng's body was still expanding rapidly. What a terrifying aura. A divine realm martial artist. This is the aura of a second life transition. He's become a divine realm martial artist so quickly. Unfortunately, even a divine realm martial artist will die if surrounded by robots. Seeing Lin Feng unleash the aura of a second life transition, it meant that he was a divine realm martial artist. Everyone was shocked. Those of the divine realm were definitely important figures of a region, enough to be a legate. Although there were 9 divine realm martial artists in the brimstone base now, this was a special situation. Normally, there would not be a single divine realm martial artist in the brimstone base. Moreover, Lin Feng was so young. A 21-year-old divine realm martial artist was unheard of. Hence, many people were shocked, but regretful at the same time. If he charged into the robot army at this moment, forget about one divine realm martial artist. Even 10 divine realm martial artists would die. As Lin Feng flew through the air, his body was expanding rapidly. Boom! By the time Lin Feng descended, he had already completely released the tidal combat body. He did not hold back at all. The 204-meter tidal combat body descended, forming a dark cloud in the sky. It pressed down fiercely like a mountain. Crunch! Lin Feng did not even need to make any unnecessary movements. He only needed to stomp lightly with his foot, and dozens of robots would be crushed. These robots might have considerable offensive power compared to metamorphic realm martial artists, but their bodies were much weaker. Their metal bodies were clearly inferior to the astral power of metamorphic realm martial artists. How terrifying was Lin Feng's tidal combat body with a single step from him? Even divine realm martial artists might be trampled to death, let alone mere robots. Hence, Lin Feng stomped down and trampled the entire way. The hundreds of thousands of robots were like paper in front of Lin Feng, unable to withstand a single blow. Such a violent stance stunned the people in the Brimstone base. They had seen divine realm martial artists attack, and they had also seen meta-divine realm martial artists attack. However, even if a meta-divine realm martial artist used the divine kingdom, it was impossible for them to be so ferocious. Right. Lin Feng's combat style did not look like that of a meta-divine martial artist. Instead, it looked more like a terrifying greater demon emperor that was even more horrifying than a demon king. He crushed everything along the way. There was no need to use any astral power at all. As for the weapons of those robots, they might really be very powerful. They could pierce through the protective layer of astral power of metamorphic realm martial artists, and even threaten divine realm martial artists, especially when there were many of them. Even meta-divine realm martial artists might not be able to have an advantage. However, when the weapons of these robots struck Lin Feng, they could not even break his skin. The tidal combat body excelled most at defense. Before Lin Feng's tidal combat body, numbers gave no advantage. Seeing Lin Feng crush everything along the way, the people in the Brimstone base were all fired up. Only then did they remember that Lin Feng had said that they could live just now. He was not boasting. He was clearly telling the truth. Even if the Horfirst King came, he wouldn't be able to do this. How can a divine realm martial artist be so strong? Could Lin Feng be a meta-divine realm martial artist? But Lin Feng doesn't seem to have the aura of 3 life transitions on him, and there's no fluctuation of astral power on his body. Lin Feng had long stopped bothering to conceal it in public. Now that he had mastered the tidal combat body, meta-divine realm martial artists were no match for him at all. Perhaps only sages could pose a certain amount of threat to him. But how many sages were there in the entire human society? There were only 9 of them. The current Lin Feng could be considered the strongest person below sages. Why would he need to hold back? Moreover, Lin Feng wanted to bring back his second brother's corpse and avenge him now. These robots and even that ancient civilization ruin seemed to be the culprits behind his second brother's death. Lin Feng naturally would not let them off. They must be obliterated with a crushing force. Chapter 264 The Third Civilization. Chapter 264 The Third Civilization. The massive body of 204 meters was indeed too shocking. It was as if Lin Feng had transformed into a giant. He was surrounded densely by robots, but he was unaffected. However, the never-ending horde of robots behind was indeed a problem. They seemed to be limitless, surging towards him in an infinite stream. Although Lin Feng believed that they would not pose any fatal threat to him, they could stop him from advancing. The tidal combat body was indeed very strong. It was invincible and domineering, crushing everything in its path. However, facing the densely packed and numerous robots, the speed at which it destroyed the robots was a little slow and inefficient. Lin Feng simply stretched out his hand. With a thought, the cells in his 2 palms quickly rearranged themselves. Then, his palms quickly expanded to 100 meters in size. The 2 connected palms were like a dark cloud. Boom! Lin Feng's 2 palms quickly slammed down. Each slam covered an area of 200 meters. Like swatting flies, countless robots were scattered by the slam. Lin Feng was like an elephant. Despite their constant movement and frenzied attacks, no matter how many ants there were, they could only be crushed to death. As Lin Feng advanced, the robot's advantage in numbers disappeared. The people of the Brimstone base were both excited and a little melancholic. This was a huge merit. This was such an excellent opportunity. If they could defeat these robots and hold the line of defense under Lin Feng's lead, how great of a merit would that be? Every martial artist in the base would probably receive generous rewards. Agreed. We should attack now. This is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This might be our only chance to defeat these robots. That's right. With Lin Feng, we can even advance all the way to that ancient civilization ruin. Perhaps Lin Feng can deal with the defensive weapons in that ruin. Then, we can enter the ruin and turn off the defense mechanism. Inside, the martial artists of the Brimstone base were practically all motivated by Lin Feng at this moment. It was not that they were really not afraid of danger, but that Lin Feng's strong performance gave them a sense of security. Behind Lin Feng, they would only be dealing with some scattered robots. What danger could there be? Hence, the martial artists of the Brimstone base did not discuss for too long. They quickly made a decision. The 9 Divine Realm martial artists and 186 Metamorphic Realm martial artists in the base would leave the base at the same time. Lin Feng crushed onward. No matter how many robots there were, they posed no threat to Lin Feng. Instead, he defeated tens of thousands of robots. Soon, Lin Feng saw these robots exiting densely from the entrance of a ruin. These robots were like an army, pouring out without end. How many of these robots were there? 100,000 or 1,000,000 or even more. Not only did Lin Feng not know, the military did not know either. However, according to the current understanding, this ruin seemed to be a military station. It was filled with terrifying war machines specially created for battle and killing. This is not the product of the 7th civilization. Lin Feng drew some conclusions. The 7th civilization was characterized by coexisting biomodified beasts and technology, and was not purely a technological civilization. These robots were made from an unknown synthetic metal, and there was no sign of any biomodified beasts. Naturally, they were not products of the 7th civilization. If I'm not wrong, this is the product of the 3rd civilization. Lin Feng, you are in trouble. Suddenly, Longbitham's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Moreover, this was the first time Longbitham's tone was so solemn. So what if it's the 3rd civilization? Can these robots alone pose a threat to me? Lin Feng's tone was apathetic. He looked at the ruins in the distance. He knew that his second brother was inside. Perhaps only a corpse or a skeleton were left of his second brother now. But no matter what, he had to bring his second brother back. The 3rd civilization was a very strange civilization. It was a pure technological civilization after the 1st and 2nd civilizations. Their civilization was actually not very powerful in and of itself, but they somehow unearthed some products of the 2nd civilization. And even the 1st civilization. I have encountered a weapon completely different from the weapons of the 3rd civilization before. It is truly terrifying. I think it can even threaten powerful life forms with 4 life transitions. Longbitham's tone was grim. 4 life transitions. The defensive weapon in that ruin back then could already threaten sages. But it posed no threat to my title, combat body at all. Lin Feng no longer had much reverence for sages who had undergone 4 life transitions. He had cultivated the title combat body, and could now be considered the strongest person below sages. In his eyes, sages who underwent the 4th life transition were nothing. Much. Perhaps they were stronger than him, but not by much. I do not mean sages in your civilization with 4 life transitions, but life forms with 4 life transitions under the cosmic system. Something that can threaten experts with 4 life transitions under the cosmic system. Lin Feng understood now. 4 life transitions in the cosmic system meant that one had cultivated the combat body. Lin Feng had only undergone 2 life transitions now. If his combat body was already so strong, how strong would they be after 4 transitions? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The third civilization could actually threaten lifeforms with 4 life transitions under the cosmic cultivation system. No wonder Longbetham was worried. That is right. Lifeforms with the 4 life transitions under the cosmic cultivation system. If someone like you faces those terrifying weapons from the third civilization, your combat body will not be able to withstand them at all. For example, I know that in the third civilization, there was a kind of annihilation cannon that was developed based on some ancient relic passed down from the first civilization. Once the annihilation cannon hits you, even if you have undergone 4 life transitions, your combat body will collapse in an instant and you will suffer permanent damage. It might even take only 3 shots to kill an expert with 4 life transitions and a cultivated combat body. Lin Feng's expression gradually turned solemn. Although he seemed reckless and disdainful of these robots just now, that was because these robots were indeed not a threat to Lin Feng. If there was really a weapon as terrifying as what Longbetham had said in this ruin, things would be troublesome. Under the cosmic cultivation system, 4 life transitions were considered outstanding among lesser lifeforms. After all, with only 2 more life transitions, they could become great planetary lifeforms. Lin Feng found it hard to imagine that there was anything in this world which could threaten powerful lifeforms with 4 life transitions and a cultivated combat body. Could the first and second civilizations that Longbetham had mentioned be it? Chapter 265 Light of Destruction. Chapter 265 Light of Destruction. Longbetham, what is the first civilization you keep mentioning? Lin Feng had a vague feeling that this first civilization seemed to make Longbetham very wary. Longbetham was silent for a while. Finally, it said faintly, I do not know what civilization the first civilization was. Because when I came to your world, it was actually the end of the second civilization. The history of the first civilization was too long ago, and there seemed to be a gap between the first and second civilizations. However, there are some things left behind by the first civilization that are rather terrifying. After the second and third civilizations obtained them, the power they possessed exceeds your imagination. In short, if you encounter something from the first civilization, try your best to avoid it. With your current combat body, you are still unable to resist the relics left behind by the first civilization. Lin Feng frowned. Longbetham took the first civilization so seriously, but he had never encountered anything from the first civilization at all. Moreover, the ruin in front of him was only from the third civilization. Although the third civilization had obtained some things left behind by the first civilization, there were very few of those things. There might not be any in this ruin either. I must enter the ruins. At this thought, Lin Feng suddenly took a step forward and started running wildly. Rumble! Lin Feng had just charged towards the ruins when he seemed to have stepped into a certain range. Then, a thunderous voice sounded, and a faint bolt of lightning flashed. An incomparably thick lightning shot towards Lin Feng with a bang. It contained a terrifying power that even a meta-divine realm martial artist had to avoid facing head-on. That bolt of lightning containing annihilative power was too terrifying. Hence, it was called the Light of Destruction by military martial artists. The Light of Destruction was something that even meta-divine martial artists had to retreat from. In the past, even meta-divine martial artists from the military were severely injured when they rashly went in. Although there were many robots, the military faction had also organized a few breakouts. When they went deep into the ruins, they were repelled by the Light of Destruction. Hence, when they saw a light of destruction suddenly flash in the sky, everyone became nervous. Hold out. Hold out. It's the Light of Destruction again. There's no knowing how many powerful martial artists died to the Light of Destruction. Even a meta-divine realm martial artist would find it difficult to resist the Light of Destruction. Can Lin Feng withstand it? If you can't resist the Light of Destruction, don't even think about entering the ruins. The martial artists from the Brimstone base who were following behind Lin Feng from afar all looked at the terrifying Light of Destruction in the void with solemn expressions. Boom! The Light of Destruction struck Lin Feng's combat body hard. This was also the first time Lin Feng had resisted the technological power of a third civilization with his 200-meter tidal combat body. The light of destruction contained an unknown amount of horrific power. This power was extremely destructive, and even Lin Feng could not devour it. Destruction, division, and destruction again. This was the light of destruction. In an instant, Lin Feng's combat body had lost at least 1% of its cells. 1% ever since Lin Feng had attained mastery with his combat body. It had never been damaged so severely. However, this time, Lin Feng was indeed injured, and it was rather serious. His tidal combat body excelled in recovery as well as defense. It was very difficult to injure the tidal combat body. Even the 5 meta-divine realm martial artists, including the Sunfall King, could not cause any damage to Lin Feng's tidal combat body previously. But now, facing the light of destruction, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had suffered severe damage. This damage was almost permanent. 1% of a combat body was equivalent to about 2 meters of combat body cells. It was completely destroyed and disappeared permanently. If he still wanted to recover, Lin Feng would have to devour the astral power of at least 2 or 3 meta-divine realm martial artists before he could perhaps expand his combat body by another 2 meters or so. For the first time, Lin Feng's combat body suffered permanent damage. Lin Feng, it is the power of annihilation. This is the power of annihilation if I'm not wrong. There must be something left behind by the first civilization in this ruin. We must obtain it. Perhaps then, we can uncover the secret of the first civilization. Lombitham appeared very excited. Lin Feng drew a deep breath. He had suffered permanent damage. His 204-meter-tall combat body had now become a 202-meter-tall combat body. This was despite how the tidal combat body excelled in defense and recovery. If it were any other combat body, the damage would probably be even more severe. For the first time, Lin Feng realized that there was still power that could counter his combat body. Charge! Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. This kind of defensive weapon was usually very massive and focused on external threats. Now, he could only charge forward. As long as he could charge into the ruins, this weapon would be useless. Lin Feng's speed was not fast, but his body was huge. With a light step, he could cover a long distance. Hence, as Lin Feng ran at full speed, he was only a few hundred meters away from the ruins. However, the few hundred meters could be considered a truly deadly distance. Buzz! There seemed to be an earthquake in the ruins. Waves of terrifying energy were converging in a frenzy. Lin Feng could sense that the threat in the ruins ahead was becoming stronger and stronger. 800 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. Boom boom boom. Finally, the light of destruction erupted again. This time, the light of destruction was simply overwhelming. A total of 10 light of destruction erupted completely. The originally somewhat dim sky seemed to be illuminated by the light of destruction. Even from afar, the 10 terrifying light of destruction in the sky could be seen. At this moment, the Horfrost King was massacring those robots with his divine kingdom too. However, as there were too many of them, he could not move an inch. That's the light of destruction and there are 10 of them. The Horfrost King raised his head and looked at the 10 beams of light of destruction in the distant void. His expression turned very grim. 10 beams of light of destruction. Even he could not withstand them, judging from the direction. It was clearly fired in the direction of the brimstone base. He knew that if nothing went wrong, the brimstone base was finished. After all, he had been held off for a long time. Without his reinforcement, how could the brimstone base hold off those robots? However, the 10 beams of light of destruction were indeed fired in the direction of the brimstone base. Was another meta-divine realm martial artist trying to enter the ruins? Unfortunately, no matter who tried to approach the ruins, even a meta-divine realm martial artist would die under 10 beams of light of destruction. I'd better deal with these robots as soon as possible and go to the brimstone base to take a look. I hope there are still survivors then. The Hoarfrost King was very pessimistic. He could only try his best to save the survivors of the Brimstone base. Hopefully, some of the people from the Brimstone base would still be alive at that time. It would be fortunate even if there were only one or two of them. Chapter 266 The Hoarfrost King's Shock. Chapter 266 The Hoarfrost King's Shock. 10 beams of light of destruction shook the heavens and earth, illuminating the originally dim sky. Boom boom boom. The light of destruction struck Lin Feng hard. With such a fast speed, Lin Feng could not escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, Lin Feng could only choose to resist it head-on. Every beam of light of destruction contained a terrifying annihilative power. This power was very special, and even Lin Feng's title, combat body, could not withstand it completely. The body that was struck by the light of destruction instantly had countless cells destroyed. Lin Feng's entire body shook. The shock was very painful. Countless cells were destroyed in an instant, and it felt as if his flesh had been carved out. Ever since he had mastered the combat body, Lin Feng had actually been converting it to an energy body. He was no longer purely made of flesh and blood. Rather, his entire body was filled with energy. Every drop of blood was filled with a massive amount of energy, and every drop of blood also contained a daunting amount of energy. However, under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to bleed from the damage to the combat body. However, Lin Feng was bleeding. One beam of light of destruction was enough to annihilate Lin Feng's combat body by 2 meters. 10 beams of light of destruction meant 20 meters. However, Lin Feng withstood the pressure and continued walking into the ruins against the beams of light of destruction. 1, 2, 3, 4. With 10 beams of light of destruction, Lin Feng's combat body suffered heavy losses, losing over 20 meters of combat body. If the previous beam of light of destruction was included, he would have lost 22 meters of combat body. This was permanent damage that could not be recovered from. He had to cultivate it again. However, that also required a massive amount of energy. Lin Feng had also paid a huge price to enter the ruins. Bang! Suddenly, a drop of blood seeped out of Lin Feng's combat body. This drop of blood was the size of a fist and dripped to the ground. Immediately, the ground was quickly dyed blood-red, and it spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was dyed blood-red, and it continued to spread. This drop of blood was not ordinary blood. It contained terrifying energy and vitality. Perhaps after many years, this place would be filled with vitality and produce some powerful dire beasts or mutated lifeforms. Lin Feng's current bloodline was still very far from true cosmic bloodlines. Those planetary lifeforms were actually cosmic bloodlines. Even a drop of blood could create a formidable race of lifeforms. Having lost 22 meters of his combat body, Lin Feng's tidal combat body was only 182 meters tall now. This was the first time Lin Feng had suffered permanent damage since cultivating the tidal combat body. Even when the Sunfall King and the other 5 meta-divine martial artists besieged Lin Feng and caused some damage to Lin Feng's tidal combat body, it was not permanent damage. Lin Feng could recover in the blink of an eye. These 10 beams of light of destruction containing cataclysmic annihilative power caused permanent damage to Lin Feng's cells. They could not be recovered at all, and he could only cultivate them again. The goal for which Lin Feng paid such a huge price was naturally to charge into the ruins. Resisting the 10 beams of light of destruction head-on, Lin Feng took step after step and finally approached the ruins. Only then did he see clearly that the beams of light of destruction were actually shot from terrifying cannons. At this moment, terrifying energy was still vaguely converging in these giant cannons, and they vaguely emitted an annihilative power. As expected, these beams light of destruction need to be charged. This interval is enough for me to charge into the ruins. Lin Feng relaxed slightly. He was indeed risking his life just now, but he was not recklessly risking his life, as he had guessed. How could such terrifying beams of light of destruction not require a large amount of energy? As long as it required a large amount of energy, there would definitely be a certain amount of time for charging. Then, there would be a slight interval. This interval was Lin Feng's opportunity. Otherwise, if the beams of light of destruction could come one after another, with dozens or hundreds of them at once, even Lin Feng's tidal combat body would not be able to hold out. Outside the ruins, there were cabins everywhere. Robots walked out of them one after another, seemingly endless. HMPH. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He stepped on them directly, and his hands smashed towards the surrounding robot cabins as if he was swinging huge hammers. In the blink of an eye, countless cabins were destroyed, and the number of robots walking out also decreased rapidly. Actually, it was not that difficult to deal with these robots. As long as the cabins of these robots were destroyed, they would no longer be able to manufacture robots. Even if the robots could be manufactured, it would be very difficult for them to leave the ruins. However, the key was that no one could face the 10 beams of light of destruction and approach the ruins. Only Lin Feng could rely on the tidal combat body to resist them head-on and approach the ruins to destroy the cabins of these robots. Open! Lin Feng did not dare to delay. He could sense that the terrifying light of destruction was brewing in their giant cannons. Once it brewed, again, Lin Feng would have to continue enduring another 10 beams of light of destruction. He had already suffered heavy losses, and did not want his tidal combat body to suffer severe damage again. Hence, Lin Feng made a grab with his large hand and gripped a huge door in the ruins. The power of the tidal combat body erupted in a frenzy. No matter how hard the metal was or how thick the door was, it would be torn apart. Crunch! Lin Feng easily tore open a huge hole. Then, he quickly shrank his combat body. Before the light of destruction could be brewed, he charged into the ruins at once. I finally arrived. I hope I'm not too late. The Hoarfrost King finally broke free from those robots. Originally, it would have taken 10 hours, but he broke free in an hour. After breaking free, he did not tangle with those robots again. Instead, he rushed to the Brimstone base immediately. After all, he had come to rescue the Brimstone base without orders. I wonder how many people can survive but with me around. I can definitely protect you. The Hoarfrost King might have a cold demeanor, but he was someone kind at heart. There were 9 Divine Realm martial artists and hundreds of Metamorphic Realm martial artists in the Brimstone base. This was a formidable faction that the military faction did not want to lose, no matter what. Swoosh! By the time the Hoarfrost King flew to Brimstone City alone, he discovered that the outside of Brimstone City was densely covered with the bodies of robots. However, the city was empty. There were only 20 martial artists, and all of them were severely injured. The battle is so devastating. The Hoarfrost King revealed his identity. He said to the 20-odd martial artists, "I'm the Hoarfrost King. Don't worry. I'll definitely take you out of the Brimstone base. All of you are heroes for being able to hold out for so long." The Hoarfrost King's expression was very moved as he looked at the densely packed robot fragments outside the base. He could even imagine what kind of tragic battle the martial artists of the Brimstone base had experienced. In the end, only 20-odd seriously injured martial artists were left. Those dead martial artists were all heroes. Even the Hoarfrost King felt deep veneration for them. The 20-odd martial artists looked at each other before their expressions turned awkward. In the end, it was a 3rd-level Metamorphic Realm martial artist who said awkwardly, "Hoarfrost King, how can we be considered heroes? We're just a bunch of unlucky people who have no chance to get such a huge merit. We really envy them for being able to follow Lord Lin Feng to earn huge merit." The Hoarfrost King's eyes widened. If the people in front of him were not deranged and confused, then it was very likely true. Those people were not only alive, but had even gone outside to slaughter robots to earn merits. For a moment, even the Hoarfrost King was incredulous. "It's Lin Feng. He's very strong." He crushed those robots and charged towards the ruins. "You're saying that the messy battlefield outside was all Lin Feng's doing? Those 10 beams of light of destruction might be targeting Lin Feng. Most likely." The Hoarfrost King was very shocked. Even he could not crush those intractable robots alone. What kind of person was Lin Feng to be so powerful? However, when he heard that Lin Feng might face 10 beams of light of destruction, the Horfrost King's expression sank slightly. He was also a little anxious. According to these martial artists, Lin Feng was very strong. But how could Lin Feng resist 10 beams of light of destruction? It's too reckless. That's 10 beams of light of destruction. Even I will die if I resist them head on no matter what. I have to hurry over. I hope he's still alive. The Horfrost King turned around and left the Brimstone base, quickly flying towards the ruins. Chapter 267 A Glimmer of Hope. Chapter 267 A Glimmer of Hope. Along the way, the Horfrost King saw many robot fragments. It was a mess. He could imagine how brutal the battle was. However, only those robots seemed subject to this brutality. Not a single martial artist's corpse was left behind on the way. This was too unusual. Could Lin Feng's strength really crush everything? Lin Feng, the first place in the global martial arts competition, is praised by the sages. However, even Dongfang Sheng can't possibly undergo 3 life transitions and become a meta-divine martial artist so quickly. It was hard for the Horfrost King to imagine how Lin Feng could crush everything along the way. If it was really from 3 life transitions, it would be too terrifying. 3 consecutive life transitions in a year. Even the 9 sages would probably be shocked by such a pace. We've arrived at the ruins. Suddenly, the Horfrost King looked up and saw the ruins in the distance. Outside the ruins, there were many robots, and there were faint fluctuations of intense battle. There are martial artists fighting. The Horfrost King saw intense battle fluctuations ahead. There were countless robots besieging many martial artists. Thus, the Horfrost King descended. Tempest World. The Horfrost King's divine kingdom was not an icy world, and in fact had nothing to do with ice at all. The Horfrost King's divine kingdom was the Tempest Divine Kingdom, filled with terrifyingly destructive storms. Boom! As the Tempest World descended, endless storms ripped things apart. Wherever the Tempest World enveloped, all the robots inside were torn apart by the storms. It's the Horfrost King. The Horfrost King is finally here. Haha. This is our chance. Charge into the ruins. That's right. The Horfrost King is here. Let's charge into the ruins together. Seeing the arrival of the Horfrost King, these martial artists' spirits were all uplifted. They approached the ruins with all their might. What are you doing? Retreat quickly. The Horfrost King roared in anger. What kind of joke was this? His divine kingdom had just descended, and they were still some distance away from the ruins. However, he clearly sensed that 10 terrifying forces were brewing, and could erupt at any moment. The light of destruction. That was definitely the light of destruction. Previously, the Horfrost King had seen the 10 beams of light of destruction. He had no intention to give that terrifying power a try. Approaching the ruins now was simply suicidal. Hence, he immediately roared, shocking these martial artists. Then, he opened the way with the Divine Kingdom, and they quickly retreated. Only after retreating for a long distance did the Horfrost King stop, sensing the threat from the light of destruction. You still want to charge into the ruins? Do you want to die? The Horfrost King's face was dark. It was too rash to charge into the ruins with just 9 Divine Realm martial artists and more than 100 Metamorphic Realm martial artists. Previously, the military faction had probed so many times and even sent a few Meta-Divine Realm martial artists over. However, they all fled in a miserable state. How could they dare to approach the ruins? If the 10 beams of light of destruction had really struck the Horfrost King, even the Horfrost King might not have been able to withstand them. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Tell me, where's Lin Feng? The Horfrost King wanted to find Lin Feng immediately. Lin Feng has already charged into the ruins. He charged into the ruins. Impossible. There's the light of destruction outside the ruins. Even Meta-Divine Realm martial artists can't resist it. The Horfrost King did not believe that Lin Feng could charge into the ruins at all. After all, he had seen the terrifying power of the light of destruction outside the ruins. Lin Feng has really entered the ruins, and he withstood 10 beams of light of destruction. The other martial artists also said. After hearing this, the Horfrust King also felt that it did not seem to be false. After all, so many martial artists had witnessed it with their own eyes. However, he still did not quite believe that Lin Feng could withstand 10 beams of light of destruction. This was too incredible. If this was true, perhaps there was hope for this calamity to end. Lin Feng did not know what was going on outside. When he entered the ruins, he realized that it was a mess inside. There were traces of battle everywhere. An extremely intense battle had clearly occurred here. Longbitham, can you find the control room? Lin Feng asked Longbitham. We can find the control room, but we must be careful. This base is a military base. There might be very terrifying weapons of war inside. For example, it is entirely possible for light of destruction just now to also appear in the ruins. Lin Feng nodded. He had already experienced the power of the light of destruction. It was indeed very terrifying, and could even permanently destroy his title combat body. If it were any other meta-divine realm martial artist, they would either be dead or severely injured. Perhaps only sages had the ability to enter the ruins. Lin Feng followed Longbitham's guidance and entered a corridor. Dried blood appeared in the corridor, and even the smell of blood filled the air. Lin Feng's heart clenched. These people must be martial artists sent by the military faction, who had all died in the ruins. These martial artists were basically all metamorphic realm martial artists. After all, martial artists above the divine realm were unable to approach the ruins. Once they approached, they would be attacked by the light of destruction. Broken limbs were everywhere. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. Perhaps his second brother, Lin Hai, had also died in the ruins, and his corpse might be in pieces. Lin Feng continued walking forward. Suddenly, a group of robot dogs appeared in front of him. All of them were as huge as lions. Their entire bodies were made of unknown alloy metal, and they emanated a ferocious aura. As soon as these robot dogs saw Lin Feng, they pounced on him in a frenzy. Bang! Lin Feng did not utilize his combat body fully. In such a low-hanging corridor, he could only expand his combat body to over 3 meters. If it was any taller, it would break through the ceiling above the corridor. However, even at only 3 meters tall, the title combat body could still deal with merely a few robot dogs with ease. Lin Feng threw a punch, and the robot dogs were smashed into pieces. These robot dogs were quite strong and agile, comparable to metamorphic realm martial artists. If there were too many of them, even metamorphic realm martial artists would be surrounded and killed. This was indeed a military station of the third civilization. Terrifying war machines were everywhere. 1, 2, 321. Lin Feng counted. There were a total of 21 corpses in the corridor. Moreover, there was a strong scent of blood in front of him. He continued walking forward and realized that the path ahead was densely packed with corpses. There were dozens of corpses. Lin Feng carefully identified these corpses, according to his previous inquiries at the Brimstone base. Lin Feng's second brother had participated in Operation Wallbreaker, and there were more than 100 martial artists who had participated in Operation Wallbreaker. Although many corpses had been torn apart, Lin Feng carefully identified them one by one. In the end, he realized that there were more than 80 corpses here, but none of them belonged to his second brother. There was nobody. There were 2 possibilities. One was that second brother's corpse had been destroyed, and not even ashes were left behind. This seemed unlikely. After all, there were so many corpses here. There was no reason for second brother's corpse to be turned to ashes, and nothing to be left behind. The second possibility was that his second brother, Lin Hai, might still be alive. Not finding second brother Lin Hai's corpse now meant that there was still a glimmer of hope, however slim it might be. Lin Feng also became nervous. Chapter 268 Mysterious Face. Chapter 268 Mysterious Face. In the dark basement, densely packed robots were everywhere. When Lin Hai and Y woke up, they realized that numerous tubes were inserted into their bodies. There were more than a dozen other people with Y and Lin Hai. They were all inserted with numerous tubes, and their bodies were locked by special metal shackles. Lin Hai tried to circulate his astral power, but realized that there was no astral power in his body at all. A tube inserted into his body appeared to be constantly absorbing the astral power in his body. Hence, even if Lin Hai circulated his astral power cultivation technique and tried to convert astral power, it was useless. Any amount of astral power would be drained. Lin Hai, you're awake. Beside him, Y's entire body was about to fall apart. Clearly, he was severely injured. Why? What's going on? Are we captured? Lin Hai looked at the shackles on his body and the other dozen or so people. They were all in a sorry state. Of course. Not only were we captured, the situation was very troublesome. We seem to have become research subjects. Y said with a weak smile. He had woken up before Lin Hai, so he had already figured out some of the situation. The dense tubes on their bodies and all kinds of mysterious instruments clearly treated meant that they were treated as research subjects, and some experiment seemed to be conducted on them at the moment. Why? Who captured us? Lin Hai looked around warily and realized that apart from the densely packed robots, there was only a huge projector in the middle. It was blank. I don't know either. After we entered the ruins, we seem to have been attacked. This is all that's left of the 100-men team. However, we were clearly separated. Yet we were captured here in the end. If I'm not wrong, the one who captured us is very likely closely related to this ruin. As soon as Y finished speaking, a face suddenly appeared on the huge screen. This face did not seem to be any different from the robots in the ruins, but its eyes seemed to be much more animated. Who are you? Why did you capture us? Y shouted. He was injured and his voice was slightly hoarse. However, no one responded on the screen. At this moment, the people on the other platforms began to struggle violently. Even though these metamorphic realm martial artists did not have astral power, their physique was very good after one life transition. Hence, with their intense struggles, even the entire basement was shaking slightly. Cease silence. Suddenly, the robot face on the screen spoke. However, its voice was very awkward, as if it was speaking for the first time. Some people were still struggling violently. The other robots seemed to have received the order and immediately came to the side of those martial artists. Bang! The robot smashed the head of a martial artist with a single punch. The scent of blood filled the basement. All the martial artists felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed like they had been captured by the mysterious face on the screen. Moreover, the owner of this mysterious face seemed to be able to control the robots in the ruins. This was very terrifying. Could there be intelligent lifeforms in this ruin? This seemed too unbelievable. After all, this ancient civilization was already very ancient. At least tens of thousands of years. Or even longer. If intelligent lifeforms really existed, and they could control the war robots in the ruins, that would be very horrifying. Far more horrifying than those dire beast predators. That would be the true calamity to the human civilization. Having learned their lesson, no one dared to struggle anymore. They all stared intently at the mechanical face on the screen. You are intelligent lifeforms. Tell me what life is. Life. Tell me you can leave. The mechanical face on the screen spoke intermittently, but its voice was very awkward. Moreover, the meaning behind its words was intriguing. What was life? In the eyes of many martial artists and ordinary humans, life was life. Everyone knew about life, but no one could say it in detail. We are life. There are also many lives outside, including dire beasts and humans. Who exactly are you? Lin Hai suddenly replied. I need to know what is life. The mechanical face on the screen had a very cold expression. Then, it seemed to have given an order. A few robots immediately stepped forward and connected a few tubes to the heads of a few martial artists. Buzz! Suddenly, those martial artists trembled, as if they had seen something terrifying. Their bodies began to struggle violently, and the expressions on their faces seemed to twisting. At the same time, the mechanical face on the screen gave a contemplative look. Martial artist. Family is this life. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of a few martial artists exploded instantly, as if they could not withstand the pressure. Yellow and white splattered all over the ground. Lin Hai. Why? And the others were shocked. The scene in front of them was too unsettling. Life. I need to know the meaning of life. Your thoughts are very complicated. I need to connect your minds. If you cannot withstand it, you will be terminated. Lin Hai's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at those martial artists whose heads had exploded. Could it be that what happened just now was the so-called connection of minds? Once they could not withstand it, their heads would explode. Who exactly are you? Why also clearly realized this. He watched as the robot walked up and began to struggle violently. However, his entire body was shackled, and there was no astral power in its body. Why in Lin Hai could not break free at all. If I'm not wrong, it might not be life. Lin Hai suddenly said in a low voice. Not life. That's right. If it's life, why is there a need to know the secret of life so urgently? Lin Hai thought of a possibility, but what was the use of knowing they had lost their ability to resist now, and were already meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. A thin tube was attached to the heads of all the martial artists. Buzz. As a strong electric current was released from the tube, Lin Hai immediately felt his entire body tremble. He began spasming, and his head felt as if it had been emptied. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Just like Lin Hai, everyone was trembling violently. Their minds were blank, as if something had burrowed into their heads. At this moment, everyone's memories were connected. Countless images intertwined, flickered, and appeared in everyone's minds again. These martial artists did not even know which memories were theirs and which were others. Everyone's thoughts and memories were mixed up. Vaguely, a strange thought seemed to have entered their memories, forcefully intruding into their minds like bandits. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After only 3 seconds, Lin Hai and the other martial artists could no longer withstand it. It was as if there was a bomb in their heads that could blow up at any moment. Chapter 269 Second Brother. Chapter 269 Second Brother. Not here nowhere. Lin Feng kept walking forward, but did not find his second brother's corpse. In fact, according to his speculation, there were only about 80 corpses. What about the rest of the 100-men team? There were neither survivors nor dead bodies. Something strange must be going on. AI intercepted a message just now that ordered those robots to retreat to the ruins. Not good. There are intelligent lifeforms in this ruin. They can even control the entire ruin, Longbitham suddenly said loudly. At the same time, the robots outside began to retreat one after another, all returning to the ruins. The signal was sent from the ruins. Longbitham. Can you trace the source of the signal? Of course I can. It is not far in front of you. It came from underground. Lin Feng followed Longbitham's instructions and went along the corridor. After making a few turns, he indeed discovered stairs leading downwards. Moreover, there were a large number of robots guarding the entrance of the stairs. HMPH. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He could easily defeat these robots even with a combat body of a few meters. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng was as fast as lightning. He instantly defeated these guarding robots. Then, he looked down and realized that the stairs extended very deep down. There seemed to be a basement below. There was also a light at the end of the stairs. Surprised, Lin Feng slowly approached the light and extended his mental power. Mental power was invisible. With a slight movement of Lin Feng's current mental power sphere, a large amount of mental power covered the area dozens of meters in front of him. Through his mental power, he saw an incomparably huge basement. There was a dense horde of many robots standing in the basement. In the middle of the basement were numerous stone platforms, with some martial artists strapped to them. Among them was Lin Feng's second brother, Lin Hai. Second brother. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lin Feng rushed into the basement immediately. At the same time, many robots reacted. Lin Feng's body expanded rapidly, instantly expanding to a height of 10 meters. This basement was very spacious and tall. Lin Feng's 10-meter-tall combat body was like a small giant as he instantly charged towards the stone platforms. With a grab of his hand, the handcuffs of unknown metal that were shackling his second brother shattered like jelly. Second brother. Lin Feng saved his second brother. Lin Hai was in a daze. He seemed to have heard someone calling his name. His head hurt terribly. At that moment, he felt as if his head was about to explode. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. It was familiar because he had seen this face from a young age, yet unfamiliar because he rarely seemed to see it recently. In particular, this face had become incomparably huge now. Third brother. Lin Hai smiled. It was his third brother, Lin Feng. No matter how much Lin Feng had changed, the moment he saw Lin Feng, he knew that this was his third brother, Lin Feng. Lin Hai did not ask Lin Feng why he was here, nor did he ask Lin Feng why he looked like a small giant. The fact that Lin Feng was here already explained everything. This was his brother, his true brother. The blood between them was thicker than water. Third brother. Help them first and save them all. Lin Hai looked at the martial artists beside him. Lin Feng nodded. With a smack of his palm, countless chains were shattered. The chains that Lin Hai and the other metamorphic realm martial artists felt were impossible to break free from were actually shattered by Lin Feng with a casual smack. Bang! However, there were still some people who were not that lucky. Their heads had exploded instantly. Lin Feng only saved 11 people. Why? Are you alright? Lin Hai supported Wai, who was seriously injured. If Lin Feng had been any later, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold out. Lin Hai, this is your third brother. Not bad. Not bad. He's indeed a dragon among men. Wai was still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Lin Hai smiled helplessly. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He looked at the mechanical face on the large screen in the middle of the basement. All of this was the doing of this mechanical face. In fact, the signal that Longbetham intercepted was also sent by this mechanical face. The culprit was this mechanical face. Second brother. I'll escort you guys out first. No. Lin Feng. Control the ruins first. This is my mission, but I lack the ability to complete it, while you have the ability to do so. I'm begging you. Lin Hai gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave just like this. Otherwise, he would be letting down those who had died. And even more so, the brother-in-arms who had saved his life. His very purpose of participating in Operation Wall Breaker was to fulfill his promise to his brother-in-arms. Even if he died, he had to complete the mission. Lin Feng did not ask why. He could feel the determination in his second brother's gaze. Second brother. You guys go out first. I know how to control this ruin. You do. Lin Hai took a deep breath and continued in a low voice. Third brother. I trust you. I'll await your good news outside. With that, Lin Hai turned around and left with everyone. At this moment, the ruin was actually very safe, because the large number of robots outside had begun retreating. Lin Feng asked his second brother to leave with the other martial artists, so they would not encounter any danger. However, Lin Feng knew that this ruin might become very dangerous next. Lin Feng, it is below it. An artificial intelligence that wants to become a lifeform. A true mechanical lifeform. Longbetham's tone was grim. Lin Feng did not know what was so terrifying about an artificial intelligence turning into a mechanical lifeform, but he could sense a faint aura of danger coming from under the basement, and it was becoming more and more obvious. Hence, Lin Feng walked deeper down into the basement alone. The deep basement did not feel dark and damp at all. Rather, it was very dry. This basement was huge, like a factory. Inside lay a massive robot that was hundreds of meters tall and completely pitch black. Some small robots were guarding this place. In front of the basement, a large screen displayed a huge mechanical face. At this moment, the expression of the mechanical face seemed to have changed slightly. Everything is ready. Begin transmission. As the voice of the mechanical face finished speaking, the huge mechanical face on the screen flickered slightly before disappearing. At the same time, The huge robot on the ground that was over 100 meters tall appeared to be activated all of a sudden. Electricity flashed through its body, and its gigantic body shook slightly. After an unknown period of time, the massive black metal robot's body suddenly jolted. The circuits and tubes on its body were all shattered. Swoosh! Suddenly, the massive metal robot opened its eyes. Chapter 270 It's here. Chapter 270 It's here. Bang! Lin Feng broke open the door and rushed in. After rushing in, the first thing he saw was the giant robot on the ground. At this moment, the robot had already opened its eyes. Their eyes met. Lin Feng could actually see the emotions in the other party's gaze. Could an artificial intelligence also have emotions? Lin Feng, quick! Take that spear of destruction that is a product of the first civilization. Spear of destruction. This was also the first time Lin Feng had heard of it. However, judging from Longbotham's anxious tone, this spear of destruction was clearly rather extraordinary. This spear of destruction was over 10 meters long. It was covered in all kinds of patterns, and contained a terrifying energy. However, not only did this energy not feel very attractive to Lin Feng, it felt very dangerous to him. There was a similar aura on it to those beams of light of destruction, only stronger on the spear of destruction. Right now, Longbotham had no time to explain what the spear of destruction was. It merely kept urging Lin Feng to obtain it. Hence, Lin Feng moved. He flew towards the spear of destruction immediately. Lin Feng's speed was already fast enough. He was even about to grasp the spear of destruction. He could sense the completely alien power contained in it. This power was completely different from astral power and the technological weapons of the 7th civilization. Thud! Just as Lin Feng was about to approach the spear of destruction, a huge metal hand suddenly grabbed the spear of destruction, and another huge hand lashed towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by 10,000 tons of force. He went flying involuntarily and fell heavily to the ground. This strength, Lin Feng's expression became very solemn, since he mastered the tidal combat body. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent who was evenly matched with him in terms of strength. The massive robot slowly stood up. Its entire body shook, and the whole basement seemed to be shaking. Its massive body began to stand up, directly breaking the ceiling above its head. Rumble! The basement collapsed completely, and the entire ruin seemed to be shaking violently. The Horfrost King and the hundreds of metamorphic realm martial artists from the Brimstone base were originally still wondering why so many robots seemed to have retreated and returned to the ruins. They were still hesitating, not knowing if they should approach the ruins. Suddenly, the entire ruins shook violently, like an earthquake. What happened? The ruins seemed to have collapsed. Collapse impossible. How can it suddenly collapse? Will those robots be buried when the ruins collapse? That'd be great. The tremors became stronger and stronger. The Horfrost King and the others hurriedly retreated a distance. Some of the other martial artists were still rejoicing, but the Horfrost King's expression was very solemn. Could the ruins collapsing for no reason have something to do with Lin Feng? Boom! The ruins collapsed completely. But at the same time, a huge robot over 100 meters tall appeared in the ruins. This robot's entire body flickered with a black metallic light, and it held a strange spear in its hand. The robot raised its spear. 10 terrifying auras appeared outside the ruins. They were the light of destruction. These beams of light of destruction erupted instantly, but they were all absorbed by the spear in the robot's hand. They did not cause any damage to the robot at all. A calamity. This is the true calamity. The Horfrost King's voice trembled with agitation. Terrifying. This was just too terrifying. This robot actually made him feel suffocated. It seemed to have far exceeded the level of a meta-divine martial artist, reaching the level of a sage with 4 life transitions. It was even comparable to those demon emperors. At this thought, the Horfrost King was a little at a loss. Demon Emperor, or the appearance of even one Demon Emperor, would be a calamity for humanity. The 9 sages were stationed in the depths of the Outland to keep an eye on those Demon Emperors. Now, A robot that was very likely a war machine left behind by an ancient civilization had suddenly appeared, and it was actually comparable to demon emperors. It meant a new variable had suddenly appeared. Without a sage, how could they resist this robot? Quick, send information to the headquarters. The Horfirst King's voice was trembling. He was a dignified expert titled King, the famous Horfirst King, but his hands and feet had gone cold at this moment. He did not even have the slightest bit of courage to fight. If this terrifying robot had appeared, what about Lin Feng? The Horfirst King's heart sank. Perhaps Lin Feng was already doomed. A total of 3 5-star generals oversaw the headquarters of the military faction. As the robot crisis that erupted in the ancient civilization base, the military faction had been deploying troops to resolve this crisis. But there was still no resolution as of now. General, there's an update. Report at once. The Horfirst King sent a message from the Brimstone base. A robot over 100 meters tall has appeared in the ancient civilization ruins. It's suspected to be comparable to a demon emperor. The situation is critical. The descent of a sage is requested. After the intelligence officer finished reading the intelligence report from the Horfirst King, the entire command hall fell silent. Demon Emperor. How could a demon emperor suddenly appear? Although the robot crisis before was also very dangerous, the military faction could still control the situation. While the martial artists under command suffered heavy casualties, the situation was still under control. But now, a robot that was comparable to a demon emperor had suddenly appeared. It even necessitated the descent of a sage. This had already exceeded the control of the military faction. If it were any other martial artist who reported it, they might have carefully investigated it further. However, this was personally reported by the Horfirst King. This meant that even if the other party was not a demon emperor, it was not far from it. No matter how many martial artists were deployed, they would be sent to their deaths. It was meaningless. However, how could sages descend so easily? Report to the sages. Even 5-star generals had no right to deal with such a major matter. Only sages could deal with demon emperors. But could the 9 sages spare the time currently? If the departure of the 9 sages led to the demon emperors wreaking destruction, it would be another disaster. It's coming. The Horfirst King's expression was solemn. After the robot appeared, he was already prepared to lead the men to retreat. But the robot's gaze immediately locked onto them. Flee. Under such circumstances, how could they flee from a robot comparable to a demon emperor? Although the information had already been reported, it was not that easy for sages to descend. The Horfirst King knew very well that the mission of sages was even more difficult. They had to keep an eye on more demon emperors. Hence, the appearance of every new demon emperor was a calamity for the entire human world. And now, this calamity had already come to pass. Chapter 271 Lin Feng appearing. Chapter 271 Lin Feng appearing. Divine Kingdom, come into being. The Horfirst King roared. All the astral power in his body erupted, and the terrifying astral force field formed a divine kingdom filled with rampaging storms. This divine kingdom enveloped the huge black metal robot. However, no matter how powerful the storms swept, surrounded, and tore, they did not seem to pose any threat to the robot. The huge metal robot's red eyes flashed slightly. Then, it extended its huge mechanical arm and grabbed hard. Crunch. Intangibly, Horfirst King felt as if his divine kingdom had shattered, and the balance of his astral force field was broken at this instant. Boom! The Horfirst King's divine kingdom was completely blown apart. Terrifying astral power wreaked havoc in all directions. Even those metamorphic realm martial artists were implicated, and more than half of them were injured or killed. Even the divine kingdom could not stop this robot. In fact, in the eyes of this robot, the Horfirst King was no threat at all. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Retreat as far as possible. The Horfirst King's face was ashen. He was already powerless to stop this robot in front of him. Perhaps only a sage was capable of stopping this robot. The robot raised its foot. and its huge mechanical foot stomped down on the Horfrust King like a mountain. This stomp was enough to crush the Horfrust King. At this moment, it was impossible for the little astral power left in the Horfrust King's body to resist it. The Horfrust King took a deep breath. He would probably be the first martial artist titled king to fall in this calamity. No, even the Horfrust King can't resist it. We're finished. What the hell is this thing? Looking at that massive robot, it was simply unstoppable. If even the Horfrust King could not resist it, who could? Once this robot charged into the human cities at the home front, the consequences would be unthinkable. Perhaps there would be another calamity wreaked by a demon emperor. Everyone could only stare blankly at the huge foot that descended from the sky. Who else could stop this robot? Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded like a thunderclap. Dust filled the air, and the entire ruin was reduced to ruins. The Horfrust King was stunned. He looked up at the sky, and then at himself. He was fine. Third brother. Lin Hai's eyes widened. What did he see? Lin Feng. It was clearly Lin Feng. He actually held the giant foot of the robot with one hand. The 10-meter-tall Lin Feng looked like a dwarf in front of the 100-meter-tall robot. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was like an indomitable giant in everyone's hearts. Go! Lin Feng's expression was solemn as he said to the still dazed Horfrust King. The Horfrust King took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I'm the Horfrust King. Thank you for saving my life. If anything comes up in the future, go." Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. His entire body was pressed into the ground, but he still grabbed the Horfrust King with his other hand and threw him out forcefully. Boom! The giant robot suddenly stomped down, causing dust to fill the air. The Horfrust King rolled on the ground in a sorry state, but he was not displeased at all. In order to save him, Lin Feng had even sacrificed his life. Third brother. You want die? Lin Feng. Lin Hai clenched his fists tightly. While the Horfrust King was filled with regret, Lin Feng was indeed stomped into the ground. Ever since he mastered the title combat body, he had never been in such a sorry state. Hence, he no longer hesitated and suddenly leaped out from the ground. He's alive. Haha, he's really alive. As the Horfrust King, I owe you my life. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. He took a deep breath. He felt a heavy pressure from this giant robot. This was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered after mastering the combat body. Title combat body. Lin Feng's body began to expand like a balloon, rapidly growing to over 100 meters, the same size as the robot. However, this was not the end. Lin Feng's title combat body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to 182 meters. This was Lin Feng's strongest state currently. If it had not been permanently and severely damaged by the 10 beams of light of destruction, Lin Feng's combat body could still be stronger. But now, it was only over 180 meters. However, even at over 180 meters, it was still much larger than this giant robot. It was almost twice as tall, allowing Lin Feng to tower over the giant robot from above. Seeing Lin Feng expand to a size larger than a giant robot at once, the Horfrust King, Lin Hai, and the others were stunned. This was especially the case for the Horfrust King. He could sense that there was no fluctuation of astral power on Lin Feng's body. Moreover, no martial art could expand the body to this extent. At the Horfrust King's level, many secrets were actually no longer secrets. A speculation immediately came to his mind. Could it be a legacy from an ancient civilization? If it was really an ancient civilization legacy, it would be no small matter. Some divine realm and meta-divine realm experts were actually seeking to obtain legacies of ancient civilizations. However, there were very few who could truly obtain the legacy of an ancient civilization. The 9 sages had all entered ancient ruins, and even obtained legacies of ancient civilizations. Things discovered in ancient civilizations might improve one's power tremendously. There was no doubt that Lin Feng's current performance was a legacy of some ancient civilization. Moreover, this ancient civilization legacy was rather terrifying. Lin Feng only had the aura of a second life transition. but his ability to fight with this robot comparable to an demon emperor made it evident how powerful Lin Feng was at this moment. Even if he was inferior to the sages, he was not far from them. The Hoarfrost King's expression was very solemn. He even thought about many things. If word of today's matter spread, Lin Feng would be in some trouble. However, if Lin Feng really had the strength of a peak meta-divine realm expert, and was even not far from a sage, so what if he had obtained an ancient civilization legacy? The Hoarfrost King thought about much, but Lin Feng did not think so much. The robot he was facing was giving him a lot of pressure. He threw a punch directly. The terrifying power pressed down like a mountain. It was not much weaker than the stomp of the robot just now, and might even be stronger. However, a red light flashed in the robot's eyes. Then, it swung its fist and clashed head-on. Boom! The ground was shaking, and a terrifying force spread in all directions. Lin Feng and the robot each took a few steps back. In terms of strength, Lin Feng was actually not much stronger than the robot. This was the first time Lin Feng had encountered an opponent whose strength was on par with his tidal combat body. Again, Lin Feng began to use some of the techniques of the tidal combat body. Apart from defense, the strongest aspect of the tidal combat body was strength, and its endurance was nigh infinite. Lin Feng's fists rained down in a frenzy. The robot was not to be outdone either. The two sides were engaged in close combat, a head-on clash of raw strength. Any technique or astral power was useless before such power. Chapter 272 Killing Machine. Chapter 272 Killing Machine. General. The latest news is that the Emperor-level robot has been held back. The martial artists from the Brimstone base and the Hoarfrost King are temporarily saved. In the military command hall, a major was reporting the latest news to the 3 5-star generals. The Emperor-level robot is held back. Could a sage have spared the time to stop the Emperor-level robot? The military had temporarily named this robot an Emperor-level robot, which meant that it was as threatening as an Emperor-level demon. Apart from sages, it was impossible for anyone to resist an Emperor-level demon. It would be difficult to even hold it off. Only sages could deal with demon emperors. This was practically an ironclad rule. It's not a sage, but Lin Feng. Lin Feng from the global martial arts competition. He should only be a divine realm martial artist with a second life transition. Hearing the major's report, the 3 5-star generals looked at each other. As experts in the military, they naturally knew about the global martial arts competition. They naturally knew about Lin Feng, who had risen to fame through the global martial arts competition. Wasn't Lin Feng a metamorphic realm martial artist? How had he suddenly undergone a second life transition? Look up Lin Feng's information. Soon, detailed information about Lin Feng was pulled up through the military system from the moment Lin Feng was born until he entered the Myriad Academy, finally breaking the genetic lock, turning the tide in Dragonlith City, causing a stir in Stone City, and finally, chucking the world in the global martial arts competition as the greatest dark horse. All the information was very detailed. General, Lin Feng was just appointed as the legate of Central Sea City not long ago. He has already been confirmed by the academic faction as a divine realm martial artist with a second life transition. Moreover, Lord Invincible Fist Sage personally intervened and made Lin Feng the legate. The 3 5-star generals did not really care if Lin Feng was the legate. What they cared about was why Lin Feng could resist that Emperor-level robot. Transmit the battle scene between Lin Feng and the Emperor-level robot onto the big screen immediately. Soon, the big screen in the military command hall showed the battle between Lin Feng and the Emperor-level robot. Both parties were over 100 meters tall, especially Lin Feng, who was probably close to 200 meters tall. Both parties used raw strength. Every strike could cause even the ground to shake violently. Like the most devastating bomb explosion, the devastating power displayed in their current battle could easily destroy a city. It was indeed on the level of a demon emperor. He's not a sage, but his combat power is almost on par with a sage. Could it be an ancient civilization legacy? The expressions of the 3 5-star generals all turned solemn. However, This was ultimately a good thing. With someone stopping the emperor-level robot, it would not cause a calamity. Classify Lin Feng's information as top secret at once. Well, report to the 9 sages. The 3 5-star generals knew how important this matter was. A powerful martial artist who was not a sage, but had combat power, comparable to a sage, had appeared among humanity. This was a blessing for humanity. Lin Feng did not know that he had already caught the attention of the upper echelons of the military. He did not even know that he was crowned with the combat power of a sage. His only thought now was to defeat the robot in front of him. Lin Feng went all out. Both the defense and recovery power of his tidal combat body were astonishing. As long as he did not suffer permanent injuries, he could recover quickly, no matter how severe the injuries. He put his full force behind every punch. Moreover, with his tidal combat body, every inch of his body was the most terrifying weapon. Ever since Lin Feng had mastered the tidal combat body, he had never been so unbridled and focused during battle. He could fight with all his heart, no longer restrained, and fully unleash the advantage of his combat body. The giant robot and Lin Feng were like prehistoric behemoths, attacking in a frenzy. Lin Feng relied on his powerful defense and strength to attack heedlessly. His combat body erupted wildly, and each eruption was earth-shattering as a magnitude 10 earthquake. With the ruins as the epicenter, the surrounding few kilometers were already in complete chaos. The entire area was a battlefield between Lin Feng and the giant robot. As for those who were watching the battle, including the Horfrust King, they had already retreated to a distance over 10 kilometers away. Even the slightest aftershock might kill them. This was also a rare opportunity. Moreover, the combat methods of both parties were completely different from that of martial artists. Instead, they were like those demons, but without any special innate abilities. They were engaged in a complete physical combat. The power of this physical combat was rather devastating. They were not even qualified to approach it. However, as the battle dragged on, Lin Feng gradually realized that the giant robot in front of him seemed to be learning. That's right. Other party was learning. Its combat techniques were constantly improving. From the initial crudeness to the current precision, the speed at which the giant robot learned was simply too fast. Lin Feng, stop tangling with it. Either destroy it or leave quickly. It has already gradually fused with this destruction robot. This is a killing machine specially created by the third civilization that can fuse with the spear of destruction. It has already completely fused with this killing robot. It is currently fusing the power of the spear of destruction. Once the fusion is successful, you will be in danger. Lombitham reminded him in time. It seemed to already know the origins of this giant robot. Destruction robot, the war machine of the third civilization, and fusing the spear of destruction. Like the light of destruction from before. At this thought, Lin Feng's heart clenched. He had encountered the light of destruction previously. That annihilative power left him with a lingering fear. It had even permanently damaged his tidal combat body. Now that this robot was actually fusing the spear of destruction, Lin Feng naturally could not let it have its way. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He carefully recalled the tidal combat body. It was akin to the tide, surging and boundless in power. Wave after wave eyes was the true essence of the tidal combat body. Boom! The power in Lin Feng's tidal combat body was completely mobilized. He closed his eyes and locked his mental power on the destruction robot without even looking. Lin Feng rained down punch after punch in a frenzy. His attacks instantly became several times more ferocious, not giving the destruction robot in front of him any time to recover. Bang! Lin Feng sent the destruction robot flying with a punch. He quickly stepped forward and stomped on it again. Crunch! The arm of the destruction robot was broken at once, and a trace of damage finally appeared on its metal body. However, this was only the beginning. Lin Feng's heart rejoiced. He immediately grabbed the arm of the destruction robot and tore hard. There was a ripping noise. The arm of the destruction robot was ripped out at once, but its other hand suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and ripped it out forcefully as well. The cells in Lin Feng's arm quickly changed arrangement, becoming slippery like soft rubber. Even though it was stretched out very far, his arm was unharmed. Die! The power of the tidal combat body erupted from Lin Feng's body again. He aimed at the destructive robot's head and smashed down at it like a sledgehammer. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his heart palpitate. A black spear had appeared in the robot's hand at some point in time, flickering with black light. Chapter 273 Spear of Destruction. Chapter 273 Spear of Destruction. Spear of Destruction. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. Lombitham had reminded him a few times. Of course he knew about the Spear of Destruction. At this moment, the Spear of Destruction appeared in the hand of this destruction robot. It slashed down fiercely at such a close distance. Swish! How massive was Lin Feng's tidal combat body? Even if he dodged, it was impossible for him to completely avoid this Spear of Destruction. With a light slash from the Spear of Destruction, his arm ignited like a blazing flame. The countless cells on Lin Feng's arm seemed to be burned by scorching flames. There was a miraculous power in the Spear of Destruction that could annihilate everything. Hence, when he was struck by the Spear of Destruction, countless cells on Lin Feng's arm were annihilated. His arm was originally very large, but in just a few seconds, it was festering at a visible speed, like a withering flower, quickly dissipating. Bang! Lin Feng kicked out and sent the destruction robot flying. He tried to change the arrangement of the cells on his arm, switching to all kinds of forms, but it was useless. The terrifying annihilative power inside was rapidly destroying the cells in Lin Feng's body. In just a few seconds, Lin Feng's combat body had lost at least 2 meters. Abandon it. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng gave up on the part of his arm that had been struck by the Spear of Destruction. His original 182-meter combat body instantly shrank to 178 meters, losing a total of 4 meters. The tidal combat body was based on size. The larger the body, the tighter the cell arrangement, and the more cells there were, the more energy it could accommodate, and the stronger the combat body was. If its size and number of cells decreased, it meant that it had suffered permanent trauma, and its strength would decrease. This was the case for Lin Feng now. Previously, due to the light of destruction, he had already suffered permanent damage, and his body had become slightly smaller. Now that he was injured again, his body shrank further. It was not that easy to cultivate it back again. However, if he wanted to survive and not suffer greater damage, Lin Feng would have to give up a portion of his combat body. Otherwise, the strange annihilative power on the Spear of Destruction could even destroy Lin Feng's entire combat body. What a strange power! Lin Feng was shocked. The power of the Spear of Destruction was too terrifying. This was just a slight graze. Wouldn't it be even more troublesome if his vital parts were struck? He would even be severely injured instantly. For the first time, Lin Feng felt that the Spear of Destruction could really threaten his life. The robot that used the Spear of Destruction seemed to be in pain. Although the robot was expressionless, Lin Feng's mental power could sense the unique emotional fluctuations of the destructive robot. This was no longer just a cold robot. Instead, it felt a little like life. Lin Feng, you must obtain the Spear of Destruction. This artificial intelligence is already fusing with the robot, but it has yet to complete fusion. It is not a true mechanical life form yet. Once it becomes a mechanical life form, it can completely fuse the Spear of Destruction. In your world, I am afraid even the 9 sages combined would not be able to deal with it. Therefore, you must take this opportunity to obtain the Spear of Destruction. Lin Feng frowned. He knew how powerful the Spear of Destruction was, but this was still the result of incomplete fusion. If it was completely fused, how strong would it be? According to Longbitham, even the 9 sages combined would not be able to deal with the robot that had fused the Spear of Destruction. Longbitham seemed to take this Spear of Destruction very seriously. And so did the robots. Otherwise, why would it fuse the Spear of Destruction? Moreover, the annihilative power of the Spear of Destruction was simply terrifying. It was not that easy for Lin Feng to obtain the spear of destruction. Lombitham, do you have a way to deal with this robot? It hasn't become a mechanical lifeform yet. And you're already a true mechanical lifeform. Lin Feng felt that Lombitham seemed to be hiding something, especially about the spear of destruction. In fact, Lombitham had been equivocating and did not explain it in detail. Lombitham was silent for a moment before finally saying in a low voice, "This artificial intelligence is evolving into a mechanical lifeform. Only living beings can completely fuse with the spear of destruction. This is also the real reason why it so insists on becoming a mechanical lifeform. In short, no matter the price, you must obtain the spear of destruction. As for this robot, it has not become a mechanical lifeform. I can indeed deal with it, but you have to let me enter its control core. When the time comes, I will be able to completely control its core." "How can I let you enter the control core?" "It is very simple. You only need to place the communicator on its head, and I will be able to enter its control core. Remember, you do not have many chances. You may only have one chance. If it leaves with the spear of destruction, or unleashes the annihilative power in the spear of destruction, I will not be able to save you then." Lin Feng was actually a little hesitant. Should he trust Lombitham? Although he had become Lombitham's so-called subject of evaluation, after so long, Lin Feng still knew very little about Lombitham. He only knew that Lombitham was a mechanical lifeform, and that was because Lombitham itself had said so. Right now, he was facing a critical moment, a life-or-death moment. If Lombitham failed to enter the control core of this artificial intelligence, Lin Feng would face a direct attack from the spear of destruction. The consequences would be unthinkable. At this moment, there was not much time left for Lin Feng to consider. The robot stood up again. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the robot was somewhat angry. Red light kept flickering in the robot's red eyes. Then, its mechanical arm was simply repaired, and also became able to move freely. Moreover, the spear of destruction was already in the robot's hand, emitting a terrifying glint. The robot's speed became faster and faster. In the end, it was practically sprinting. It raised the spear of destruction in its hand and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that this was the critical battle. His tidal combat body began to shake violently, and then his cells arranged themselves in a frenzy. Although the tidal combat body did not expand, the arrangement of his cells was already completely different from before. This was the strongest defense state of the tidal combat body. With layers over layers of cells, it was enough to face any power. Although Lin Feng did not make Lombitham any promises, he had already made his choice with his actions. "Come at me," Lin Feng muttered softly, his eyes flashing with madness. His eyes were fixed on the spear of destruction. The only thing that threatened him was the spear of destruction, and a bold idea was already forming in his mind. Boom! Lin Feng moved as well. His massive body shot towards the destruction robot like a cannonball. Lin Feng raised his arm up high. Then, his arm rapidly expanded, and he grabbed hard at the spear of destruction in the robot's hand. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was trembling violently. The spear of destruction easily pierced through his palm, and pierced straight through Lin Feng's left shoulder. In that instant, Lin Feng even felt that he was already facing death. It was as if he would be completely annihilated and disappear from this world in the next moment. Chapter 274 Codename Destroyer. Chapter 274 Codename Destroyer. The annihilative power of the spear of destruction spread rapidly. The speed was incredible, but Lin Feng gritted his teeth and allowed the cells in his body to be annihilated continuously. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly approached the robot's head and stuck the communicator on it. "Lombitham, it's your turn," Lin Feng growled. An invisible fluctuation instantly entered the robot's head. At the same time, Lin Feng suddenly grabbed the spear of destruction with his other hand. His hands were burning. The terrifying annihilative power kept ravaging the cells in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's hands seemed to be rapidly turning into ashes at a visible speed. This scene made everyone nervous. Although they did not understand what was going on, from the looks of it, Lin Feng must have reached the most critical moment. Let go! Lin Feng roared. He exerted force on his tidal combat body and actually pulled out the spear of destruction inch by inch with both hands. The robot, on the other hand, had a blank expression on its face, as if it was motionless. Boom! Finally, Lin Feng gripped the spear of destruction. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, the cells in his body were rapidly annihilated. Oh no! Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He could only give up on some of the cells that had been pierced by the spear of destruction previously. This time, he was going all out, and was even prepared to enter an internecine exchange. In reality, both parties were indeed injured. Lin Feng looked at the robot and saw that it was motionless. Clearly, Longbitham had succeeded. However, it was still uncertain if Longbitham could take over the robot's control core. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was seriously injured. He had been struck by the spear of destruction. Even though his combat body was very strong, it could not withstand the annihilation of his cells. Many of Lin Feng's cells were almost annihilated and necrotic on a large scale. He had to abandon them immediately. Otherwise, the destructive power would continue to spread. By then, it would probably be too late for Lin Feng to abandon them. Even if he wanted to abandon, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He could not bear to do it. There were simply too many cells that had been invaded by the annihilative power. This time, he had abandoned all of them at once, and suffered severe damage almost immediately. His combat body, which was originally 178 meters long, immediately shrank to only 150 meters when Lin Feng decided to abandon some of his cells. Having abandoned about 28 meters of his combat body, it was evident how serious the damage the spear of destruction had dealt to Lin Feng was. If this happened a few more times, even with the tidal combat body, Lin Feng would probably not be able to resist it. Spear of destruction. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the spear of destruction in his hand. The entire spear of destruction was more than 10 meters long. It looked ordinary, but Lin Feng had been severely injured by it. Added onto the fact that he had been severely injured by the light of destruction previously, Lin Feng had lost about 54 meters of his combat body since he came to this ruin. Losing a quarter of his combat body was definitely a heavy loss, but Lin Feng was also very happy to obtain this spear of destruction. This was a product of the first civilization that even Longbitham valued greatly. With such a terrifying power, if he studied it thoroughly, it would also greatly increase Lin Feng's strength. However, Lin Feng did not dare to study the spear of destruction without guidance. He had heard from Longbitham that the other robot seemed to be fusing the spear of destruction, hoping to unleash its full power. It only failed at the last step after encountering Lin Feng and Longbitham. Longbitham was probably the only one who knew how to fuse the spear of destruction. Time passed slowly, but there was still no news from Longbitham. Lin Feng was a little anxious. If Longbitham had not asked Lin Feng to wait, he would even have destroyed the destructive robot in front of him directly. Actually, although this destructive robot was very strong, and perhaps comparable to an emperor-level demon, it still could not gain any advantage against Lin Feng's tidal combat body. If they entered a war of attrition, Lin Feng would definitely be able to defeat this robot. This also gave Lin Feng a direct understanding of his current strength. At the very least, he was not inferior to ordinary demon emperors. In other words, Lin Feng was now entirely comparable to a sage. He was not a sage, but he had the combat power of a sage. Of course, that was Lin Feng's strength when he had the 200-meter combat body. Now that he had lost a quarter of his combat body, his strength was only 3/4 of what it was before. Fortunately, Lin Feng could cultivate it back again. He only needed to devour a large amount of energy to quickly improve his combat body. The robot did not move, and Lin Feng held the spear of destruction in both hands. Even his massive body was much shorter. This made the Hoarfrost King, the martial artists of the Brimstone Base, and even the generals in the military command hall very nervous. They did not know how the battle was going. About 3 minutes later, the robot finally moved. Lin Feng, it is settled. Settled. Longbotham's voice appeared in Lin Feng's head. But Lin Feng could not tell that Longbotham had dealt with this robot by looking at it. It was just a little away from fusing with the spear of destruction. Unfortunately, it is not a true mechanical life form, but only artificial intelligence. No matter how intelligent it is just a program. Therefore, I entered its control core and naturally took over it with ease. I have already modified its program. It is just an intelligent robot, and obeys your commands now. You are its master now. I'm its owner. Lin Feng was moved by the thought. He knew very well what this meant. Even without the spear of destruction, this robot was still comparable to an ordinary demon emperor. Previously, it could actually fight Lin Feng to a standstill. If he had such a robot subordinate comparable to a demon emperor, it would be of great benefit to both the entire human society and to Lin Feng. No wonder Longbothan did not want Lin Feng to destroy the robot. It turned out that it wanted to control the robot to be Lin Feng's subordinate. What is your name? Lin Feng asked the robot. Master, my code name is Destroyer. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed a killing machine. This codename sounded very unusual. What do you rely on as a driving force? Energy. How much energy would you require? I have an energy converter in my body that can convert various kinds of energy at all times, including cosmic rays, star power, energy, ores, and so on. You can control this ruin. Since I was created, I have some control over the base. Through understanding, Lin Feng also gradually understood what kind of existence the destroyer was. It was a killing machine specially created by the third civilization. Moreover, it was extremely compatible with the spear of destruction. The third civilization had even created it in order to truly utilize the power within the spear of destruction. Unfortunately, for some reason, they failed in the end, and the destroyer was sealed. However, intelligence gradually developed in the program of the destroyer. After billions of years, for some unknown reason, consciousness was born within it. The destroyer's intelligent program was even eager to become a real life form. This was how everything after came to pass. Now, Longbothan took over the destroyer's control core. It had already lost its intelligence, and was only a program that was completely under Lin Feng's command. Perhaps after losing its intelligence, the destroyer's strength would be much weaker. But there would no longer be any risk. It would completely obey Lin Feng's commands. With something gained and something lost, Lin Feng had obtained the greatest benefit. Chapter 275 Combat Power of a Sage. Chapter 275 Combat Power of a Sage. Stay here for now. Lin Feng's body shrank rapidly, and finally turned into the appearance of an ordinary person. He flew directly to his second brother. Lin. Hi. Second brother. Third brother. Lin Hai was very thrilled, but looking at the motionless robot again, he was a little worried. At this moment, the Hoarfrost King also flew over. Lin Feng, you subdued that robot. The Hoarfrost King was still a little hesitant. I have taken over its control core. It is currently under my command. The crisis is over. Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, those metamorphic realm martial artists could not help but clench their fists and laugh heartily. This calamity was finally resolved. A smile also appeared on the Hoarfrost King's face, but he looked at the robot. It was comparable to an emperor-level demon. With Lin Feng added now, it might have the combat power of a sage. Would the military seize this robot by force? The Hoarfrost King did not know, but he knew that this had already exceeded his authority. Even the 5-star generals of the military were not qualified to deal with this matter. Only the 9 sages could handle this matter. But if they did not handle it well, things would probably get troublesome. After all, Lin Feng had the combat power of a sage, and so did the robot. But no matter what, now that the crisis had been resolved, humanity had finally avoided this calamity. It could be considered to have been nipped in the bud. Hoarfrost King, Please send second brother back to the Brimstone base first. I need to deal with the matters in the ruins again. The Hoarfrost King nodded. Lin Hai was not stupid. He looked at the huge robot and then at the ruins that had already been reduced to ruins. Naturally, he had some guesses. Lin Feng was no longer the sickly third brother who needed his protection and his memory. Instead, he had grown into a martial artist. Stronger than a meta-divine realm martial artist. He might even be comparable to a sage. There were certain matters that Lin Feng would deal with himself. Third brother, he'll wait for you at the Brimstone base. With that, Lin Hai and the others returned to the Brimstone base under the lead of the Hoarfrost King. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he led the destroyer back to the ruins. After all, although the ruins had been reduced to rubble, that was only the upper parts, and the truly important parts of the ruins were all underground. This ruin was left behind by the third civilization. There were many good things inside. Lin Feng did not intend to let them go. In the military command hall, the 3 5-star generals had already seen Lin Feng deal with the robot through the screen. However, the process was rather intriguing. General, the analysis results are out. Report, General. According to the battle scene, we've analyzed that the combat power fluctuations between Lin Feng and the robot have already reached the level of a sage. It's true to its name of having the combat power of a sage, however. The spear in the robot's hand contains terrifying energy. That thrust from the robot had already severely injured Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng miraculously defeated the robot and even controlled it. We suspect that Lin Feng possesses methods similar to attack programs. He used a method similar to cyber attack to take over the robot's control program. Hence, the robot is now under Lin Feng's command. The 3 5-star generals nodded. They all agreed with the analysis of the battle. It seemed like the ancient civilization inheritance that Lin Feng had obtained was indeed extraordinary. There were even technological methods that could control that robot. If the military had controlled that robot, they might not be stretched so thin. General, can we ask Lin Feng for this robot? Someone suggested cautiously. We were the ones who discovered this ruin first. But we were also the ones who caused trouble first. In the end, Lin Feng came to clean up the mess. When Lin Feng was talking to the Hoarfrost King just now, he did not take the initiative to mention the robot and the ruins. Isn't his attitude obvious? No one was an idiot. The 3 5-star generals knew very well that Lin Feng was going to take over the ruins. All the benefits inside belonged to Lin Feng, and had nothing to do with the military. In the past, when Lin Feng's strength was not yet so terrifying, perhaps the military would have utilized some non-conventional forceful methods. But now, Lin Feng had been analyzed to have the combat power of a sage. Coupled with that robot, that would be the combat power of 2 sages. Hence, the military could do nothing to Lin Feng now. Report this to the 9 sages. No matter what, this crisis has been resolved. Although the robots and ruins did not fall into the hands of our military faction, they are still in the hands of humanity. Perhaps Lin Feng will soon become the 10th sage among us humanity. The 10th sage? Everyone in the command hall was shocked. That's right. Lin Feng had displayed the combat power of a sage. So what if he had not undergone 4 life transitions? Was he not a sage? With the combat power of a sage and a robot comparable to an emperor-level demon, Lin Feng was completely qualified to become the 10th sage of humanity. Of course, all of this could only be decided by the 9 sages. Hence, the 3 5-star generals jointly reported the matter regarding Lin Feng and the robot to the 9 sages. In the ruins of the 7th civilization, after researchers constantly investigated the situation in the ruins of the 7th civilization, Sage Kang and Sage Yuani had already obtained rather important news. The 7th civilization was destroyed by an external force. How terrifying must an external force be to destroy a civilization? Moreover, the 7th civilization was not a weak civilization at all. It was even stronger than the current human civilization. This news shocked Sage Kang and Sage Yuani. They had excavated other ancient ruins in the past and even obtained similar news. These ancient civilizations that were once powerful have all been destroyed. I wonder when the end of our human civilization lies. Sage King also looked like he had aged a lot. As the first sage of humanity called the pioneer, Sage King was wholeheartedly dedicated to the development of humanity, but now, he seemed to have lost his essence, energy, and spirit. He felt that no matter how hard he tried, it all seemed so futile. How great would it be if a 10th sage could be born in human society? At that time, humanity would not have to be so passive at all. A sage was enough to change the entire human world, especially now that humanity was developing at an advanced level. An additional sage could completely change the entire human race. Unfortunately, after so many years, many geniuses that Sage King thought highly of were all stuck at 3 life transitions. There was no sign of anyone undergoing 4 life transitions at all. So naturally, no new sage appeared. Perhaps there was hope for Dong Fangsheng, but time was needed, and it might still be a very long time. What humanity lacked the most now was time. Sage King, look at your communicator. There's good news, wonderful news. Suddenly, Sage Yuani's face was filled with ecstasy. He appeared exhilarated. The dignified sage actually danced like a child. Chapter 276 Robot Army. Chapter 276 Robot Army. Yuani, what good news can make you so excited? Sage King asked in surprise. At the same time, he picked up his communicator. When he saw the message on the communicator, Sage Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feng has the combat power of a sage and he has controlled a robot comparable to a demon emperor, making it equivalent to the combat power of 2 sages. Sage Kang looked at the message on his communicator. Even a reputable sage like him could not help but feel excited. The 10th sage. He had been looking forward to day and night had been born. Just like that, Sage Kang. Haha. We really searched high and low only to find what we're looking for without any effort. What kind of ancient civilization legacy did the little fellow from back then obtain? That he could actually attain the combat power of a sage with only a 2nd life transition, it's unbelievable. Sage Yuani clicked his tongue in praise. As a sage, he was very happy that there was an additional sage in human society. This way, the pressure on the 9 sages would be greatly alleviated. 2nd life transition. Classify Lin Feng's information immediately as top secret. Only the 9 sages are authorized to view it. Also, immediately hold a conference of sages in the name of you and I to discuss the matter of Lin Feng being the 10th sage. Sage Kang, aren't you rushing things a little? We still need to confirm this matter personally. The military's news wouldn't be wrong. Moreover, if it's possible to attain the combat power of a sage after a 2nd life transition, we must be on guard. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be people who are tempted among the 9 sages. There's even the Night Devil organization, which has always been hidden in the dark like a malignant tumor. How can they not be tempted? The combat power of a sage sounds terrifying, but once those people go berserk, there's nothing they won't resort to. We have to establish Lin Feng's status as a sage immediately. When the time comes, even if someone wants to make a move, they'll have to consider if it's worth facing the wrath of the other 9 sages. Although Sage Kang was also very excited, he was also very calm. He was the oldest of the 9 sages and the first sage. He had climbed to the peak step by step in a chaotic era. Hence, he naturally knew how terrible human nature was. Sometimes, some people would do anything just for a little benefit for themselves. He had to confirm the status of the 10th sage for Lin Feng immediately. This would be the overall momentum. With the overall momentum, Lin Feng would be a sage, the patron saint of humanity. Who would dare to make a move against him? Sage Yuani nodded, and immediately prepared to hold the conference of sages. Lin Feng did not know that after he unleashed the full strength of the tidal combat body, fought with the robot, and was confirmed to have the combat power of a sage, he had already attracted the attention of various factions. A storm was even vaguely brewing with Lin Feng as the epicenter. Lin Feng was leading the destroyer into the ruins now, But he realized that the destroyer was simply too massive. It could not enter the ruins at all. Can't you shrink your size? Master, I cannot shrink my entire body. If it cannot shrink its size, it won't be able to enter the ruins. That would be troublesome. Lin Feng was in a difficult position. He wanted to enter the ruins, so he naturally wanted to check everything inside. It would be best if he could find energy, so that he could cultivate the tidal combat body back to more than 200 meters. Master, you can bring part of my program into the ruins. I can also answer all your questions. Master, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this what Longbetham was like? It seemed like the artificial intelligence born in the destroyer was indeed about to evolve into a mechanical lifeform. The destroyer even had methods similar to Longbetham's. Lin Feng held the communicator and said, "Does this work?" "Yes." Hence, a segment of the destroyer's program entered the communicator. Lin Feng tested it casually. It was actually very different from Longbetham. Longbetham could think for itself and speak in Lin Feng's mind. The destroyer's program, on the other hand, could not. It was methodical, and appeared a little rigid. With the destroyer's program, Lin Feng entered the underground ruins. The surface of the ruins had already been completely reduced to rubbles. On the other hand, although some of the underground sections were also damaged, most of them were still intact. Lin Feng entered the underground ruins very easily this time. With the destroyer leading the way, Lin Feng knew the underground parts of the ruins almost like the back of his hand. Master, this is the armory. More than 200 armed robots are stored inside. There are also materials and energy that can quickly produce at least 300 armed robots. In other words, if I create these robots at full force, I can possess 500 robots that obey my commands completely. Lin Feng was very shocked. There were 500 robots. These robots were not ordinary dire beasts. According to the strength displayed by these robots, although a robot could not compare to a metamorphic realm martial artist, in terms of attack power, these robots were not inferior at all. Even if 5 robots were comparable to a metamorphic realm martial artist, once Lin Feng grasped this power, that would be equivalent to 100 metamorphic realm martial artists. What kind of concept was that? At least, among the 5 major factions, no single faction could compare to this force belonging to Lin Feng. The third civilization truly is terrifying. Lin Feng had another direct understanding of the third civilization. According to Longbetham, there were a total of 9 civilizations, and almost every time, each was weaker than its predecessor. That was because there was a gap for each civilization. If they failed to develop well, they would be far inferior to the previous civilization. Human civilization in the present was the weakest civilization for the time being. In the past, Lin Feng still did not quite believe it, but after encountering the ruins of the 7th and 3rd civilizations in succession, he gradually began to believe it. Although the human world was presided over by the 9 sages, and human society was thriving, it was still far inferior to the previous 8 ancient civilizations. If human society could obtain the essence of civilization from the first 8 civilizations, and absorb and convert the essence of these civilizations, perhaps then, it could surpass those ancient civilizations. And it was indeed what the 9 sages were doing now. I can control all these robots. Master, they will obey my commands, and I will obey any command from you. Lin Feng understood now. Through this destroyer robot, he could control all the robots in the ruins. He must hold the reins to such a powerful force. This was also why Lin Feng sent the Horfrost King and the others away and did not suggest letting the military interfere at all. It was because he wanted to control all the power in the ruins. Once he controlled this power, even by himself, with the destroyer and so many armed robots, Lin Feng would be comparable to any large faction, and could be even stronger than any of the 5 major factions. Perhaps in terms of high-end combat power, Lin Feng was weaker than the academic faction. After all, the academic faction had 3 sages presiding over it. However, in terms of overall combat power, Lin Feng's robot army would have nothing to fear from any faction. Chapter 277 260-meter combat body. Chapter 277 260-meter combat body. Looking at the slumbering robot army in the cabin, Lin Feng was also overwhelmed with emotions. This was an army that belonged to him, and also a faction that completely belonged to him. In fact, Lin Feng had thought about it before. If he became a sage in the future, how would he gain a foothold in this world? Would he join the 5 major factions? Or would he establish another faction? In the past, Lin Feng had gone with the flow and only wanted to increase his strength. He had never actually considered establishing a faction. After all, it was too much trouble. However, it was different now. He could rely on the robot army in this ruin, with subordinates and martial strength not inferior to the 5 major factions. He could establish his own faction. In the past, Lin Feng practiced martial arts for himself. Now, although it was also for himself, it was also for his family, friends, and the people he loved. Sometimes, having a powerful force in one's hands was far more intimidating than one's own strength. By the way, with so many robots, you probably need a lot of energy. Right? How do you replenish energy? What Lin Feng was most concerned about was energy. This was also because he's experienced its benefits. Last time, Lin Feng was brought to the ruins left behind by the 7th civilization by Sage Kang and Sage Yuanyi. He devoured a large amount of energy and successfully cultivated the tidal combat body. However, from now on, it would be very difficult for Lin Feng to encounter so much energy again. After entering the ruins of the 3rd civilization, Lin Feng had also sustained heavy losses. He needed a large amount of energy to cultivate the tidal combat body. This is the armory, which stores a large amount of energy. Moreover, every robot actually carries an energy converter that can convert a certain amount of energy. In reality, there is not much energy that needs to be replenished. Moreover, there is a large energy converter in the ruins, so there is no lack of energy at all. A large energy converter. Show me the area. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. There was really energy. Moreover, he really wanted to see how miraculous the large energy converter the destroyer had mentioned was. Soon, under the lead of the destroyer, Lin Feng entered the depths of the underground. There were a large number of robots there, and some special metals. They must be the metal used to manufacture these armed robots. In the huge underground hall, something that looked like an ancient cauldron appeared in the hall. There were many pipes on it, and something was being transported continuously from the inside. However, there was more of the various energies descending from the huge transparent skylight. Lin Feng could sense star power. But there was not just star power. There was a very complicated energy conversion system in the cauldron that could rapidly convert a large amount of energy. It was far more advanced than the energy factory of the 7th civilization. Destroyer, introduce this energy conversion system to me. What exactly can it convert into pure energy? Master, the conversion rate of this energy conversion system is already extremely high. It can convert star power and cosmic rays. It can also convert some natural things on planets, such as ores. But the conversion rate is lower. There are also dire beasts. The stronger the dire beast, the more energy it can convert. Many armed robots are deployed to kill those dire beasts to convert them into energy. Lin Feng was shocked. The 3rd civilization could actually capture dire beasts and convert them into energy. Did that mean that they had completely subdued those dire beasts? Can your 3rd civilization deal with all the dire beasts? Information incomplete. Unable to answer Master's question. However, according to the records of the energy system, many dire beasts were indeed transformed, including dire beasts comparable to 3 life transitions. Lin Feng nodded. Being comparable to 3 life transitions meant the meta-divine realm. Those were demon kings. Even demon kings could be converted by the energy system. The technology of the 3rd civilization was indeed much more powerful than the seventh civilization. Just this energy conversion system alone was much more advanced. With this system, Lin Feng could even specially hunt dire beasts in the future to convert energy. The massive amount of energy required for the third life transition in the future might be resolved. Take me to the energy warehouse. With the destroyer leading the way, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the energy warehouse. This energy warehouse was simply too huge. And there was indeed a large amount of energy stored inside. This much energy was originally meant for creating an army of 300 robots. The amount of energy used was naturally huge. Lin Feng did not need so many robots for the time being. This energy could be used to cultivate the tidal combat body. Never mind cultivating the combat body to 200 meters again. Even improving it further would be simple. It was even enough for the third life transition. The energy warehouse was a little cramped. Lin Feng simply got the destroyer to order the robots to move a large amount of energy modules to the ground. Lin Feng used the tidal combat body. With a 150-meter tidal combat body, even Lin Feng felt a little weak. However, with sufficient energy, he had nothing to worry about. Boom! Lin Feng circulated the tidal combat body. It was as if he had transformed into a black hole. The surrounding energy modules were shattered one after another, and a large amount of pure energy was devoured by Lin Feng's tidal combat body. Then, the cells continued to divide, and divide again. The cells in Lin Feng's body seemed to have been starved for a few days as they devoured in a frenzy. As every cell was filled with energy, it rapidly divided. Lin Feng's tidal combat body expanded again. 150 meters, 160 meters, 170 meters, 180 meters. In just an hour, Lin Feng's tidal combat body had already reached 200 meters again. But this was not the end. More than 100 robots were constantly transporting energy modules to Lin Feng's side. 200 meters, 210 meters, 220 meters. Since he had sufficient energy, Lin Feng was naturally fearless. He also wanted to see the limit of the tidal combat body. In the past, Lin Feng's limit was 200 meters. But recently, as he became more and more familiar with the tidal combat body, he realized that the limit of the tidal combat body could still be expanded. In the end, after Lin Feng's tidal combat body expanded to 260 meters, it could no longer expand. Lin Feng could clearly feel that his body seemed to be full. Every inch of his body and every cell was filled with power. Swoosh! The spear of destruction that was more than 10 meters long appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Even though he was grasping the spear of destruction in his hand, he could still feel a devastating power within it. Violent and uncontrollable. Perhaps that was the annihilative power. Lombitham, it's about time you explain the spear of destruction. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. Since obtaining the spear of destruction, Lombitham had been vague. Lin Feng could only suspect that there was a lot more to this spear of destruction. Chapter 278 Origin Weapon. Chapter 278 Origin Weapon. Lin Feng had been waiting for Longbitham's explanation. Actually, having obtained the spear of destruction for some time, although Lin Feng did not study it in detail, he more or less had some understanding. Although the spear of destruction seemed to be able to unleash extreme power in the hands of the destroyer, in Lin Feng's hands, it was like an ordinary spear that had lost its magic. Lin Feng could sense the annihilative power in the spear of destruction, but he could not utilize it. Even when Lin Feng used his combat body and specially took time to convert a little astral power, utilizing astral power had no effect. Hence, Lin Feng needed Longbitham's explanation. Longbitham must know some detailed information about the spear of destruction. Otherwise, it would not take the spear of destruction so seriously. After a long time, Longbitham, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke. I would have told you about this sooner or later, but I am not very clear about the origins of the spear of destruction either. When I descended into your world, it happened to be the end of the second civilization. I had seen the spear of destruction then. In the legends of the second civilization, It was the weapon of the ancient god king of destruction, the god king of the second civilization did not refer to metadivine martial artists, but a great entity with 5 life transitions. I observed the second civilization for a long time. Even their strongest was at 4 life transitions. As for those with 5 life transitions, afterwards, from the 3rd civilization to your 9th civilization, I have never seen them. I even wondered if a great life form that had undergone 5 life transitions had ever been born in your world. After all, that was already very close to a planetary life form. It was not until I saw the spear of destruction for the first time that the annihilative power within affirmed it for me. A great entity that had undergone 5 life transitions must have been born in your world. Moreover, some clues indicate that a great entity that had undergone 5 life transitions had only appeared in the 1st civilization. The reason the spear of destruction is so important is actually its annihilative power. This should not belong to a native planet and completely sealed planet, for this is entirely a power under the cosmic cultivation system. The 1st civilization of your world might have obtained the cosmic cultivation system before. However, after the 1st civilization was destroyed, the cosmic cultivation system was also lost, leaving only origin weapons like the spear of destruction. Longbitham told Lin Feng everything it knew in detail. It turned out that such an extraordinary secret was hidden in the 9 civilizations. Even Longbitham did not know about the 1st civilization. Moreover, it might have given birth to an expert with 5 life transitions. A great lifeform under the cosmic cultivation system. Just the thought of it was incredible. But no matter how incredible it was, evidence remained. For example, what was with the canopy that had always enveloped this planet? Even lifeforms with 5 life transitions probably wouldn't be able to set up a canopy that enveloped the entire planet. Since there was a canopy, what was so strange about the 1st civilization having lifeforms under the cosmic cultivation system? Longbitham, you call this spear of destruction an origin weapon. What is an origin weapon? The distant history was too ancient. Humanity had probably yet to find anything about the 1st civilization up till now. To Lin Feng, the 1st civilization was too distant. Whatever the secrets of the 1st civilization, at least they were not directly related to Lin Feng in the present. Lin Feng only wanted to learn about the spear of destruction. You can take origin weapons as weapons that only those under the cosmic cultivation system can forge. Some great planetary lifeforms or galactic lifeforms can extract certain kinds of power from planets. For example, the annihilative power might very well be origin power, extracted from a star by a great planetary lifeform. Imagine how terrifying the force of a collapsing star is. That instantaneous annihilative power is sufficient to form a cosmic catastrophe. This spear of destruction contains the power of annihilative origin. Hence, this is a genuine origin weapon. Moreover, it's a very formidable origin weapon. Lin Feng stroked the spear of destruction gently. He did not expect this seemingly ordinary spear of destruction to have such a powerful source, and that it was even an origin weapon. No wonder the destructive power in the spear of destruction could easily annihilate Lin Feng's combat body. It turned out that this was the weapon of those planetary lifeforms in the universe. If a planetary lifeform wielded the spear of destruction, it could even kill another planetary lifeform. But why can't I use the spear of destruction? After Lin Feng learned of the origins of this spear of destruction, he also became reluctant to part with it. That's because you have yet to completely fuse the spear of destruction. It would be strange if you could unleash the power of the spear of destruction. Not everyone can use an origin weapon. When the 3rd civilization obtained the spear of destruction, they tried everything they could. In the end, they could only use some technological power to slightly utilize the annihilative power of the spear of destruction and create the light of destruction. You've already experienced the power of the light of destruction, but that power is far inferior to the spear of destruction. The destroyer gave birth to the artificial intelligence. It was very clever and actually knows how to fuse the spear of destruction. Fortunately, it did not succeed in fusing it. Otherwise, your human civilization would really be in trouble. Lin Feng frowned and continued to ask. Then, how should I fuse the Spear of Destruction? The Spear of Destruction contains the power of the annihilative origin. That's the annihilative power of a collapsing star. It can destroy everything, and is very terrifying. This kind of origin weapon is very vicious, even by the standards of the universe. Once it cannot be controlled, the consequences are unimaginable. Even the destroyer before did not truly fuse the Spear of Destruction. It only used a special method to temporarily fuse it and borrow a little of the Spear of Destruction's power. If you want to completely fuse the Spear of Destruction, there is only one way. You must comprehend the annihilative origin in the Spear of Destruction bit by bit. That is all the power that erupts when a star collapses. If you can comprehend it, it will be very helpful for when you undergo 6 life transitions and become a planetary life form in the future. Lin Feng was still a little confused. How could he fuse the Spear of Destruction just by comprehending the annihilative origin? Lombitham, tell me how to fuse the Spear of Destruction. There is no shortcut. Forcefully use your combat body to fuse it, and allow your combat body to adapt to the annihilative origin. Eventually, you can naturally fuse the Spear of Destruction. Among them, comprehending the annihilative origin is the key. If you can't comprehend it, you can forget about fusing the Spear of Destruction for the rest of your life. Lin Feng pondered. It seemed like the fusion of the Spear of Destruction was not that easy. Annihilative origin. Lin Feng had learned the fusion method for the Spear of Destruction. No matter how difficult it was, he had to try it himself. Chapter 279 The Tenth Sage. Chapter 279 The Tenth Sage. In the conference room of the Supreme Commander's Department, tensions were running high in the Conference of Sages jointly convened by Sage Kang and Sage Yuan. The 9 sages all cast their projections to participate in this Conference of Sages, and everyone's expression was very solemn. Sage Kang, why did you hold the Conference of Sages with Sage Yuan? For the matter regarding Lin Feng reported by the military. Of course. Sage Kang glanced at the other 8 sages slightly, then said in a solemn tone, Lin Feng from the academic faction is currently the legate of Central Sea City. He was involved in the military operation because his brother, Lin Hai, participated in the military's wall breaker operation. He resolved the calamity triggered by the military with unstoppable force. 2 sages of the military faction. Do you have anything to correct? The 2 sages of the military faction were Sage Zhu Tanqi and Sage Paman. Both of them shook their heads. They evidently had a clear idea about this matter. After all, the 5-star generals of the military would definitely prioritize reporting to the 2 sages of the military faction. Sage Kang, you're right. It was originally a calamity that was induced by the military. Fortunately, Lin Feng intervened and resolved this calamity. Sage Zhu Tanqi said, everyone should have already learned about the news from the military. Lin Feng already possesses the combat power of a sage. Moreover, he controls a robot which also has the combat power of a sage. Hence, I propose to promote Lin Feng to the 10th sage of humanity. As soon as Sage Kang finished speaking, many sages present appeared very surprised. It was true that Lin Feng had the combat power of a sage, but there was no need to be in such a hurry, right back when they had undergone 4 life transitions. It also took a period of time for them to be ranked as sages. At this moment, Sage Batai from the consortium faction said worriedly, Sage Kang, there's no need to rush things. Right, never mind whether Lin Feng has the combat power of a sage. Even if he does, we still need to verify it. Moreover, the 9 sages have all undergone 4 life transitions before we can be ranked as sages. Lin Feng has only undergone 2 life transitions, so it's a little inappropriate for him to be ranked as a sage. In reality, Sage Badai's words also represented the opinions of some other sages. I think so too. We have to verify it first, then discuss whether we should let Lin Feng, who has undergone a 2nd life transition, become a sage. After all, the position of sage is very important. It's the pillar of humanity. We can't be rash. The one who spoke was Sage Klaus from the government faction. Although Sage Kang was also a sage from the government faction, the two sages actually had different opinions on some matters. What do we need to verify? Could those videos and information be fake? If any sage disagrees, they can spar with Lin Feng. What's so special about the title of Sage? Strength is the most important thing. I agree to make Lin Feng the 10th sage. The Invincible Fists sage spoke directly. He was straightforward and did not mince his words. Moreover, Lin Feng was a student of the Myriad Academy and had joined the academic faction. Once he became the 10th sage, he would definitely be a sage of the academic faction. That way, the academic faction would have 4 sages, and could steadily become the number 1 faction among the 5 major factions. Moreover, he liked Lin Feng very much. He had watched Lin Feng grow almost the whole way. Even the appointment as the legate of Central Sea was personally decided by the Invincible Fist sage. Although it was a little incredible that Lin Feng had the combat power of a sage after his second life transition, the Invincible Fist sage knew that it was possible for some ancient civilization legacies to accomplish this, be it for public or personal reasons. The Invincible Fist sage would support Lin Feng. I also don't think we should stick so rigidly to rules and regulations. When we became sages back then, there weren't so many rules and regulations either. Now is a critical time for humanity. The 9 of us cannot spare any time. Having one more sage will alleviate our burden. Why not? I also agree to Lin Feng becoming the 10th sage. Immediately after, Sage Bingyu and Sage Klaus also expressed agreement. The sages of the 3 major academies had always stuck together. There was no reason for them not to support Lin Feng. Sage Kang waved his hand, and an image appeared on the projector. It was the battle between Lin Feng and the giant destructive robot. Everyone, this is Lin Feng's battle scene. Do you think Lin Feng has the combat power of a sage? This has been confirmed by various analyses by the military. There shouldn't be any problems. We can skip the step of verification. Indeed, looking at Lin Feng's battle scene, even the 9 sages had solemn expressions. In fact, they were not certain they could win against that destructive robot. However, there was no doubt that it was definitely at the level of a demon emperor. And demon emperors corresponded to the combat power of sages. If we can confirm that Lin Feng's combat strength is on par with a sage, then there's only one last point of debate left. Can Lin Feng be ranked as a sage in his second life transition? All the sages nodded. Indeed, this was very important. The standard had to be established. After all, sages controlled the authority of human society and had access to many resources. Every sage had an extremely powerful faction behind them. If the standard was not established, it might be very troublesome for new sages that emerged in the future, and the human society would be in chaos. Back when I established the Supreme Commander's Department, I actually wanted to centralize power and the resources of all humanity to reduce internal consumption. After all, we humans do not actually have the advantage in the vast world. In terms of numbers, we humans are far inferior to those dire beasts. In terms of top-notch combat power, those demon emperors are not inferior to us either. There might even be terrifying entities that surpass demon emperors. We humans have no advantage here. Our only advantage is unity with the 9 sages. We can unite all humans later. A second sage and a third appeared. And eventually, the number of sages even gradually reached 9. The Supreme Commander's Department gradually became an organization controlled by the 9 sages. Once there are more people, there will naturally be debates and demands for benefits. It's all normal. However, as the pillars of humanity, the strongest martial artists should prioritize the greater picture. What are sages? It's just a title. If you address 4 life transitions as sage, why isn't it possible to address 2 life transitions as sage as long as he has the strength? Why can't he have the authority? If Lin Feng has the strength of a sage, but can't obtain the corresponding authority, what would he think if someone like Lin Feng emerges in the future? What will they think? Wouldn't this impede the path of advancement for martial artists? This kind of ostracism must never happen otherwise. What's the difference between us and those feudal dynasties in ancient times? The path of advancement must be unimpeded. As long as one has the strength of a sage, they are a sage, and should wield the corresponding authority. Sage Kang's heartfelt words moved all the sages. The first sage of humanity, Sage Kang, was known as the pioneer. Although he was not the strongest of the 9 sages, he was the most respected sage. He was also a sage who was completely dedicated to humanity. Sage Kang's words were actually a little blunt. They were a wake-up call to the other sages. The 9 sages had held the highest authority over humanity for too long, so long that many took it for granted, and began to think of ways to exclude other martial artists from this highest authority. Lin Feng's matter was a touchstone. Sage Kang was also determined to use this matter to warn all the sages. That's right. Elder Kang is right. We've been in power for too long. There are some things that shouldn't be stopped anymore. I agree too. Appoint Lin Feng as the 10th sage immediately, and the 5 major factions will announce it to all of humanity promptly. Sage Yuani spoke. He did not usually speak, but he was very influential among sages as well. His strength could even be ranked in the top 3 among sages. The usual rules. Then, let's raise our hands for a vote. Sage Kang glanced at the other 8 sages and said calmly, I concur. I concur. Concurred. Sage Kang was the first to raise his hand in concurrence. Then, Sage Yuani, the invincible fist sage, Sage Cass, and Sage Bingyu all concurred. Then, Sage Zhu Tanki and Sage Parman from the military faction slowly raised their hands in concurrence. With 7 sages already in agreement, Sage Batai from the consortium faction and Sage Klaus from the government faction looked at each other, and could only raise their hands in the end. All 9 sages concurred. At the conference of sages, the 9 sages' decision was immediately sent to the 5 major factions. There was only one message. Congratulations on the birth of the 10th sage of humanity, Sage Lin Feng. Chapter 280 Sage Lin Feng. Chapter 280 Sage Lin Feng. In the Lin family, Mr. and Mrs. Lin had been a little worried for the past few days. Their second son, Lin Hai, had died just like that. How could they not grieve, however? Before they could catch their breath, Lin Feng had left again. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. For a moment, the Lin family villa was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Why don't I call Lin Feng's communicator again, Mrs. Lin could no longer hold it in. Don't call Fenger is now the legate. He naturally knows what to do and what not to do. Since he has already made his decision, let him do it. We all should support him, instead of distracting him. Mr. Lin could still maintain his composure, but his hands were trembling slightly, which meant that he was not that calm either. His second son was dead. If anything happened to Lin Feng, the Lin family's temporary glory would be like a flash in the pan. It would probably collapse in an instant, and the Lin family would fall back to its original state. However, Mr. Lin still did not stop Lin Feng. He believed in Lin Feng. Why are there no more images on the television? Lin Qian, who was watching television in the living room, suddenly realized that all the television stations had gone silent. Not long after, the image appeared on the television again. However, there were 2 well-dressed hosts. A message is being broadcast. The 9 sages have jointly signed the order to congratulate the birth of the 10th sage of humanity, Sage Lin Feng. Seeing this message, Lin Qian was stunned. Sage, how could she not know about sages? Almost everyone in human society knew about sages. The 9 sages were the pillars of humanity, and there had always been 9 sages. What did this mean? The 10th sage had emerged. Moreover, it was Lin Feng. Could it be someone with the same name? Dad, Mom, Big Brother, come and watch this news. Lin Qian hurriedly called Mr. and Mrs. Lin and Big Brother in. All the information about the 10th sage, Sage Lin Feng, began to appear on the television screen. Sage Lin Feng was born in Central Sea. He had a strange illness since he was young and was diagnosed with atypical organ failure. He did not have long to live. After entering the Myriad Academy, he took the initiative to apply to be deployed to the Dragon Mountain base, at the front line. In the Battle of Dragonlit City, Sage Lin Feng turned the tide and defeated the Screwworm attack. He made outstanding contributions, and was awarded the Hero of Humanity medal. Sage Lin Feng caused a stir in Stone City, sweeping away some maladministration regarding martial artists, and facilitated the implementation of the new policy for martial artists. Sage Lin Feng entered the South Mountain base and fought with the dire beasts. Later, he became the legate of Central Sea City. Due to the death of his second brother, Lin Hai, he went to the Outland and encountered a calamity for humanity. Sage Lin Feng turned the tide once more and stopped the emergence of this calamity. Almost everything on the television screen was detailed introductions on Lin Feng since he was young. The battle in Dragonlit City, and the scene of Lin Feng causing a stir in Stone City. More importantly, in the end, there was a scene of Lin Feng transforming into a 200-meter tall giant and fighting a 100-meter giant robot. The tension could be felt even through the television. A calamity. This was a true calamity. Looking at the densely packed robots on the television screen, everyone felt their scalps tingle. It turned out that unknowingly, humanity had already encountered a calamity, and was saved by Lin Feng in the end. Most people still knew nothing about it. Fenger is alive. Mrs. Lin could finally heave a sigh of relief. Looking at the densely packed robots and the giant robot, she felt terrified. Not only is he not dead, he has also become a sage, the 10th sage. He's more than just a true dragon from the Lin family. He's simply a divine dragon. Mr. Lin was in high spirits. Even though he had dominated the business world, he did not know what to say, let alone how to express the excitement in his heart. Sages. High and mighty sages. From now on, the Lin family was one of the top families in the entire world. Previously, the Lin family did not even dare to think about such a thing. Lin Yong was also dumbfounded. He muttered in a low voice. He was still the legate 2 days ago, and now he's a sage, him the big brother of a sage. It was no wonder that Lin Yong could not believe it. This was too shocking and unbelievable. He could accept Lin Feng becoming a metamorphic realm martial artist, accept Lin Feng becoming the legate, and even accept that Lin Feng was a meta-divine realm martial artist. But a sage. This leap seemed too great. So great that even Lin Yong could not comprehend it. However, no matter how the Lin family understood it, the major media outlets had already publicized it overwhelmingly. The 9 sages had already confirmed that without a doubt, Lin Feng would be the 10th sage of humanity from now on. Sage Lin Feng. Not only were the Lin family shocked, when almost all the television stations and media announced this news, the entire human world erupted completely. Like a whirlwind, everyone was cheering. Sage. The 10th sage. Even though some people found it unbelievable, and some people found it suspicious. The birth of the 10th sage meant too much to humanity. Ever since the 9th sage was born, it had been decades since a sage had been born to humanity. Some people even claimed that a 10th sage might not be born in 100 years. And now, the 10th sage had been born. Although it was very unexpected, it was actually the genius Lin Feng who had performed excellently in the global martial arts competition and amazed the world with a single feat. How long had it been yet he had already become the 10th sage? Sage Lin Feng. Lin Feng's deeds were also discussed enthusiastically. Just like the other 9 sages, many of his deeds had become legends now. And so did Lin Feng himself. His past deeds, such as the battle in Dragonlit City, causing a stir in Stone City, and so on, had all become legends. The video that had the greatest impact was the final battle between Lin Feng and the giant robot. It was filmed by the military and agreed to be publicized by the 9 sages. This was also to create the image of Lin Feng as a hero and legend. Every sage had a positive image in the eyes of humanity. And so did Lin Feng. In the battle with the giant robot, everyone could see that Lin Feng was going all out. However, in the end, Lin Feng won, with such an overall momentum. Almost no one doubted that Lin Feng would become the 10th sage of humanity. Of course, the fact that Lin Feng became a sage after his second life transition was selectively concealed. All the information regarding Lin Feng became top secret. Apart from the 9 sages, no one had the right to check Lin Feng's information. Hence, some martial artists were skeptical. They all suspected that Lin Feng had not attained 4 life transitions. But this did not affect the overall situation at all. Under the media's publicity, in a short period of time, the entire world was celebrating the birth of the 10th sage in the human world. Myriad Academy, Central Sea University, Dragon Mountain Base, South Mountain Base, North Mountain Base, Polar City, wherever Lin Feng had been. Anyone who was acquainted with Lin Feng before fell into a frenzy. They would proudly brag to others that they had been acquainted with Lin Feng before. Chen from the Polar Academy was also dumbfounded when she heard this news. Her roommates and best friends were also stunned. They had thought that previously, Lin Feng was already outstanding enough to be able to obtain the first place in the global martial arts competition. But now, Lin Feng had become a sage, one of the 10 most influential people globally, and stood at the peak of the world. Even Chen felt a little dazed and unfamiliar with such a person. Was Sage Lin Feng really the Lin Feng she knew? Chapter 281 Fusing the Spear of Destruction. Chapter 281 Fusing the Spear of Destruction. Fusing the Spear of Destruction requires comprehending the power of annihilative origin that's really a little troublesome. Lin Feng frowned. He did not know much about annihilative power, let alone comprehend it. Since he could not comprehend the annihilative power for the time being, he would try to see if he could forcefully fuse the Spear of Destruction first. Hence, Lin Feng suddenly grabbed the Spear of Destruction. A huge hole appeared in his chest, but no blood flowed out. It was formed by Lin Feng changing the arrangement of his cells. Fuse. Lin Feng raised the Spear of Destruction high and gently inserted it into the huge hole in his chest. Boom! Lin Feng's entire body shook. He had never been able to mobilize the annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction. But when it entered his combat body, the annihilative power erupted. Although there was only a little annihilative power, it was rapidly destroying Lin Feng's combat body cells. Countless cells were annihilated. At this speed, Lin Feng would even be severely injured. Destroyer, continue to transport energy modules to me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Since there was annihilative power, this meant that his fusion method was correct. He could not comprehend the annihilative power for the time being, so he could only forcibly fuse it. The consequences of forcefully fusion were as such. In an instant, the countless cells in his combat body were annihilated. Lin Feng's entire body seemed to have shrunk, visible even to the naked eye. However, Lin Feng did not give up. His combat body shook, shattering the surrounding energy modules. Then, he quickly absorbed a large amount of raw energy. The cells of his combat body began to divide again, quickly replenishing the destroyed cells. This was too wasteful of energy, but this was the best method he had to fuse the Spear of Destruction. As time passed, hundreds of robots were constantly transporting a large number of energy modules. Only Lin Feng, who had taken over this ruin, could waste so much energy at will. Although it was the dumbest and crudest method, it indeed showed effect. Lin Feng's chest had already gradually devoured the Spear of Destruction completely. The Spear of Destruction constantly emitted traces of annihilative power, and was no longer as vicious. Even Lin Feng's cells could completely envelop the Spear of Destruction. The annihilative power in the Spear of Destruction allowed Lin Feng to clearly sense that the power that was completely alien from any astral power, martial arts, and so on. It was an entirely different kind of power. This was the origin. Every planet contained origin power. Only some powerful life forms above the planetary level could extract the origin power in the planet, and use it to forge all kinds of origin weapons. When these origin weapons erupted at full force, they could easily destroy the world and set off a terrifying cosmic storm in the cosmos. With a single strike, planets would shatter. and even great planetary life forms might be killed. It was precisely because origin weapons were so terrifying that Lin Feng wanted to fuse this spear of destruction so much. Time passed slowly. As Lin Feng continued to adapt to the annihilative power, he analyzed the annihilative power. It was as if a blazing star had appeared in his mind, constantly emitting a terrifying heat. The moment it collapsed, the power erupted with a bang. Perhaps that was the annihilative power. Moreover, Lin Feng had practiced the void bubble before. The principle was also to imitate the collapse of a star, which was somewhat similar to the annihilative power. However, the void bubble imitated the process of collapse, while the annihilative power was the power. When a star collapsed, sensing the traces of annihilative power, Lin Feng was shocked. The power of the cosmos was simply beyond Lin Feng's imagination. He suddenly felt that even though he had undergone a second life transition and cultivated the combat body, he was so insignificant in the vast universe. If he really encountered the collapse of a star, even a billionth of its power was enough to kill Lin Feng 10,000 times over. As Lin Feng comprehended the annihilative power, the consumption of his combat body cells also decreased. It seemed like the cells of his combat body already had some resistance. There was no actual force of resistance. It was because Lin Feng had learned something about annihilative power and begun to comprehend it that he could resist the annihilative power a little. Combat body cells also had regenerative abilities. When Lin Feng's cells could recover on their own and formed a balance with the annihilative power of the spear of destruction, Lin Feng did not need much energy anymore. Just a small energy module was enough for Lin Feng to maintain the balance of his body for a few years. Hence, Lin Feng had basically fused the spear of destruction. Of course, this was only a temporary fusion. It could only allow the spear of destruction to stay in his combat body. As for utilizing the annihilative power in the spear of destruction, Lin Feng could not do it at all at this stage. However, Lin Feng had time. He could slowly comprehend the annihilative power. Once he had a deeper understanding of the annihilative power, he could attempt using the spear of destruction. Only then would this terrifying origin weapon truly belong to Lin Feng. Alright, Destroyer. Let the robot stop. Lin Feng no longer needed them to transport a large amount of energy. After he temporarily fused the spear of destruction, he quickly compressed his combat body quickly to the size of a normal person. The strange thing was that the spear of destruction in his body actually shrank as well. How miraculous. Destroyer. I need all authority in this ruin. You can transfer it. Right, Master. I can transfer the authority. Please drip a drop of blood. Lin Feng nodded and dripped a drop of blood onto the destroyer's hand. Immediately, the destroyer began to transfer its authority to Lin Feng. This required time. It would take at least 3 days to completely transfer the authority, because many things in the ruins were damaged and needed to be repaired one by one. However, Lin Feng still obtained the authority of the robots very quickly. With the authority, he could order these robots directly without passing through the destroyer. Looking at the massive destroyer, Lin Feng had a slight headache. The destroyer was his subordinate and had the combat power of a sage. How could he possibly give it up? However, the destroyer was born a killing machine. With such a massive body, it was impossible for it to follow Lin Feng everywhere. It seemed like he had to leave the destroyer behind, and Lin Feng had to hold on to this ruin. It would be best if he could establish his own faction. This place would be the headquarters, guarded by the destroyer. It would probably be very safe. However, this required the approval of the 9 sages. Lin Feng was also uncertain about the 9 sages' reaction. For instance, what if the 9 sages wanted him to hand over his secrets? It was impossible for Lin Feng to hand over the cultivation method of the combat body. Lombitham would not allow it either. Actually, Lin Feng had long expected that once he unleashed the full power of the tidal combat body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. He should think about how to deal with it next. Chapter 282 Attending the Conference of Sages. Chapter 282 Attending the Conference of Sages. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to deal with it, An airship flew over from afar. The airship slowly landed on the ground. The cabin door of the airship opened, and many martial artists walked out. The person in the lead was an old man in a military uniform. Behind him were the Horfirst King, his second brother Lin Hai, and other martial artists. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. That old man's identity should be more than it appears, because even the Horfirst King was walking behind him. The Horfirst King was a distinguished meta-divine realm martial artist titled king, yet he was actually walking behind the old man. Could this be a sage? However, Lin Feng knew all 9 sages of the human world, and this old man was definitely not one of them. The old man led the people slowly to Lin Feng's side. Then, under the old man's lead, everyone bowed respectfully. Greetings, sage. Sage. Lin Feng was a little stunned. The Horfirst King and the others did not seem to be joking. Besides, who would call Lin Feng a sage as a joke? Horfirst King, what's going on? The Horfirst King raised his head and said respectfully, Sage, you still don't know. In the Supreme Commander's Department, the 9 sages held a sage conference and unanimously agreed that you should become the 10th sage of humanity. The announcement has already spread throughout the world through the major media. You are now a sage in name and reality. A strange look flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He had become a sage. This seemed a little abrupt. Previously, he was still thinking about how to deal with the upcoming situation. After all, he possessed the combat power of a sage after his second life transition. This could not be concealed no matter what. How big a secret was this? Just from the fact that 5 meta-divine realm martial artists from the Night Devil organization had come to kill Lin Feng previously, one could tell how attractive the secret on Lin Feng was. However, on the other hand, he already had the combat power of a sage, and even controlled the destroyer, which also had the combat power of a sage. Such strength could already influence the situation of humanity. What would the 9 sages choose? Now, the 9 sages had already given the answer, and given Lin Feng the status he deserved. He was appointed the 10th sage, the highest honor of humanity. Even though Lin Feng was overwhelmed and very emotional, he appeared very calm on the surface. Who are you? Lin Feng asked the old man. I'm a 5-star general of the military. Long Sheng, the old man, replied respectfully. 5-star general. Lin Feng understood. No wonder even the Horfirst King walked behind the old man. In terms of status, the Horfirst King was really lower than Long Sheng. The 5-star generals of the military were meta-divine martial artists, and they controlled the entire military. There were a total of 5 5-star generals in the entire military. They managed the entire military faction on behalf of the 2 sages. Naturally, they were extremely powerful, second only to sages. Moreover, this person's surname was also Long. Lin Feng vaguely suspected that Long Sheng was probably related to General Long. Lord Sage, we came specially to find you. You are now the 10th sage and are qualified to attend the Conference of Sages. Currently, Sage Kang has held the Conference of Sages and requires your attendance. Long Sheng's words made Lin Feng understand his purpose, so he was inviting him to the Conference of Sages. Of course Lin Feng knew about the Conference of Sages. This was the Supreme Commander's Department, the high-level meeting of humanity. Only sages could participate. Once a decision was made through the Conference of Sages, it could immediately be promoted among all of humanity. For example, the new policy for martial artists was approved by the Conference of Sages and implemented worldwide. I will participate in the Conference of Sages. I've brought you a communicator exclusive to you. You can participate in the Conference of Sages through a projection anywhere. Lin Feng nodded and accepted his exclusive communicator. As a high-grade communicator, it was definitely different from ordinary communicators. Lin Feng even got Long Bitham to secretly check it. There was indeed no problem. Then, Long Sheng bade farewell and left, leaving only the Horfirst King and Lin Hai. The Horfirst King was also filled with emotion. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually become a sage with this relationship? The Horfirst King would receive many benefits in the future. Of course he knew that he had to maintain a relationship with Lin Feng. Now that their identities were different, the Horfrost King only chatted briefly with Lin Feng before bidding farewell and leaving. Lin Feng and Lin Hai were left alone. Their eyes met, and Lin Hai even seemed a little nervous. Second brother, why are you so nervous? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Whether he was a sage or not, in his eyes, family were the closest people to him. Lin Hai looked at Lin Feng's familiar smile and relaxed. Third brother, I didn't expect you to become a sage. Dad and Mol will be so happy when they find out. Second brother, you haven't informed the family that you're safe. Not yet. There are also many things to do in the military. I really can't get away. Second brother, you still want to stay in the army. Third brother, I know that with your current ability, you can easily transfer me elsewhere. But I'm a soldier. I've been in the army for many years, and will not be used to going elsewhere. Moreover, I like the atmosphere of the army. So, I understand. Second brother, don't worry. I won't force it. Everyone has their own pursuit and value. I'm also very happy for you that you're in the army. But don't forget, we're family. No matter what happens, you still have a family. Lin Feng and Lin Hai had not seen each other for a long time, but they were not distant at all. Even though Lin Feng was now a prestigious sage, there was no estrangement between the two due to their difference in status. Alright, second brother, tell Dad and Mom that you're safe. You'll go to the conference of sages first. Lin Hai nodded. Lin Feng led Lin Feng into the ruins. After settling Lin Hai down, Lin Feng came to a secret chamber and picked up his communicator. Naturally, it had the function of connecting to the conference of sages. Lin Feng connected to the conference of sages. Immediately, the communicator in front of him cast a huge projection. Incoming! In the conference of sages. When Lin Feng's projection appeared, the other sages all had different expressions. Whether they were happy or not, they all stared intently at Lin Feng. They were still very curious about this new sage. Lin Feng looked over. He had basically seen the publicity for the 9 familiar or unfamiliar faces since he was young, but the only ones he had actually met face to face were the Invincible Fist Sage, Sage Kang, and Sage Yuan. Sage Lin Feng, you're finally here. A faint smile appeared on the Invincible Fist Sage's face. Lin Feng recalled the first time he met the Invincible Fist Sage. It was still vivid in his mind. Back then, he had thought that the Invincible Fist Sage was really superior, and that it would be difficult for him to catch up in his entire life. However, in the blink of an eye, he had actually reached the same level as the Invincible Fist Sage. This kind of fortuitous encounter was really miraculous. Sage Lin Feng, we, the 9 sages, believe that you already know. There's no need for further introductions. We'll meet more in the future and will naturally become familiar with each other. This conference of sages is specially held for Lin Feng. Sage Kang said slowly. A meeting held for me. Lin Feng's heart clenched. He knew that this was the real point. Chapter 283 Competition. Chapter 283 Competition. That's right. It's held for Sage Lin Feng. As soon as Sage Kang finished speaking, the expressions of the other sages became a little solemn. Even the Invincible Fist Sage was no exception. Sage Kang, what is it? Lin Feng also knew that this day would come sooner or later. The 9 sages had named him the 10th sage because they wanted to show their goodwill first. Since they had already shown their goodwill, there were naturally some things that needed to be clarified. Sage Lin Feng, would like to confirm if you've only undergone 2 life transitions at the moment. Sage Kang asked in a low voice. This question might also be the question of all the sages. Even though they had already investigated it very clearly, they still needed Lin Feng's confirmation. That's right. I've indeed only undergone 2 life transitions. Lin Feng glanced at the sages. He knew that he could not hide this matter even if he wanted to, so he might as well not hide it. He had the combat power of a sage, and was also a sage now. He was not afraid of these 9 sages at all. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Even though they had their guesses, they were still very shocked to hear Lin Feng admit it himself. He had the combat power of a sage, with only 2 life transitions. If sages like themselves, who had undergone 4 life transitions, obtained the ancient civilization's legacy, how strong would they be? At the thought of this, even Sage Kang could not help but feel a little overwhelmed. Sage Lin Feng, what ancient civilization's legacy did you obtain? Batai even asked eagerly. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He only glanced at Sage Batai. Of course he knew Sage Batai. Almost everyone knew about the deeds and images of the 9 sages. Sage Batai was the founder of the consortium faction. He was from a large clan to begin with. This consortium clan controlled almost 10 of the world's wealth, and its influence was immense. Some people even vaguely pointed out that it was a malignant tumor. However, Sage Batai was a banner. No one dared to openly oppose the Batai family. Seeing Lin Feng's displeased expression, Sage Kang coughed lightly and said, "Sage Batai, please watch your words." A strange look flashed across Batai's face, but he still said with a solemn expression, "Sage Kang, our human world is in such danger in the present. There is a way to increase our strength now. Why not use it? I think Sage Lin Feng will definitely be understanding. For the greater good of humanity." Lin Feng's impression of Sage Batai became even worse. In the past, he had vaguely heard that the Batai family was very avaricious. The few corporations they controlled had all become trusts, monopolizing and controlling many industries. Looking Sage Batai's impatient demeanor now, the rumors contained some truth to them. "Sage Batai, I did obtain some legacy, but the legacy is useless after 4 life transitions. Sage Lin Feng, tell us the legacy you obtained. We'll study it together. Perhaps it can also inspire us, and give us a chance to undergo 5 life transitions." Before he could finish speaking, the invincible fist sage snorted coldly and said, "Sage Batai, please remember the purpose of our Supreme Commander's department. Sage Lin Feng is the 10th sage and our companion. What do you mean by this? Are you coercing?" Sage Lin Feng will be the first to say no. The invincible fist sage had a fiery temper and spoke directly. His tone clearly showed great discontent with Sage Batai. "Invincible fist sage, I'm also doing this in consideration for all of humanity. HMPH. I think you're doing this in consideration of yourself." The invincible fist sage and Sage Batai began arguing. The atmosphere between the sages also tensed slightly. Lin Feng took in everything. It seemed like the 9 sages were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. There were actually some disputes among them. It was just that outsiders were not aware. "Sage Batai, invincible fist sage, both of you give it a rest." Sage Kang had spoken, so the 2 sages stopped the discourse. "Sage Lin Feng, you are already a sage now. You are one of us, and also part of humanity. We will not coerce any sage. You had your own opportunities. Every sage here had their own opportunities. But have we all contributed them? No. Even I myself am not devoid of selfish motives. But there's one thing, we all belong to humanity." Sage Kang's gaze was a little sharp, especially towards Sage Batai. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. He also understood. Sage Kang and the invincible fist sage both supported him, and the academic faction moved as one. The other 2 sages of the academic faction would definitely support the invincible fist sage. This way, Lin Feng was not alone and helpless. Moreover, he agreed with Sage Kang's philosophy very much. Everyone had their own privacy and opportunities. If the sages forced anyone who had obtained some kind of legacy to hand it over, humanity would probably be in chaos now. "Sage Kang, don't worry. I'm a member of humanity, and I always will be at the appropriate time, after I've studied it thoroughly and it can improve martial arts. I'll publicize it. Thank you for your consideration." Sage Lin Feng. "All right. This matter ends here." Although Sage Batai was a little unwilling, seeing that even Sage Kang had said so, he could not ask further. Otherwise, the invincible fist sage, Sage Kang, and Sage Yuani would definitely be displeased with him. Sage Lin Feng, Apart from having you meet the 9 of us to familiarize ourselves with each other, there's another important agenda for holding this conference of sages. Have you thought about which faction you want to join? This was the true purpose of this conference of sages. Join which faction? Lin Feng glanced at the 9 sages. Needless to say, these 9 sages all had their own factions, forming the 5 major factions. Using the 5 major factions, the 9 sages held the highest authority over humanity. This way, they would also have a huge advantage when facing those dire beasts. At the very least, they could mobilize manpower very quickly. Without the support of the 5 major factions, it was impossible to maintain so many frontline bases. Lin Feng came from the Myriad Academy. He'll naturally join the academic faction, the Invincible Fist sage said, and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng was already a sage now. Dongfeng Sheng was also a genius. A super genius who had the greatest chance of becoming a sage. In the future, there might even be 3 sages from the Myriad Academy alone. At that time, how illustrious would the Myriad Academy be? Even sages had their own selfish motives. The Myriad Academy was the foundation of the Invincible Fist sage. For the sake of the Myriad Academy, the Invincible Fist sage naturally hoped that Lin Feng would join the academic faction. Invincible. That's not necessarily the case. Who said that you have to join whichever faction you came from? Our military faction. Welcome Sage Lin Feng to join us. Sage Yu Tanki from the military faction said. Our consortium faction also welcomes Sage Lin Feng. As long as Sage Lin Feng is willing to join our consortium faction, I can make the decision to immediately hand over at least a third of the consortium faction's businesses to Sage Lin Feng. Sage Batai also joined the competition for Lin Feng. Although he had targeted Lin Feng a little just now, if he could rope Lin Feng into the consortium faction, no one would mind the unpleasantness just now. Looks like I have no choice but to speak. Sage Lin Feng, would you like to join the government faction? Even Sage Kang could not help but join the competition for Lin Feng. Chapter 284 Establishing a Faction. Chapter 284 Establishing a Faction. Currently, the 5 major factions included the academic faction, the government faction, the military faction, the consortium faction, and the freelance cultivators union. The 5 major factions controlled almost every aspect of the human world. They were pervasive, and no one could escape the control of the 5 major factions. It seemed very daunting, but it was precisely because the 5 major factions were so powerful that they could ensure that humans could constantly expand their territory and allow human society to develop and improve. Humanity's technology was slowly obtained from the ancient civilizations that were constantly excavated. The speed of development could be described as explosive. Almost every year, a few major technological inventions would appear, not to mention how the path of martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds. They had even entered the era of martial artists. It would probably be very difficult for Lin Feng to stay out of it. He had to join a faction, or be a faction himself. Considering that ruin, the destroyer, and the many secrets on Lin Feng himself, it was not very appropriate for Lin Feng to join any faction. He needed to establish his own faction. Even if he wanted to publicize certain things about himself, he had to prioritize his own faction and slowly promote it among all of humanity. Human nature was the most unpredictable thing. Lin Feng had to be cautious. As for the difficulty of establishing a faction, with Lin Feng's current influence, that ruin, and the help of Longbitham, establishing a faction was not a problem at all. Hence, Lin Feng glanced at the Invincible Fist sage and said apologetically, Dean, please forgive me for not being able to join the academic faction. The Invincible Fist sage hurriedly asked, why do you think the conditions are not good enough? Don't worry. As long as you join, even if you want to build an academy, we will fully support you. Sage Kang smiled and asked, Sage Lin Feng, would you choose to join the government faction? No. I won't join anyone. I choose to establish my own faction. Lin Feng said firmly. Establish a faction. Everyone was stunned. It was not that they had not thought of this possibility. But the 5 major factions were spread throughout human society in the present. What faction could get a foothold? Even though Lin Feng was a sage, he could not forcefully insert a 6th faction. If the faction established did not have much power, what need would there be to establish it? Sage Lin Feng. Establishing a faction is very difficult. You have to think it through. Sage Kang's expression also turned solemn. He was really worried that Lin Feng's establishment of a faction would affect the interests of the 5 major factions. If conflicts arose, it might cause internal strife in human society. The gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, that was not what Sage Kang wished to see either. Lin Feng naturally knew what Sage Kang was worried about, so he said with a smile, Sage Kang, I've already thought it through. The headquarters of the faction I've established is in the ruins not far from the Brimstone base. Moreover, I'll only recruit martial artists who haven't joined the 5 major factions. However, I have another request. Sage Shutanki, Sage Paman, would you be willing to transfer the Brimstone base to me? The military can withdraw from the Brimstone base. In the future, it will become the headquarters of the faction I've established, to always guard the outland. Haha, it's just a minor matter. Since Sage Lin Feng can build his headquarters in such a remote place and always guard the outland, our military faction naturally supports it. Sage Yutunki immediately expressed his stance. Sage Paman also nodded in agreement. If they retreated from the Brimstone base, many martial artists there could return to the military to establish new bases. Lin Feng was doing the military a favor. What reason did the military have to disagree? Alright, since Sage Lin Feng has already made his decision, the matter is decided. Sage Kang gave the final word. The conference of sages ended. The sages congratulated Lin Feng one after another, and the projections disappeared. The invincible fist sage stayed behind. He said emotionally, Lin Feng, what a pity. Although you didn't join the academic faction, you're a sage from my myriad academy after all. If you ever encounter difficulties when establishing your faction in the future, do come to me directly. Dean, then I'll have to thank you in advance. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony with the invincible fist sage. Among the 9 sages, the invincible fist sage was the one who undoubtedly supported him fully. The sages left one after another. With only Sage Kang remaining, Lin Feng knew that Sage Kang definitely had something to say to him. Sage Lin Feng, you've seen the sage conference just now. The 9 sages are not really completely selfless. They also have their own interests. I know. Even martial artists have their own interests, let alone sages. However, I believe that as long as by and large, everyone serves the whole of humanity, it's already very good. That's right. All these years, I have been mediating the conflicts between the sages. With that, no major conflicts have occurred on the broader scale. Now that you've become the 10th sage, you represent a variable. But I believe that you are also hope. Hope, you should also know about these things. The 9 sages are guarding the outland, and we actually have no time to spare. This is because every sage has their corresponding demon emperor. The moment we leave, those demon emperors will stir up trouble and bring a calamity to our human society. Then why not eliminate those demon emperors? If we could get rid of them, we would have done it long ago. Every one of those demon emperors is not inferior to us sages. We can't join forces for the time being, so how can we get rid of those demon emperors? But now that there's Sage Lin Feng and the robot with the combat power of a sage under your control, the situation has become advantageous to us. What do you mean, Sage Kang? In the future, I hope that Sage Lin Feng can work with us to eliminate some demon emperors after stabilizing your cultivation level. This could be considered an invitation to Lin Feng. Wasn't this the reason Sage Kang had done so much to support Lin Feng in becoming the 10th sage? Lin Feng pondered for a while. Finally, he lifted his head and said, "It shall be my duty." All right, when the time is right, I'll inform Sage Lin Feng. Sage Kang could finally rest assured, so his projection quickly disappeared as well. Lin Feng took one last look at the conference of sages and did not stay for long. He instantly severed the connection, and his projection gradually dissipated. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked around again. He was still in the secret chamber in the ruins. The conference of sages just now was really miraculous. But at the same time, it also broadened Lin Feng's horizons. He learned what was going on between the 9 sages, the highest authority in human society. Without a doubt, there were also distinctions in interests and discords among sages. However, under the mediation of sages like Sage Kang, they still maintained overall harmony. Only, as the 10th sage, he might break the balance. However, these were not within Lin Feng's consideration. He had already become a sage. Since he was determined to establish a new faction, he had to build a framework first. After all, up until now, Lin Feng was still a lone commander. Well, it could not be said that he was completely alone. Lin Feng had at least 200 robot subordinates, all of which were loyal without comparison. Chapter 285 League of Guardians. Chapter 285 League of Guardians. This will be my headquarters from now on. Lin Feng looked at the ruins and felt a trace of pride. So what if it was a ruin? In the future, he would build a magnificent headquarters here. He would even purge everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. He would turn this place into a new paradise for humans. The human society under the 5 major factions was actually already deep-rooted. The sudden rise of a faction would definitely cause a huge conflict. Even if the sages did not mind, the 5 major factions would never be so willing to let another faction rise to power. However, Lin Feng would not establish a faction in a human city at all, and he would not fight for the pitiful benefits of human society by force. The world was a very big place, and most of it was occupied by dire beasts. Here, for instance, dire beasts occupied everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. Was there no benefit to this fertile land? Since Lin Feng had already become the 10th sage of human society, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility of a sage. Every sage had made major contributions to humanity, and Lin Feng was no exception. This fertile land of 1,000 miles would be Lin Feng's best gift to humanity. Lin Feng had already decided that he would sweep through this area. He would at least sweep through the entire area within a radius of 1,000 miles, forming an absolute safe zone. At that time, wouldn't those merchants and martial artists swarm over? Moreover, Lin Feng had another goal in establishing the faction, and that was to collect energy. That's right. Although Lin Feng had a lot of energy now, enough for 3 life transitions. What about 4 or even 5 life transitions? Without a faction, it would definitely be very slow and inefficient to collect them as an individual. Lombitham, help me post a message online. I welcome any martial artists not from the 5 major factions to join my faction. Lin Feng said to Lombitham, you have to give your faction a name. Right. Lombitham clearly knew Lin Feng's plan as well. It was very supportive of Lin Feng's establishment of a faction. It even planned to include the North Mountain Base and the South Mountain Base in Lin Feng's sphere of influence in the future. At that time, the airship buried underground would be even less likely to be discovered by others. A name. Lin Feng smacked his head. He had really forgotten. Since he wanted to establish a faction, how could it not have a name? For example, as evident from its name, the academic faction was based on the academies. The natures of factions like the government faction and the military faction were also obvious at a glance. There was also the consortium faction. It must be the faction established by those large consortiums. As for the Freelance Cultivators Union, just like Taoist UNE, it governed by allowing things to proceed naturally. It was very free and unrestrained. If Lin Feng wanted to establish a faction, the name of this faction was also very important. It should reflect the foundation of Lin Feng's establishment of the faction at a glance. Why do I want to establish a faction? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Actually, with Lin Feng's current strength, he did not have to spend so much effort to establish the faction. Perhaps it was for the convenience of collecting energy in the future, but this was not the most important reason. What was the main reason? Lin Feng thought of his parents, family, friends, and those good friends who had fought alongside him. Previously, Lin Feng had wanted to break the genetic lock. Apart from curing his strange illness, were there other reasons? In all likelihood, protecting his family and the people he loved was also an important reason. Later, when Lin Feng broke the genetic lock and cured his strange illness, he valued his family even more. Everything he did was to protect his family and the people he loved. In Dragonlith City, that was protecting all the ordinary people who guarded Dragonlith City. Even now, even though Lin Feng had become a sage, apart from protecting his family, he also wanted to protect more people. If a city faced the threat of dire beasts and might suffer a calamity, he could not sit back and do nothing no matter what. Let's call it the League of Guardians. All martial artists who join the League of Guardians must have the heart of a guardian. They must protect their families, their loved ones, their good friends, and more people. This is the purpose of the League of Guardians. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he felt refreshed, as if his heart had become even more determined. Even his mental power sphere seemed to have become more cohesive. This was the goal of the League of Guardians. But it was also Lin Feng's determination to protect the people around him and protect more ordinary people. Do you need to make some promotional videos or something? I am afraid you will not be able to recruit many people if you do your recruiting like this. Longbitham shook its head, its tone a little helpless. Hearing Lin Feng mention the purpose of the League of Guardians, it did not feel that emotional. In its opinion, no one would respond to such a recruitment at all. Promotional videos, there's no need for that for the time being. How about this? There's no hurry to release it. You'll clear out the surrounding dire beasts first before releasing the recruitment message. During this period of time, make some of the scenes of clearing them into a promotional video. I believe this kind of realistic promotional video will be very effective. Longbitham's eyes lit up as well. Not bad. This is a good idea. Lin Feng immediately took action. He glanced at the destroyer and said, "You used to be the destroyer. Now that I've established the League of Guardians, you can change your name to the Guardian." Changing the name of the robot was very simple. Next, Lin Feng began to order all the armed robots in the ruins to leave the ruins. Lin Feng already had the authority to the ruins. Hence, he knew how many robots there were. Originally, there were a total of 200 robots. However, after the Great Battle, nearly 20 robots were actually lost. Now, there were only 180 robots left. How big was the difference between 180 and 200? It was probably impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. As the robots walked out in rows, even Lin Feng was shocked. Armed robots walked out of the ruins one after another and stood densely in the open space outside the ruins. It was an immensely impressive scene. This scene was also recorded by Longbitham. This was a very good piece of promo. Previously, Lin Feng knew how powerful these robots were. Martial artists were helpless against them. Often, they must suffer huge losses to defeat some of the robots. However, Lin Feng did not know how effective robots were against those dire beasts. Lin Feng first got the robots to investigate. Combined with the military's intelligence, there were hundreds of dire beast hordes of various sizes entrenched within a radius of 1,000 miles. Of course, most of them only composed of a few thousand or up to 10,000 of dire beasts. And Lin Feng did not take them seriously at all. There were a total of 10 hordes with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dire beasts. Although Lin Feng did not have much experience in commanding, he knew that he could not divide his forces. Hence, Lin Feng chose the nearest dire beast horde with a large population. He personally led 180 armed robots and the Guardian, and began the process of sweeping them with vigor. Chapter 286 The Sweep. Chapter 286 The Sweep. The 180 armed robots departed as a mighty legion with an incomparably formidable air. Lin Feng did not actually formulate any strategy. What strategy was needed for a sweep within a radius of only 1,000 miles? He just had to crush any and all dire beasts along the way. Only by turning this area of 1,000 miles into an absolutely safe zone could he consider his goal successful. The 180 robots were actually very easy to command. Lin Feng could command them alone. This was because they were all just programs, and they were born killing machines. War was what they were best suited for. With a single order, they could unleash a terrifying massacre. If Lin Feng were leading 180 martial artists, things would be completely different. It would be very difficult. Moreover, these 180 armed robots moved very quickly. After leaving the ruins, Lin Feng charged in one direction. He wanted to sweep through all the dire beasts in the area. One direction at a time. The sweep practically combed through the place, not missing a single area. Lin Feng's action immediately caught the attention of the military general. Sage Lin Feng has activated a large number of robots. The robot army is roughly estimated to number close to 200. The military personnel's voice was trembling. That was 200 armed robots. How nerve-wracking was it to see so many armed robots on screen? Moreover, the military had suffered heavy losses due to these robots previously. Yet, at that time, there were at most only tens of thousands of these armed robots. There's no need to be nervous. Sage Lin Feng has already confirmed that he will establish his own faction. Looks like Sage Lin Feng is preparing to sweep through this area and establish his headquarters here. The 5-star general, General Long, was not too nervous. He already knew the outcome of the Conference of Sages. With a little deduction, he naturally knew Lin Feng's goal. However, while he wasn't nervous, that did not mean he wasn't paying attention. This was a rare opportunity to see the combat power of the armed robots under Lin Feng's command. Pay close attention. Basically, it only received the attention of the military. Moreover, once Lin Feng swept through this area, it would also be a good thing for the military. This area could be considered the depths of the outland. There were dire beasts everywhere. For this reason, the military had set up more than a dozen frontline bases. If Lin Feng could sweep through this area, the military could also withdraw these frontline bases. Dire beasts ahead. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He led the robot army and crushed his way through. The scattered dire beasts they encountered were almost no challenge at all. That lasted until now, when he encountered a type of dire beast not far ahead called the fanged beast. These fanged beasts were massive, second only to proboscis beasts. Moreover, they had fangs. They were also dire beasts, specializing in strength and defense, and were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, they were numerous. According to the military's estimate, there were more than 30 fanged beasts. In order to resist the fanged beasts, the military had specially set up 2 frontline bases. At this moment, the martial artists from the 2 frontline bases had already discovered the densely packed robot army rushing over from afar. Fortunately, they had already received orders from the military and knew that it was the robot army led by the newly ascended sage Lin Feng, so no misunderstanding occurred. Atop the base fortress, many martial artists were paying attention to the robot army in the distance. It's Sage Lin Feng. Who would have thought that the sage would actually strike personally? Haha. I'm from Central Sea City. A sage has originated from our Central Sea City. I never even dared to dream of it. These robot armies are really terrifying. Although they didn't attack our base previously, I know that the other bases suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, Sage Lin Feng controlled them. Now, they can also be used by us humans. That's right. Let's see how powerful these robots can be under Sage Lin Feng's lead. Let those fanged beasts have a good taste of these terrifying robots. Practically no one was afraid. After all, there was a sage here. Why would they ever fear that the fanged beasts would attack the base? This was unseen, a lifetime opportunity that could only be chanced upon by luck. They might even be able to witness a sage strike with their own eyes. Soon, Lin Feng discovered the fanged beasts. In reality, the moment Lin Feng's robot army entered the territory of the fanged beasts, these fanged beasts had already discovered it. They were dire beasts with a certain degree of intelligence, with demon generals among them. Hence, when Lin Feng saw these fanged beasts, he saw tens of thousands of them, all staring at the robot army menacingly. This lineup was far stronger than the screwworms that Lin Feng had encountered back then, as well as the terrestrial ants and pangolin, beasts that he had encountered in the north and south mountain bases. No wonder they had never been able to deal with the fanged beasts. Even with 2 military bases, destroy the fanged beasts ahead. Lin Feng's gaze was cold as he immediately gave orders to all the robots. Immediately, the robot army moved. As many as 180 robots surged forward in an orderly manner like a tide, facing those ferocious, fanged beasts. The armed robots were almost at no disadvantage. They even used energy weapons to attack the fanged beasts from a distance. This was a one-sided massacre. Not only could the use of energy weapons kill a large number of fanged beasts, even in close combat, the fanged beasts could not get any upper hand. The fanged beasts did not have any advantage against robots covered in metal. Lin Feng flew in the air and watched coldly as the robots charged. The aggressive fanged beasts fell in droves like wheat being scythed. Even if some fanged beasts charged into the robots occasionally, they were like drops of water falling into the vast ocean, dissipating without even a splash. GRR. Those demons were completely enraged. Among the 30 fanged beasts, there were at least 100 demons. And there were 3 demon generals. They were the strongest dire beasts Lin Feng had ever seen. As the hundreds of demons charged in a frenzy, they caused some chaos in the robot army, but that was all. Facing the demons, these robots quickly surrounded them, segregated them, and used their superior firepower. In just a few minutes, the hundreds of demons were trapped in a desperate situation. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the military encountered constant defeat before these robots. Hundreds of demons were killed just like that. If it were a metamorphic realm martial artist, they would definitely not be much better off. However, there were still 3 demon generals. They were indeed extraordinary. As they rampaged through the robots, it nonetheless caused some damage to the robots. However, Lin Feng did not order the Guardian to attack immediately. Instead, he watched on coldly. He also wanted to see how strong these armed robots were and if they could handle the situation. Chapter 287 Crushing the Entire Way. Chapter 287 Crushing the Entire Way. The 3 demon generals roared as they charged towards the armed robots. They were all over 5 meters tall. Like prehistoric monsters, a single charge could shatter more than 10 robots. In a sense, demon generals were superior to human divine realm martial artists in terms of killing and combat. After all, the astral power of human divine realm martial artists was finite. It was impossible for them to charge wildly like this. Moreover, there were divine realm martial artists from the military who were surrounded and killed by robots in the previous calamity. Swish, swish, swish. These robots were killing machines by nature. They were extremely dreaded in the field of combat and killing. Faced with the mess of demon generals, they quickly surrounded and divided them. Then, they used their advantageous energy weapons to bombard and attack in a frenzy. In just over 10 minutes, although the 3 demon generals had also destroyed hundreds of robots, they were severely injured and landed in a precarious situation. After another 10 minutes or so, in just half an hour, the 3 demon generals were killed by this group of robots. Only less than 300 robots were lost. On average, a demon general only destroyed 100 robots. Lin Feng's expression was very calm, but in reality, his heart was in turmoil. He knew that as long as there were materials and energy, these robots could be created almost infinitely. At least 300 more robots could be created in the ruins. There might be many dire beasts in this world, but if the robots were also infinite, could they conquer the entire world? The strength of the third civilization was evident in these armed robots. Moreover, the third civilization could even create terrifying robots, like the Guardian, which had the combat power of sages. What chilled Lin Feng's heart was that even such a powerful civilization had actually been destroyed. If not for this ruin, there wouldn't even be a trace of it. What exactly destroyed the third civilization? Was it destroyed by some external force? Just like the seventh civilization, Lin Feng did not know, but he was already a little wary. His current strength was far from enough. He needed to improve. It would be best if he could undergo 3 life transitions, 4 life transitions, or even 5 life transitions. The fate of the 30 Fanged beasts was basically decided. Under the impact of the 180 robots, they would either flee or be killed. The crushing victory of the 180 robots shocked everyone. This was especially true for the martial artists from the 2 military bases close by. They had been dealing with these fanged beasts for more than a decade, and knew very well just how difficult dealing with the fanged beasts was. But now, that was clearly a one-sided massacre. In the face of the surging torrent of robots, the 30 savage fanged beasts did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Those robots are truly terrifying. No wonder so many bases were breached one after another. Those were 30 fanged beasts, including hundreds of demons and 3 demon generals. And they died just like that. Sage Lin Feng did not even attack. Just those ordinary armed robots were enough to render the 30 fanged beasts incapable of any resistance. If the fanged beasts are gone, what are these 2 bases of ours good for? Many martial artists were shocked, surprised, and a little melancholic. It was not that they really felt melancholy, but that they were full of complicated feelings. They had fought with the fanged beasts in the base for more than 10 years. Now, they stood watching as their enemy of over a decade was crushed with ease and eventually annihilated. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. However, there was no doubt that they had seen how frightening Lin Feng's robots were. These were practically war machines. Killing machines. They were also even more grateful that Lin Feng could resolve this crisis and allow these robots to become an aid to humanity. Otherwise, there was no knowing how many martial artists would die in order to deal with these robots. The fanged beasts were only one of the 10 major types of dire beasts in this region. Now that he knew the true combat power of these robots, Lin Feng had little to worry about. He immediately divided his troops into 6 divisions. With 30 armed robots in each division, it enough to flatten any dire beast in this area. Lin Feng even got the robots to transport the corpses of these dire beasts he killed back to the ruins. They could be converted into the rawest energy through the energy conversion system. The great many dire beast corpses could definitely be converted to a lot of energy. Furthermore, the corpses of the demon generals could be used as the special products of the League of Guardians that Lin Feng would establish in the future. With the robots, Lin Feng believed that in the future, while there might not be a lot of other things in the League of Guardians, there would definitely be no shortage of corpses of demons, greater demons, and even demon kings. This could also be considered a characteristic of the League of Guardians, compared to the deeply rooted 5 major factions, which had all kinds of astral power cultivation techniques. In the future, the League of Guardians would possess dire beast corpses, demon corpses, and some advanced technological weapons from ancient civilizations. For example, the weapons of these robot armies could kill those dire beasts, whereas humanity's current technological weapons could not cause much damage to dire beasts. There was also an important reason for this. The current technological weapons of humanity only capitalized on the lethality from explosives and so on. This actually did not have much effect on those dire beasts. The third civilization, on the other hand, utilized energy weapons. All the weapons in the hands of the robots contained abundant energy. This was also more in line with the technological civilizations in the universe, where energy was everything. Lin Feng could even slowly unearth the technology of the third civilization after establishing the League of Guardians. and gradually manufacture some energy weapons to promote the development of the technology of all of humanity. At that time, humanity might also be able to enter the era of energy. Then, it would naturally be easier to deal with dire beasts. The 6 robot armies only took half a month to sweep through the entire area within a radius of 1,000 miles. Moreover, they combed through it thoroughly. There was no longer any dire beast of any size. Lin Feng even left behind some armed robots to patrol and sweep the area every day, striving to clear out all the dire beasts in this region as soon as possible. The robot army only lost 10 in this sweep. Currently, there were only 30 robots left. However, Lin Feng used the materials in the ruins to create another 30 robots. The roster of 200 robots was restored. These robots would become the strongest armed force in the League of Guardians for a long time to come. They were also the foundation of the League of Guardians, comparable to or even stronger than the 5 major factions. Lin Feng, the promotional video is ready. You can recruit people from all over the world now. Longbitham sent the promotional video to Lin Feng. The promotional video was completely truthful, containing scenes of Lin Feng leading the robot army to crush all enemies along the way. There was even a battle scene of the Guardian. It would definitely be explosive and attractive. Lin Feng also wanted to use this to promote the reputation of the League of Guardians. In terms of martial strength, even though Lin Feng was the only sage in the League of Guardians, he was definitely not inferior to any of the 5 major factions. Great. Release it at once. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He asked Longbitham to release the promotional video immediately. Lin Feng was confident regarding the effect of the promotional video. Next, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to this matter. Instead, he began to think about how to successfully undergo the third life transition. Chapter 288 The Canopy. Chapter 288 The Canopy. Although Lin Feng already had the combat power of a sage, as he participated in the Conference of Sages, and as his environment changed, the power tiers he came into contact with became stronger and stronger, and the secrets he learned became more and more profound. Paradoxically, he felt more and more insecure, and even felt a faint sense of crisis. The destruction of the 7th civilization and the 3rd civilization perplexed Lin Feng. If it was due to an external force, how devastating must it be? His current strength was far from enough. He needed to protect his family, his loved ones, and more people. Thus, he needed the power to protect these people. 2 life transitions were far from enough. Lin Feng began to prepare for the 3rd life transition. However, if he wanted to undergo the 3rd life transition, he had to cultivate the mental guidance technique to the 3rd level first. Just the 2nd level of the mental guidance technique was far from enough. Even if Lin Feng could undergo 3 life transitions, he would not be able to cultivate the combat body for 3 life transitions. Mental power was the foundation. However, Lin Feng did not know how long it would take for him to reach the 3rd level of mental power growth if he just practiced the mental guidance technique step by step. He could continue to purchase miraculous items, but it would also take a long time. After all, the effects of miraculous items on Lin Feng's mental power were becoming weaker and weaker. Longbitham, is there any better way to break through to the 3rd level of mental power if I want to do so in a short period of time? Lin Feng asked Longbitham again. Longbitham shook its head and said, actually, some cosmic miraculous items are also very effective. However, it is obviously impossible for your world to contain such cosmic miraculous items. If you cultivate step by step, your progress will indeed be very slow. Still, another method is not completely implausible. What method? Enter the universe normally. Lifeforms below the planetary level will experience a kind of sublimation when they enter the universe for the first time. Yes, you will definitely comprehend something after seeing the vast and cold universe with your own eyes. However, I am unsure how much you can comprehend, or to what extent your mental power can increase. If you are lucky, You may be able to break through to the third level of the mental guidance technique. Enter the universe. Lin Feng was a little speechless. How could he enter the universe while the canopy exists? However, speaking of the canopy, Lin Feng was really curious about it. Although everyone knew about the canopy, many people did not know what it looked like, or how miraculous it was. Perhaps only martial artists above the meta-divine realm could fly thousands of kilometers into the sky to see the canopy with their own eyes. The canopy. Lin Feng was genuinely a little tempted. This canopy prevented humans from entering the universe. But didn't it also protect humans from being assaulted by various catastrophes in the universe? Who had set up the canopy? How many years had it existed? How could it be broken? There were too many questions about the canopy. Lombitham. What do you know about the canopy? You want to go to the canopy? Lombitham could tell what Lin Feng was thinking at a glance. That's right. With the canopy there, I can't enter the universe. But I can at least take a look at the canopy. Lin Feng did not hide his thoughts. The canopy was so miraculous that he would see it for himself sooner or later. With your current combat body, going to see the canopy is nothing difficult. Lin Feng left the ruins. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he shot into the sky like a rocket. As Lin Feng was too fast, it was as if Lin Feng's surroundings were ablaze. From afar, it looked like a huge fireball was soaring into the sky. These were flames produced by the friction between Lin Feng and the air. With the strength of Lin Feng's combat body, mere flames were nothing. Soon, Lin Feng rushed into the clouds. The temperature here slowly decreased. This was the so-called troposphere, the closest layer of atmosphere to the ground. The troposphere was only about 20 kilometers away from the ground. Lin Feng continued to ascend into the troposphere. His speed became faster and faster, and the temperature dropped lower and lower. When he was 50 kilometers away from the ground, he arrived at the stratosphere. The temperature was so low that even Lin Feng's body could not withstand it. He immediately deployed his combat body. The combat body at about 10 meters was already sufficient to resist such cold. The canopy was still not visible here, so Lin Feng continued upward. After passing through the stratosphere, he arrived at the mesosphere, about 100 kilometers from the ground. Above that was the thermosphere, about 800 kilometers from the ground. After he arrived at thermosphere, Lin Feng clearly sensed that the star power around him had become incredibly active. Even the temperature had increased by a lot. If he absorbed astral power here, it would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. However, Lin Feng did not come here to absorb star power. The canopy could not be seen here yet. Hence, he continued upward. This time, it took longer. When Lin Feng was thousands of kilometers away from the ground, he finally saw a translucent, miraculous light screen. This light screen was faintly discernible and somewhat difficult to observe with the naked eye. He could only vaguely see it. Using his mental power, he could clearly sense the existence of this light screen. This is the canopy. Lin Feng approached even closer. As Lin Feng's mental power could see, his faintly discernible and seemingly fragile light screen enveloped the entire planet. It was unknown how massive it was. Lin Feng attempted to continue flying upwards. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if he had collided with a ball of cotton, his force landing nowhere. Lombitham. Is this the canopy that's sealing the entire planet, preventing humans from entering the universe? It does appear a little strange, but it can't be that strong. Right. You can give it a try, Lombitham said flatly. Lin Feng really did intend to give it a try. In the past, he had always heard that the canopy was so miraculous that even sages could not break it. Since he was here today, he naturally had to try it for himself. Tidal combat body. Lin Feng directly used the tidal combat body. The 260-meter tidal combat body looked massive on the ground, but in the atmosphere and under the canopy, it looked very insignificant. With a combat body of 260 meters, Lin Feng felt that his entire body was filled with infinite power. Break! Lin Feng threw a punch. The power of the tidal combat body erupted completely without holding back at all. Even the Guardian probably would not be able to withstand this punch. It was entirely the combat power of a sage, and one of the best among sages. In terms of strength alone, Lin Feng was the top among all the sages. Even the invincible fist sage was probably not his match. Boom! With a punch from Lin Feng, even a mountain could be reduced to nothing in an instant. If Lin Feng unleashed his full power in a punch, even a city would be destroyed. How terrifying was a strike from a sage. Yet, when such an earth-shattering punch collided with the canopy, there was no movement at all. It only spread in all directions like ripples on water. Without even a splash, the canopy remained intact and undamaged. Chapter 289 Breakthrough and Shock. Lin Feng was very shocked. He had never had such an experience. After he mastered the tidal combat body, no matter who he faced, he was almost always without match. It was unbelievable that he could strike the canopy with all his might, only for there to not even be a trace of movement. The canopy was still intact, but Lin Feng did not stop. The tidal combat body and his entire body erupted in a frenzy. The terrifying power contained in his cells surged like a tsunami. Boom boom boom. Again and again, Lin Feng's 260-meter tidal combat body unleashed the immense power in his body in a frenzy, attempting to break the canopy thousands of kilometers above. About half an hour later, Lin Feng stopped. He looked at the still intact canopy, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Nothing he did could shake the canopy at all. It had to be considered that although Lin Feng had only undergone a second life transition for his tidal combat body, in terms of pure strength, it far exceeded any sage. Even demon emperors rarely surpassed Lin Feng in strength. But even so, with Lin Feng's strength, after attacking wildly for half an hour, he was still unable to affect the canopy in any way. It seemed like this canopy was indeed not simple. Perhaps only after Lin Feng underwent 3 life transitions, 4 life transitions, or even became a planetary life form could he break the canopy completely. Although he could not break the canopy, it was within Lin Feng's expectations. He leaned close to the canopy, and through the translucent canopy, he could see the infinite cosmos outside. It was cold, dark, and its visibility did not extend very far. However, the vastness of it far exceeded any wilderness, river, or ocean Lin Feng had ever seen. This was the cosmos, where Lombitham had come from. Lombitham, how far is your home from here? Lin Feng suddenly asked. My home is in the distant Borneo galaxy. It is too far from here. Back then, I had wandered the universe for a very long time, so it was not possible to estimate the distance at all. Lombitham also seemed to miss his home. There was a hint of melancholy in its tone. Your home must be very beautiful and peaceful, with highly advanced technology. Furthermore, the lifespan of mechanical life forms like you wouldn't be a problem either. It must be much nicer than our world. Lin Feng was genuinely envious. As a mechanical life form, Lombitham's technology must be highly advanced. Moreover, Lombitham had wandered the universe for so long, and its lifespan seemed to have no limit throughout it all. The civilization in Lombitham must be very beautiful, highly developed, and far exceeded the current human civilization, which could only compete with those dire beasts in the outland for a living space. There must be a world of difference between the two. Beautiful, peaceful. Lombitham laughed flatly and continued. My home has never known peace. There is perpetual war and killing. In order to expand, we can only keep fighting, killing, and destroying. My civilization has already destroyed at least thousands of powerful civilizations. There will never be peace and harmony in the universe. War and killing are the eternal themes of the universe. That applies indiscriminate of technological civilizations or cultivation civilizations. It turned out that the law of the jungle was forefront in the universe too. The mechanical civilization only came to be as powerful as they were today by destroying thousands of powerful civilizations. Then, could this canopy be here to protect this world? Who set up the canopy? And what's the purpose? Lin Feng muttered softly. He did not know, and not even Longbitham knew. Perhaps only when someone broke through the canopy in the future could they learn something. Lin Feng had come to the canopy, but he did not want to leave just yet. He could not leave empty-handed. He came to the canopy to see if he could break the canopy, and to see if he could obtain anything that could allow his mental power to break through. Since he could not break the canopy, Lin Feng would have to try cultivating mental power. The canopy was faintly discernible, translucent, and very miraculous. Even Lin Feng's full power strike from the tidal combat body could not cause any damage to it. Hence, Lin Feng simply mobilized his mental power and slowly extended it over the canopy. Buzz! Suddenly, the canopy shook slightly. At the same time, Lin Feng's mental power seemed to have been stimulated. A torrent of information was transmitted to his mind through Lin Feng's mental power. Boom! Lin Feng's mind shook slightly. A magnificent and spectacular scene appeared in his mind. In the pitch-black cosmos, a violent explosion occurred. Stars were destroyed, and galaxies shattered. All the planets in the galaxies, spanning billions of light-years, were reduced to dust, completely decimated. Lin Feng was extremely shocked by this huge explosion and destruction. Even his thoughts seemed to have stagnated for a moment. After the universe exploded, fragments and dust scattered everywhere. There was no light in the eternal universe. No color. No life. Nothing but cold darkness. It was as if this darkness would last for a long, long time. Until eternity. Suddenly, one day, a beam of light appeared in the cold universe. This beam of light grew larger and larger, until it filled the entire galaxy. Incredibly, countless stars and planets appeared slowly out of thin air. Lin Feng did not know if it was an illusion. But then, in short, an abnormally dazzling light suddenly condensed, and gradually formed a planet. The ordinary planet lay within the cold and dark universe. It seemed incomparably lonely. After the planet appeared, another beam of light enveloped the planet, somehow forming a translucent light. The canopy. Lin Feng jolted awake abruptly. In that instant, he felt as if he had personally experienced that Big Bang. Even the mental power sphere in his mind shattered at that moment. However, after shattering, it condensed again. After repeating the shattering process for a few times, the mental power sphere became smaller, but more condensed. There was even a faint luster. The mental power sphere shone brightly. This was the characteristic of the third level of the Griman mental guidance technique. Unknowingly, Lin Feng's mental guidance technique had already reached the third level. In the third level of the mental guidance technique, apart from the mental power sphere becoming more condensed and the mental power becoming stronger, its greatest characteristic was that mental power could integrate one's own will. Right now, every trace of Lin Feng's mental power could integrate with Lin Feng's own will. This way, Lin Feng could even use his mental power to forcefully control others without using illusions to entrap them. This was what's truly domineering without comparison. Even a single mental storm from Lin Feng could now affect and even forcefully control ordinary demons. His mental power had broken through, and Lin Feng could also begin to prepare for the third life transitions without having to worry that his mental power would not be able to condense the combat body. However, this was not what shocked Lin Feng the most. What shocked Lin Feng the most was the memory that appeared in his mind just now. Did the planet he was on appear to have been artificially created? Chapter 290 Explosive Popularity. Chapter 290 Explosive Popularity. Lin Feng. What is it with you sensing that something was wrong with Lin Feng? Longbitham hurriedly asked. Longbitham. I think I broke through. Your mental power has broken through to the third level. Yes. I just broke through for some unknown reason. Just now, you tried to breach the canopy with your mental power to analyze the specific situation of the canopy. Did you gain anything? Just now. Longbitham was also very curious about this canopy. Nothing much. For some reason, Lin Feng did not mention the scene he had just seen to Longbitham. He had a strong sense of unease. That scene just now was definitely not ordinary. Longbitham. Do you know anyone who can create planets and stars, galactic lifeforms? For instance, creating planets, creating stars. Lombitham shook its head and said, impossible. Even among great galactic lifeforms, anyone who can create a planet is unheard of. It is very easy to destroy a planet, or even a galaxy, but very difficult to create one. What about universal lifeforms? Lin Feng asked again. Universal lifeforms. Lombitham thought for a while and replied hesitantly. I am not sure if universal lifeforms can create planets either. Such an entity can already easily destroy a universe, and possesses all kinds of incredible abilities. However, from what I know, no universal lifeform has ever publicly created a planet. Lin Feng was inwardly shocked. The scene in his mind just now was so stunning. That beam of light was definitely no ordinary light. He could see very clearly that after that beam of light had appeared, many more stars showed up in the entire galaxy. Among them, the light even cast down a canopy upon the planet he was on. It was impossible for this to be a naturally formed planet. Yet, it was impossible for galactic life forms to create planets. There was a high chance that great entities in the universe also could not create planets. Then, how great an entity must the one who created this planet be? Lin Feng did not tell Lombitham. This news was too shocking. His intuition told him that he could not tell anyone about this. Not even Lombitham. Let's go back. Lin Feng took another long look at the looming canopy. One day, he would be able to unveil the secret of this canopy, and enter the vast cosmos. While Lin Feng was exploring the secret of the canopy, he did not know how popular the promotional video for the League of Guardians, released by Lombitham, had now become. Lin Feng had established a new faction, the League of Guardians. Actually, not many people knew about it, but as Lombitham released the promotional video, it immediately became explosively popular on the entire network. There was almost no additional content in this promotional video. It was entirely a war documentary. Lin Feng led the mighty robot army and swept through an area of 1,000 miles, clearing out through countless dire beasts. It did not matter how many dire beasts there were, or if dire beasts had demon generals. Before the robot army, everything became so insignificant. The robot army crushed all obstacles along the way. Countless dire beasts were slaughtered, sweeping the outland region for 1,000 miles into an absolute safe zone. This instantly ignited the entire human society. Since when could humans face these dire beasts with such ease? Those cold robots were very terrifying as enemies, but as subordinates of humans, they were very useful against dire beasts. As the promotional video became popular, the League of Guardians also became incomparably popular. Moreover, Lin Feng provided many ways for registration. The most common method was registering online. In just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of martial artists had registered. Of course, most of them were professional martial artists. After all, basically all metamorphic realm martial artists would choose a faction immediately after breaking through. Lin Feng's establishment of the League of Guardians was already far behind in this regard. Apart from martial artists, there were also some ordinary people, such as scientists, businessmen, and so on, who also tried to join the League of Guardians. This was because Lin Feng had not completely blocked their path to joining the League of Guardians. Even for the 5 major factions, there were also some scientists and elites among ordinary people who joined them. There were even some commercial companies and corporations that were trying to contact the League of Guardians. They also discovered some business opportunities. After all, the League of Guardians had just been established, with the weapons in the hands of those robots considered advanced technology. Also, what kind of metal were the metal bodies of those robots? What was the control system? Moreover, the League of Guardians had swept up so many dire beasts. Whether these dire beasts needed to be sold to the outside world, and so on, were all business opportunities. No businessman would miss the benefits contained within. However, neither the businessmen nor those who were eagerly signing up to join the League of Guardians knew that the current League of Guardians did not even have a single liaison officer. Their massive amount of registration applications could only be piled up for now, awaiting Lin Feng's personal handling. When Lin Feng returned to the ruins and saw that hundreds of thousands of people had signed up to join the League of Guardians with the promotional video's explosive popularity, he had a headache. There were so many people. Did he have to approve them one by one? Lombi them. Screen them. First, screen the application reports for Metamorphic Realm martial artists. There were not many applications for Metamorphic Realm martial artists. Only 63. For various reasons. These 63 martial artists had also just broken the genetic lock, and were currently considering which faction to join. They did not expect to coincidentally see Lin Feng's recruitment message for the League of Guardians in the promotional video. It really stirred up their passion. In their excitement, they immediately applied to join the League of Guardians. Lin Feng naturally approved these Metamorphic Realm martial artists. This was the foundation of a new faction, the 5 major factions. Basically all had many Metamorphic Realm martial artists joining continuously. And it was what allowed the 5 major factions to be as powerfully influential as they were. Although Lin Feng's League of Guardians only had a few dozen Metamorphic Realm martial artists, these dozens of Metamorphic Realm martial artists were all seeds that could grow into towering trees in the future. As for the other professional martial artists, Lin Feng also referenced the methods of the other 5 major factions. For professional martial artists, they would all become non-official members. They could enjoy certain benefits in the faction at fixed intervals, such as group training, the internal price of certain resources, and so on. There would be some discounts for all these, but the extent was definitely less than that of Metamorphic Realm martial artists. If they could break the genetic lock in the future, they would become official members. If they could not break the genetic lock in the end, they could also rely on their contribution points to the League of Guardians to become an official member by accumulating contributions. Lin Feng did not reject any of those scientists, businessmen, and so on. They could discuss business or join the League of Guardians. Only with these people could the League of Guardians slowly get on track. Next, Lin Feng would have to patiently wait for the arrival of the 63 Metamorphic Realm martial artists. Only by putting these 63 Metamorphic Realm martial artists at complete ease could the League of Guardians truly get on track, and officially become the 6th major faction of human society. However, Lin Feng was thinking about how to make those 60-odd Metamorphic Realm martial artists feel a sense of belonging to the League of Guardians. Lin Feng knew that first impressions were very important. If first impressions fell short, it would probably be very difficult to get those Metamorphic Realm martial artists to develop the League of Guardians wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked up and saw the ruins on the ground. He immediately had some ideas. Chapter 291 The First Batch of Members. Chapter 291 The First Batch of Members. There were only 63 people in a large airship, but all 63 of them were Metamorphic Realm martial artists. These people were all Metamorphic Realm martial artists who had applied to join the League of Guardians and passed, in order to rush to the headquarters of the League of Guardians. Almost all of them booked tickets for the airship as soon as possible. This airship's only destination was the Brimstone base, and it only made a trip once every 10 days. They arrived one after another. Those who came early waited for a few more days, and it was only today that the airship took off. After entering the airship, these people chatted and learned that everyone on the airship was actually joining in the League of Guardians. However, there was no airship that led directly to the headquarters of the League of Guardians at the moment, so they could only arrive at the Brimstone base first. Everyone is a member of the League of Guardians now. I wonder if everyone has any latest news about the League of Guardians. What latest news, however? I did hear that the Brimstone base is about to be relocated. When the time comes, there will only be the base of our League of Guardians within a radius of 1,000 miles. After watching the promotional video, my passion was really stirred. Sage Lin Feng is also the 10th sage, and he's very young. We can be considered the first batch to join the League of Guardians. Our future prospects will definitely be boundless. I just wonder where the headquarters of the League of Guardians is. I heard that it's not far from the Brimstone base, but the vicinity of The Brimstone base is just the barren outland. Even Sage Lin Feng can't possibly build the headquarters in such a short period of time. Right. These martial artists were filled with anticipation, expectation, and doubts. Not all martial artists were fired up and joined the League of Guardians in a moment of excitement. There were also some martial artists who were actually opportunistic. Yes, they were being opportunistic. In their opinion, Lin Feng had just become a sage, and the League of Guardians was just a startup. The first batch of Metamorphic Realm martial artists to join the League of Guardians would definitely be valued highly, even if their initial treatment was far inferior to the other 5 major factions. Their future development would undoubtedly be greater, no matter the reason or purpose. They were all a little nervous. The airship was very fast. It only flew for about 10 hours. It was only in the afternoon that the airship slowly landed and arrived at the Brimstone base. At this moment, the Brimstone base had already begun to relocate. Many martial artists had left the base, leaving only a small number of martial artists still guarding the Brimstone base. When the 63 Metamorphic Realm martial artists walked out of the spaceship, they realized that it was empty outside. There was not a single person around. Everyone was dumbfounded. What do we do without an airship? We don't even know where the League of Guardians headquarters is. Let's ask around. The 63 Metamorphic Realm martial artists looked at each other. How were they supposed to ask anyone in such an empty Brimstone base? Although they knew that the League of Guardians was a startup, it still seemed a little too simplistic. There wasn't even anyone to receive them. Finally, someone from the Brimstone base came out. They hurriedly went forward to inquire. We are members of the League of Guardians. May I know where the League of Guardians headquarters is? The League of Guardians, follow me. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. This martial artist's eyes were filled with envy, which surprised everyone. How could joining the League of Guardians make people envious after all? Their current treatment was extremely poor. Soon, they stopped complaining. What appeared in front of them was a huge airship, which could even be called a battleship. It was a huge battleship that could accommodate thousands of people. This is the latest model of Deep Blue Corporation's large battleship. Many people were amazed. Normally, they could only see such a large battleship online. How could they ever have had the chance to ride it? They never expected to actually have the chance to ride one now. Many robots walked out of the battleship. They were fully armed and gave off a sci-fi vibe. Is no one piloting the battleship? Only after these 63 martial artists entered the battleship did they realize that no one was piloting the battleship. To be precise, it was probably piloted by robots. The robots of the League of Guardians are actually so intelligent they can even pilot battleships. Unbelievable. Many people were very surprised. With humanity's current technology, although artificial intelligence could do many things, the robots invented had not reached the point where they could pilot airships and battleships. These martial artists had all seen these armed robots in the promotional video. Now that they were in close contact, everyone was very curious. However, they all behaved themselves and did not go overboard. Soon, the airship took off and quickly soared into the sky. After flying for about 20 minutes, they could already see an incomparably magnificent building below. It was very huge, spectacular, and imposing. Moreover, it had a futuristic sci-fi vibe to it. There was a steeple towering into the clouds. Below it were groups of armed robots and all kinds of aircraft. It appeared like they were entering a secret military base. This is the League of Guardians headquarters. When the airship landed and 63 Metamorphic Realm martial artists walked out, everyone was stunned from the bottom of their hearts. These strange buildings looked out of place with the current human buildings. But if one looked carefully, they would realize that every building was like a fortress, with a large amount of energy weapons deployed. Those were terrifying weapons that could massacre those dire beasts. If they could slaughter dire beasts, they could slaughter martial artists. Apart from these sci-fi buildings, there were also densely packed armed robots. They were aligned orderly and checked everyone carefully. The inspection speed of the intelligent robots was very fast. But with all the information on 63 people, these armed robots could not have mistaken their identities at all. When the 63 of them entered the League of Guardians headquarters, they saw a large stone sculpture of a huge hand. It seemed to be protecting a child. The League of Guardians. Many people were overwhelmed with emotions. This was indeed the League of Guardians. But how could such a vast array of buildings, in a distinctive style, suddenly appear here in just a few days? They were simply more spectacular than any building they had ever seen. Seeing so many armed robots, and this fantastical headquarters building of the League of Guardians, all the martial artists were very thrilled, even though many of them had come with enthusiasm, dreams, and were even prepared for a tough life ahead. Who would dislike such a magnificent and majestic headquarters? Welcome, the first batch of members of the League of Guardians. In the spacious hall, accompanied by a huge robot that was 100 meters tall, Lin Feng flew down from the robot. Sage Lin Feng. At this moment, all the martial artists were very excited to see Lin Feng appear. They quickly bowed respectfully to express their respect for Lin Feng, the sage. Chapter 292 Genetic Fusion Technology. Lin Feng stood in front of the hall. Behind him was the giant robot, Guardian, which also had the combat power of a sage. Many people even stole a glance at the Guardian. You are the first batch of official members of the League of Guardians. I am very happy that there are 63 metamorphic realm martial artists in the first batch. You passed on the recruitment of the 5 major factions and chose the League of Guardians. This shows that you all agree with the purpose of our League of Guardians to protect your loved ones, your friends, and everyone. From today onwards, you will live in the headquarters. This place has the cultivation environment you need. Of course, there are also missions. Your current mission is to assist the armed robots and continue to clean up the area within 1,000 miles of the headquarters. As long as there are dire beasts, clean them up immediately. Remember, this is the League of Guardians headquarters. You are to bring no one except yourselves if you encounter any trouble. Ask for reinforcements. If necessary, even the Guardian will be mobilized. When Lin Feng mentioned the Guardian, all the martial artists were a little excited. They already knew that the Guardian was a robot with the combat power of a sage. Although it was a robot, its combat power was very impressive and on par with a sage. Then, Lin Feng arranged for the robots to make proper accommodations for the 63 metamorphic realm martial artists. Seeing these martial artists leave with smiles on their faces, they must have a good first impression of the League of Guardians. They were basically all very satisfied. But Lin Feng was not that satisfied. Although the League of Guardians had great potential, it still lacked a method that was very attractive to metamorphic realm martial artists at the moment. In the initial stages of the League of Guardians, it must possess a method that had a huge advantage over the 5 major factions. Originally, Lin Feng felt that there was no need to be anxious. However, seeing that these martial artists were all very young and passionate, and that most of them had just broken the genetic lock, this undoubtedly added another trace of responsibility to Lin Feng's shoulders. Since he had established the League of Guardians, he naturally had to be responsible for these members of the League of Guardians. At the very least, he had to let them know that joining the League of Guardians was not inferior to joining the 5 major factions, and might even be better. What did martial artists need? Without a doubt, it was strength. What Lin Feng needed to distinguish himself from the 5 major factions was a special method that could increase the strength of martial artists. Lin Feng could not impart the combat body, nor could he impart the mental guidance technique. However, apart from these, Lin Feng still had the genetic fusion device, or rather, a genetic fusion method. Before Lin Feng obtained the combat body guidance technique, he had relied on the genetic fusion device to fuse the genes of dire beasts, allowing his physique to improve substantially. In the end, he could even break the limit of astral power by fusing the genes of dire beasts through the genetic fusion device. Genetic fusion was technology belonging to the Longbotham's mechanical civilization. It was purely a product of the technological civilization. Longbotham could totally make the call. This was also an important reason why Lin Feng was confident that the League of Guardians could grow rapidly. Lombitham, I need to control the genetic fusion technology. You can make the call. Right. Lin Feng and Lombitham's relationship was a little strange. For the time being, they were equals. Neither could control the other. However, there were many occasions when Lin Feng actually needed to rely on Lombitham. This time was no exception. If Lin Feng wanted the genetic fusion technology, he had to ask Lombitham for help. The genetic fusion technology can indeed be of some use after 4 life transitions. And I can indeed make the call on this technology. And giving it to you is not a big deal. However, you have to promise me one condition. What condition? If you undergo 6 life transitions in the future and become a planetary life form, you have to promise to grant me a request. What request? Do not worry. It will definitely be within your capability. You just have to promise me. He had to promise Lombitham something within his capability, and it would take place after 6 life transitions and becoming a planetary life form. This meant that only a planetary life form could resolve Lombitham's matter. For Lombitham to make this request so seriously, this matter must not be simple. But did Lin Feng have any concerns? Lin Feng was ultimately rather grateful towards Lombitham. If it was within his capability, it would not be too much to grant a request from Lombitham. All right, I promise. If I ever undergo 6 life transitions in the future, become a planetary life form, I'll grant your request. Lin Feng did not hesitate for too long and agreed to Lombitham's conditions. Lombitham was also relieved. Actually, if not for the fact that Lin Feng's recent performance had given it a trace of hope for Lin Feng, it would not even have proposed this condition to Lin Feng. Genetic fusion technology can be considered very mature in the mechanical civilization. However, it is quite unlikely for your world to master this technology completely, even in 100 years. So, there is not much point for me to give you the technology. How about this? I will leave the genetic fusion technology to the robots of the 3rd civilization. I will create some technological robots. Whenever you want to fuse the genes of dire beasts with someone, just leave it to those technological robots. Nothing will go wrong. Lin Feng nodded. He also knew that human technology level was actually very primitive at the moment. This could not be improved just by relying on 1 or 2 advanced techniques. It had to develop slowly over time. Genetic fusion technology was nothing much to the mechanical civilization, and was already a mature technology. However, to the human civilization, it was highly advanced, and even unreachable now. Leaving it to the technological robots was actually the best solution. Alright, as for the choice of dire beast genes, I've swept through thousands of kinds of dire beast genes this time. That should be enough. It's possible to fuse with any kind of dire beast gene as desired. Lin Feng left these matters to Lombitham without worry. 3 days later, Lombitham created hundreds of technological robots. They all had full control over the genetic fusion technology. Lin Feng gathered the 63 metamorphic realm martial artists. You've joined the League of Guardians, and your performance over the past few days has been good. I've prepared a reward for you. This is the only reward for now. If you want to obtain it again in the future, you must need to obtain sufficient merit value, or make a major contribution to the League of Guardians. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 63 metamorphic realm martial artists were all curious. What kind of reward could make Lin Feng take it so seriously? Astral power cultivation techniques, astral martial arts, miraculous items. These 5 major factions all had them. The League of Guardians was just a startup. How many astral martial arts could it possibly have? Lin Feng led these martial artists into a secret hall. There were hundreds of medical cabins here, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The 63 martial artists lay in the medical cabin according to the rules. Then, hundreds of technical robots began to fuse the genes of dire beasts for these martial artists. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen 63 martial artists fuse dire beast genes at once. Hence, he also paid close attention to the genetic fusion of these martial artists. Chapter 293 Body Strengthening Technique. Chapter 293 Body Strengthening Technique. In a haze, the 63 martial artists felt that something had appeared in their bodies, but they could not sense it. Immediately after, nutrient solutions were injected into their bodies one after another. They immediately felt a fiery sensation all over their bodies, as if there were flames burning. My strength has increased. It's not just strength. It's as if my body has become stronger in all aspects. Heavens! Ever since I broke the genetic lock and the metamorphosis period ended, my body has never improved. Now, it's actually improved by so much at once. Could it be a reward from Sage Lin Feng? It's just that although our physique has improved in all aspects, and there are many benefits, we're already metamorphic realm martial artists. Our physique actually won't be of much use. Some were disappointed, while others were pleasantly surprised. Improving their physique was naturally a good thing. But for these metamorphic realm martial artists, wasn't this a little too late? As the medical cabin slowly opened, the martial artists walked out of the cabin one after another. As they sensed the changes in their bodies, they were generally satisfied. However, no matter how satisfied they were already metamorphic realm martial artists, not professional martial artists. They did not have that much need for physique. Their foundation was still astral power. How many of you have reached the peak of the metamorphic realm and have 99 strands of astral power in your bodies? These people were all at the first level of metamorphic realm. Naturally, Lin Feng knew this very well. About 13 people stepped forward. They were all at the peak of the first level of metamorphic realm and possessed 99 strands of astral power. Their metamorphosis period had long passed. However, for various reasons, they did not join the 5 major factions for a long time, and instead joined the League of Guardians in the end. The 13 of them also did not know what Lin Feng meant. The 13 of you can go back and sense it. Continue cultivating astral power. In a few days, there might be unexpected effects. Continue cultivating astral power, but we've already reached the limit. It's useless no matter how much we cultivate. Some were doubtful, while others were contemplative. But Lin Feng did not respond. These martial artists would naturally know in a few days. He would explain things in detail then. As expected, a week later, the 13 martial artists all hurriedly came to seek an audience with Lin Feng. They came together. In reality, the 13 of them had already communicated with each other beforehand and learned about each other's situation. They all had one thing in common, and it was that as their physiques slowly improved, they could somehow condense the 100th of astral power, and continue to condense astral power after 101 strands, 102 strands, 103 strands. The martial artist with the most astral power had already condensed 130 strands in his body, although it was not much, and could not compare to the astral power Lin Feng had condensed back then. There was no doubt that they had already broken the astral power limit. This was very shocking. They naturally knew that if only one person had broken the astral power limit without breaking through to the second level of metamorphic realm, they might be worried and even conceal it. However, when they realized that such a situation had happened to all 13 of them, they only needed a moment's thought to realize that this matter had something to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng also met these 13 people. As he heard them talk about the abnormalities in their bodies, Lin Feng did not answer directly. Instead, he gathered all 63 martial artists. Everyone, do you think that improving your physique is useless? Actually, it's a huge misconception from a long time ago. I've already sensed that physical fitness is not completely useless. On the contrary, the body is like a vessel. Only by strengthening the body can we accommodate more astral power. Right now, there are 13 peak first-level metamorphic realm martial artists who have broken the astral power limit in their bodies. This is only the beginning. As long as your physique continues to improve, the astral power you can accommodate can continue to increase. Lin Feng's words shocked the 63 martial artists. This was an unprecedented theory. Moreover, this was not just a theory. Lin Feng had even implemented it. and 13 martial artists had benefited from it now. No, to be precise, all 63 martial artists had benefited. However, the other martial artists had yet to condense 99 strands of astral power, so they naturally did not know if the astral power limit could be broken. However, judging from the 13 martial artists, their astral power limit could definitely be broken. If Lin Feng were still just a metamorphic realm martial artist, or a divine realm martial artist, or even a meta-divine realm martial artist, certainly no one would take this theory seriously from him. In fact, even if the truth was right in front of them, some people would still think that Lin Feng had some fortuitous encounter and would come up with ways to obtain Lin Feng's method. But now, as a sage, Lin Feng had made his theory public. No one questioned it anymore. This was the change brought about by reputation and status. Sometimes, if one's identity was different, the outcome would be completely different. Now, these martial artists were completely convinced by Lin Feng. After all, there were 13 metamorphic realm martial artists as examples. At this moment, even those opportunistic martial artists were filled with joy. They felt that joining the League of Guardians was the right choice. Their future gains would definitely be far more than this. After all, they were the first batch of senior members in the League of Guardians. They would definitely be entrusted with great responsibilities in the future. All of you have experienced the effect. Then, complete the missions of the League of Guardians well in the future and kill more dire beasts. As long as you have enough merit value, or make major special contributions to the League of Guardians, you can receive the body strengthening technique again. This was the name Lin Feng had changed for genetic fusion. He would even put it in the online shop of the Martial Domain Network. But only people from the League of Guardians were allowed to purchase it. Sage, how much merit value does the body strengthening technique cost? The minimum cost for one instance of body strengthening technique is 100 merit value. Moreover, there are differences in power for the body strengthening technique. Depending on your physique, the degree of enhancement will differ, and so will the price. There are all kinds of strengthening techniques ranging from 100 merit value to 1 merit value. Moreover, only official members of the League of Guardians can purchase the body strengthening technique. This was Lin Feng's preliminary plan. It could not be done at one go, and the fused genes also had to be enhanced bit by bit. For example, at this stage, they could only fuse with dire beast genes. Later, if their physique became stronger, they would be able to fuse the genes of ordinary demons. In short, according to the strength of the genes, the merit value cost would definitely be different. This could also stimulate the enthusiasm of these official members of the League of Guardians. 100 merit value. As expected, when they heard that they needed at least 100 merit value, most of the martial artists' hearts sank. But it also ignited their fighting spirit. Perhaps 100 merit value was a huge number to them in the present. But in the future, when the League of Guardians developed and they all became the senior members, would 100 merit value still be considered a lot? At that time, how strong would they be compared to the martial artists of the 5 major factions at the same level? They might even be invincible. Chapter 294 Sensation. Chapter 294 Sensation. Success. Lin Feng looked at the excitement in the eyes of the 63 martial artists. He knew that from this moment on, these 63 people were already the most determined supporters of the League of Guardians, and this was a good start. Lin Fengquan did not have time to rest. As the League of Guardians had just been established, he still had many things to do, such as uploading the body strengthening technique to the Martial Domain Network as a unique method of the League of Guardians, the 6th major faction. Uploading it onto the Martial Domain Network would only make it more convenient for members of the League of Guardians to purchase it. As for the others, they could only see the effect of the body strengthening technique. Lin Feng was also very sly. He directly stated in the effect column that it could break the astral power limit. Despite the short introduction, Lin Feng was certain that it would definitely cause a stir. As long as it could cause a stir, Lin Feng's goal had been accomplished. Although those who could enter the martial domain network had basically chosen factions, did they not have family friends? Normally, the family or friends of inhuman experts had a high chance of breaking the genetic lock. After all, they had an advantage. Once, their family or friends broke the genetic lock when they chose a faction and saw the League of Guardians' body strengthening technique. Would they not be tempted? This was Lin Feng's goal. Apart from the recruitment of official members of the League of Guardians, there were also the unofficial members of the League of Guardians. Currently, there were hundreds of thousands of unofficial members of the League of Guardians. Lin Feng had a plan long ago. He was going to renovate the Brimstone base and use it as the headquarters for the League of Guardians. Unofficial members. On the other hand, this was the true headquarters of the League of Guardians. Only official members could enter after all. The foundation of the League of Guardians lay below. There was absolutely no room for error. Compared to a mere 63 official members, there were hundreds of thousands of unofficial members. This could not help but give Lin Feng a headache. Had much rather cultivate than manage them. Looks like I really need to find some people to help me manage it. If not, this League of Guardians will take up a lot of my time. Lin Feng still wanted to undergo 3 life transitions. If he was always busy with the trivial matters of the League of Guardians, how could he have the time to think about 3 life transitions? However, people who could be completely trusted were not easy to find. In the Martial Domain Network's online shop, Yuo-en was a 3rd-level metamorphic realm martial artist. He belonged to the Consortium faction and was currently guarding the front line as the chief commander of a frontline base. Some time ago, he had led the martial artists in the base to kill many dire beasts and demons. Hence, he had more than 200 merit value. In his account, this was merit value that he had saved up over many years. Currently, he already had astral martial arts and astral power cultivation techniques, and even weapons. However, he had been unable to undergo a 2nd life transition, and never found a way. He no longer held much hope for a 2nd life transition, but had still liked to use this 200 merit value to increase his strength. Unfortunately, after browsing the Martial Domain online shop for a long time, be it the academic faction, the government faction, the military faction, the Consortium faction, or the Freelance Cultivators Union, the goods in the shops of the 5 major factions were basically all similar. In fact, they were all similar. Yuo-en browsed for a long time, but still did not find anything that satisfied him. Suddenly, Yuo-en saw another panel appear under the shop panel. The League of Guardians. Yuo-en was very curious. The Martial Domain Network's online shop had always only had 5 major panels. Why was there suddenly another League of Guardians? Hence, Yuo-en searched online and found that the internet was filled with news about the League of Guardians. After careful investigation, he realized that the League of Guardians was a faction established by the 10th Sage, Sage Lin Feng, the 6th major faction. Yuo-en did not think that there would be anything good in this League of Guardians. After all, it was a fledgling faction. However, Yuo-en was free now, so he might as well take a look. Hence, Yuo-en entered the panel of the League of Guardians. There were many people who had the same thoughts as Yuo-en. When they saw the League of Guardians panel, they all clicked on it. After entering the League of Guardians shop, they realized that there are many corpses of various dire beasts inside. Other than the corpses of dire beasts, there were also the corpses of ordinary demons and even demon generals. At the same time, there was another special type of weapons called energy weapons. It could cause damage to dire beasts and even demons. It even came with a video of the weapon in the hands of the armed robots. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Yuo-en was sorely tempted by these energy weapons. The firearms of humans were useless against those dire beasts. They were far inferior to the astral power and pure physical strength of martial artists. However, these energy weapons were different. They could injure dire beasts and even demons. Of course, the price was also rather expensive. For example, an energy gun alone cost at least 100 merit value. That was not even counting the energy That energy was the main source. And it was even more expensive than the gun itself. Luoan gritted his teeth. He was prepared to buy an energy gun. Armed with the energy gun, he could even easily kill some demons with very strong defenses. Moreover, his killing efficiency would definitely be much higher than before. A body strengthening technique, what's this? Luo, and suddenly realized that apart from the dire beast corpses and energy weapons in the shop of the League of Guardians, there was only the body strengthening technique. Could it be an astral martial art or astral cultivation technique? However, it seemed to have nothing to do with astral power. It strengthened one's physique. Wasn't this only useful for professional martial artists? It had to be known that anyone who entered the martial domain network would be a metamorphic realm martial artist. They all cultivated astral power. Who would want to temper their bodies? Wouldn't that be a pointless endeavor? However, curiosity still prompted Luo and to check the body strengthening technique. As expected, the body strengthening technique was famous for its ability to strengthen the body in all aspects. However, one of the effects still stunned Luo, and the body strengthening technique can increase your physique in all aspects and break the astral power limit. Looking at the introduction of the body strengthening technique, Luo was stunned. Break the astral power limit, what does that mean? Actually, Luo already had a vague guess, but he did not dare to think about it. Breaking the limit of the body was something that all 9 sages could do. How could the League of Guardians do it? How could Sage Lin Feng do it? Luo did not even bother to buy energy weapons. Instead, he went to the Martial Domain Forum immediately. As expected, the Martial Domain network was already flooded. As for the content, it was about the body strengthening technique in the League of Guardians. Even the dire beast corpses and energy weapons were left to the side. The body strengthening technique had completely become the hottest term on the Martial Domain Forum. It appeared frequently on the Martial Domain Forum, and there were already tens of thousands of posts, all of which were analyses of the body strengthening technique. Some felt that it was impossible. Some people felt that the League of Guardians was playing to the gallery, while some felt that Sage Lin Feng's ability to become a sage so quickly might be related to the body strengthening technique. However, no one came to a conclusion. This went on until the appearance of someone who claims to be a member of the League of Guardians, and whose verified real name on the forum confirmed that he was indeed a member of the League of Guardians. He personally confirmed that the body strengthening technique could break the astral power limit. He was only at the first level of metamorphic realm now, but the astral power in his body had already broken the limit of 99 strands, reaching 130 strands. As soon as this post was posted, the entire Martial Domain Forum erupted, and the entire martial arts circle was in an uproar. The body strengthening technique had become a complete sensation. Chapter 295 Zhang Qiji's Troubles. Chapter 295 Zhang Qiji's Troubles. See, Sage Yune. Hasn't my judgment proven true? Sage Kang pointed at the screen and said. On the screen was the interface of the Martial Domain Network. Sage Kang was pointing at the League of Guardians body strengthening technique in the League of Guardians online shop. Taoist Yune also stared intently at the body strengthening technique. He said with a solemn expression, looks like Lin Feng has indeed grasped some kind of ancient civilization legacy. According to his theory, improving one's physique can break the astral power limit. Why has no one ever done it before? That depends on how one improves their physique. If they tempered it bit by bit, it would be impossible to break the astral power limit. The main point is that his body strengthening technique should be able to improve one's physique substantially, which is why it can break the astral power limit. Actually, didn't we also have this theory before? It's just that we've never been able to realize it. I didn't expect Lin Feng to realize it. Sage Kang appeared very gratified. It's a pity that Lin Feng's body strengthening technique is only circulated within the League of Guardians. If it can be spread, how many human martial artists can benefit? The overall strength of humanity can probably increase by a lot. Taoist Yune shook his head, appearing somewhat disappointed. However, Sage Kang laughed. Yune, you can't expect everyone to be selfless. Among the 9 sages, Who can truly be selfless? Have you shared the kind of treasure you obtained from the ancient civilization with the other sages? It's enough that Lin Feng can offer these things, although they can only be circulated within the League of Guardians. They can still strengthen humanity. Moreover, didn't Lin Feng already express his goodwill? These energy weapons are enough to greatly increase the strength of humanity. This is the greatest goodwill from Lin Feng. As for the body strengthening technique, Lin Feng has already pointed out the direction for us. Can't we think of ways to improve the physique of some martial artists in 10, 20, or even 50 years? The body strengthening technique might no longer be a secret. Sage Kang appeared very magnanimous, but he actually understood human nature. He had come step by step from the most chaotic era of humanity to his current state. He had seen only too many sinister people. Naturally, he knew that things needed to be done gradually, one step at a time. If everyone was selfless, they would probably no longer be interested in exploring ancient civilizations. No one would be willing to take risks anymore. Human nature was inherently selfish. But sometimes, selfishness could actually promote the development of the entire human society. That's right, Sage Kang. I've been a little stubborn. However, now that this body strengthening technique and energy weapons are publicized, Sage Lin Feng's League of Guardians will develop very rapidly. In fact, it will even surpass our 5 major factions in the future. Taoist Yuan had acute judgment. He knew that just energy weapons and body strengthening techniques were enough to make most martial artists yearn for them. The development of the League of Guardians was unstoppable. Sage Lin Feng set the League of Guardians in the barren outland and even personally swept through it, establishing a safe zone. Moreover, he did not poach from the 5 major factions, but recruited martial artists who were not recruited by the 5 major factions to avoid direct conflict with the 5 major factions. Yuan. That's why I said that this is great wisdom. Sage Kang seemed very satisfied with Lin Feng and kept praising him. Haha, Sage Kang. I think you're the wise one. If you hadn't gone against the majority and supported Lin Feng to become the 10th sage, Lin Feng would probably keep these things to himself forever. That would be humanity's greatest loss. Sage Yuan and Sage Kang both laughed. In Delta City, Deng Qiji was holding Bai Jing's hand. After more than a year of hard work, Deng Qiji finally managed to succeed in pursuing Bai Jing. This former playboy also completely came to behave himself, and the two of them officially established their relationship. However, the two of them had been troubled recently. Originally, the Bai family and the Zhang family were compatible in terms of social status. The Zhang family supported Zhang Qiji's pursuit of Bai Jing, and Old Master Bai was also quite satisfied with Zhang Qiji. Although he was rather profligate and a playboy in the past, he had turned over a new leaf. Zhang Qiji had completely restrained himself. Now, he had even dropped out of the Myriad Academy and started to focus on managing the Zhang family's business. However, something happened during this period that made the relationship between the Bai family and the Zhang family rather tense. The legate of Delta City was a young legate who was only 35 years old. He was also a former student of the Myriad Academy, and was Zhang Qiji Sr. However, for some reason, this senior met Bai Jing. The legate developed some feelings for Bai Jing. Later, when Zhang Qiji found out, the events even made a turn for the amusing. Zhang Qiji went to look for the legate. Fortunately, the legate wasn't someone petty. Once he learned that Zhang Qiji and Bai Jing were in love, he didn't bother Bai Jing anymore. They had thought that this matter would be over, but they did not expect the Bai family to find out. Old Master Bai was not someone who would curry favor with the powerful, but there were many direct and collateral relatives in the entire Bai family. The Bai family was not just Old Master Bai's family. These people took turns to persuade Bai Jing. After all, a young legate could almost be considered the highest local authority. He might even become a meta-divine realm martial artist in the future. How illustrious would that be? In comparison, Zhang Qiji used to be a profligate son and a playboy. Although he had abstained from his past practices now, he had not even broken the genetic lock. How could the Zhang family compare to a legate? Bai Jing was very determined. However, she insisted on being with Zhang Qiji. In the end, those people from the Bai family actually caused a scene in the Zhang family, making everyone in the Zhang family unhappy. There were even people from the Zhang family who felt that Bai Jing wasn't a good match and were persuading Zhang Qiji to give up. The entire Bai and Zhang families were tense. But Old Master Bai and Zhang Qiji's father were very firm. They insisted that the two of them determine the wedding date, and the wedding would be held in a month. Although even the wedding date had been determined, this matter had not settled. There were undercurrents in the Zhang and Bai families. Be it Bai Jing or Zhang Qiji, neither of them would be welcomed by the two families in the future. This was also a troublesome matter that wearied Bai Jing and Zhang Qiji greatly. Bai Jing, we're getting married in a month. But there are more and more rumors now. I've let you down. Zhang Qiji loved Bai Jing very much. He couldn't bear to let her endure those rumors. But even he himself couldn't hold out much longer. Qiji, this isn't your fault. Bai Jing clenched her fists tightly. Although she was very determined, these rumors did affect her and Zhang Qiji's lives to a certain extent. After all, the two of them were from large families. If this matter continued to escalate, it would not be beneficial to Bai Jing or Zhang Qiji. In the future, Bai Jing, I'm going to invite someone to the wedding in a month. If that person can come, perhaps all our troubles will be resolved. Qiji, who would you like to invite? Bai Jing's eyes lit up. Who had such power in her opinion? No one could put this matter to rest. Who else, a bro who's on a roll and already at the top of the world, just a year or two actually. You should also know that Lin Fang should be addressed as sage now. Zhang Qiji sighed. There was some excitement in his tone, but also a trace of lamentation. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.